Just at this moment, the rays of light appeared within endless space. These rays of light were very fast and rushed through the torn sky into the demon spirit land. The person leading the way was a celestial filled with celestial spiritual energy. Behind him were many celestials that had also slaughtered their way here. A large amount of Alliance cultivators arrived and surrounded the area. For the Cultivation Alliance, whether it was the Four Divine Sect, the All-Seer, or Ancient Devil Tajia, they were all enemies. Even these celestials don't want Qinglin to awaken. They'd rather have the Ancient Devil occupy the body. However, the Ancient Devil was someone they had to kill. Qinglin's fame was enough to shock the remnant celestials. Even the Celestial Lord who was leading the charge used to be very respectful before Qinglin. He didn't dare to have the slightest thought of rebelling. However, these celestials had been worshipped for countless years due to the Cultivation Alliance, and none of them were willing to give up what they had and go back to the past. As a result, they didn't want Qinglin to awaken. The Ancient Devil had to die. Set formation. The moment they charged into the demon spirit land, the former Celestial Lord let out a roar. The Alliance cultivators quickly formed seals. As endless origin energy filled the sky, 9 giant, shiny swords appeared. These 9 giant swords floated in the air and surrounded the 50-kilometer area. Dao refinement! Countless Alliance cultivators shouted at the same time, and these words echoed like rumbling thunder. The formation activated, and at this instant, the 50-kilometer area was shrouded in endless sword light. The numerous celestials rushed out and charged at the people below. Most of them were after the black mist the Ancient Devil and the Old Man were in. Another group went directly after the All-Seer. In an instant, everything fell into chaos. However, at the moment of chaos, the monstrous blue light came from Wang Lin's right eye. The pillar the All-Seer had made began to collapse, and the blue light pierced through it. When the blue light pierced through, the pillar collapsed into a pile of rubble. A thick layer of dust was kicked up and everyone on the pillar dispersed. Wang Lin jumped into the air and charged at the All-Seer. The sudden appearance of the Cultivation Alliance and Wang Lin's spell caught the All-Seer's attention. His expression became extremely gloomy as he used the trident to knock away Mu Bingmei. He shouted, "Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish." Mu Bingmei hesitated for a moment, but then Wang Lin's cold voice echoed, "I don't need your help. As for the pill from before, I'll find ways to repay you several-fold. As for saving my life, I'll also repay it several-fold." Mu Bingmei's expression immediately became pale as she silently retreated. She bit her lower lip until it bled. She stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "I want to see him." Her voice was filled with sadness. This was her strongest desire in her heart. It had echoed in her mind for countless years, and she still felt very complex about it. He was someone no outsider could know or understand. However, Wang Lin's body trembled. How could he not know? He was Wang Ping. The mention of Wang Ping caused Wang Lin's heart to feel intense pain. If you didn't personally experience it, it would be impossible to understand. "You're not qualified." Wang Lin's heart stung as he charged at the All-Seer. Mu Bingmei let out a miserable smile. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a word. When the Celestials of the Cultivation Alliance closed in, Mu Bingmei stared at them with a cold gaze. The anger from the complex emotions in her heart was vented on the Celestials. She charged at the Celestials with the short sword in her hand. Ignoring her for now, Wang Lin flew directly at the All-Seer. The blue light from his right eye was like a sun that lit up the world. This made his body give off an indescribable sense of majesty. The All-Seer, holding the trident, had a feeling of fear. The blue light contained a spell he couldn't see through. "This is All-Seer. Our battle is now over." Wang Lin let out a roar as the blue light shined from his right eye and the azure light shield appeared. The azure light shield had already split in half, but at this moment, the halves fused together. Then it unexpectedly shattered into countless specks of light that surrounded the area. At this instant, the All-Seer's heart trembled and an unknown sense of danger filled his mind. This kind of danger was extremely rare for him, but it was so strong that it made him suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't hesitate to reach toward between his eyebrows left hand, and he mercilessly ripped. The second seal between his eyebrows was half ripped open by him. Before he could finish tearing, a huge palm descended from the sky. The speed of the palm was beyond imagination. It formed into a fist and smashed into the All-Seer's body. The thunderous rumbles continued to echo and the earth shook violently. After the large fist, a pair of large fists landed on the ground with a thud. At the same time, an unimaginable change appeared in the space above the demon spirit land. The sky rumbled loudly and a huge vortex appeared and rotated rapidly. This vortex was very large and boundless. All of the planets within the area were included in the vortex. Various realistic scenes began to appear. There were many majestic buildings. These buildings were very simple, but they looked very ancient. This was a blood-red land with only these boundless buildings. It was like nothing but these buildings that supported the world existed. Just at this moment, a giant foot descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The moment the foot landed, the earth shattered and a thunderous rumble echoed. The foot landed on a building and caused it to immediately collapse into a pile of rubble. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar that echoed across the void could be heard. Within the very realistic scene inside the vortex, the owner of that foot was a huge giant. It was an ancient god, an 8-star ancient god. If that was it, it wouldn't be too shocking, but next to the 8-star ancient god, there were nearly 100 more giants of equal size. These almost 100 giants were all 8-star ancient gods. Further away stood an even larger figure. The 8-star ancient gods simply couldn't compare to this figure. It was like ant compared to an elephant, but even this doesn't describe how large this figure was. Even further away, there was a monstrous surge of demonic energy, and ancient demons appeared from within the demonic energy. The endless demonic energy flooded across the world as their roars and shouts echoed. In another direction, there was heaven-shaking devilish energy, and ancient devils charged with crazed bloodthirst in their eyes. This was a large battle between the 3 ancient order clans. On the ground, there were countless chi refiner cultivators, but they were far more powerful than any cultivator today. They were grouped by families, and each one had various tattoos between their eyebrows. They began a crazed slaughter. This battlefield was simply too big. The vortex among the stars only displayed a corner of the battle. Everyone in the demon spirit land suddenly noticed that the demon spirit land disappeared. Everything before them had disappeared and they had appeared within the battlefield. The surrounding scene was terrifyingly realistic. However, there were obviously people who didn't believe it and thought it was all an illusion. Although shocked, a celestial from the Alliance looked at it with eyes filled with disdain. A shadow suddenly hovered over him and an ancient god's foot mercilessly stomped down. He didn't even dodge, and in the blink of an eye, the right foot came crashing down, causing the earth to tremble. When the foot lifted, the celestial was gone, leaving only a splat of blood and flesh. His origin soul had also collapsed. This scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, a giant bird 10,000 feet large let out a ferocious hiss and flew over. A thunderous rumble echoed when the bird flew by, and its wings were like blades. It swept across the Alliance cultivators who formed the formation, and hundreds of them were split in half. Blood sprayed everywhere. Dream of ancient times. The ancient devil, the old man, and the celestials fighting suddenly stopped and stared dumbfoundedly at this. When ancient devil Tajia saw all of this, fear appeared in his eyes. Primordial times. Could this be a primordial battlefield? The old man from the brilliant void realm gasped. This was the life-saving treasure that the 8-star ancient god had left in the azure light shield. The life-saving spell of an 8-star ancient god couldn't be simple. The dream of the ancient god, dream of ancient times. At this moment, the earth trembled even more violently. The nearly 100 ancient gods walked on the earth and began charging toward everyone. The ancient devil clan and the ancient demon clan also roared as they rushed over. It seemed the location everyone was at was the center of the battle. The impossible large figure that was behind the 100 ancient gods also raised its foot. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle and quickly scattered. As for the ancient devil, he looked at the approaching ancient devil clan with excitement in his eyes. The all-seer struggled to stand up in the distance and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The calmness in his eyes collapsed and his left hand ruthlessly ripped off what remained of the second seal. At this instant, the all-seer's roar echoed across the world. He released an aura several times more powerful than before. This aura was so strong that even the primordial battlefield seemed like it was going to collapse. "Wang Lin, come out for me!" The all-seer let out a roar. His appearance changed greatly after the second seal was removed. He went from a 50-year-old middle-aged man to a man in his prime around the age of 30. His hair was completely black, and he emitted an extremely powerful aura. Tearing off the second seal had released his second Heaven's Blight cultivation level. This was already his limit. He didn't dare to casually release his third Heaven's Blight. Wang Lin was only a small cultivator who had shocked him again and again. That law of origin was already extremely powerful. The all-seer thought that was Wang Lin's ace. So he didn't think Wang Lin would still have this kind of spell when pushed into a corner. "Wang Lin, come out!" The all-seer roared angrily at the sky. However, just as his voice echoed, a buzzing sound came from the world. "I'm right in front of you." That sound was several times more violent than thunder, and it replaced all other sounds on the battlefield. This sound echoed in everyone's ears. Some of the cultivators whose cultivation levels were lacking bled from their ears, and their miserable screams echoed. Even the all-seer was startled. He raised his head to follow the voice, but as soon as he did so, his face turned pale and he sucked in a breath of cold air. The figure that was far larger than any 8-star ancient god appeared before the all-seer and everyone else. This figure was also so large it was impossible to describe. The all-seer couldn't even see the face of this figure. He could only see up to their waist. The moment the all-seer raised his head, he heard a strange whistling sound. It was as if something from above was coming down, but it was going so fast that there was friction with the air. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind descended from the sky. This gust was very strong, and the moment it landed on the ground, it caused the ground to crack. The cultivators of the Alliance collapsed under this powerful gust of wind. Even those celestials were filled with fear. In particular, the celestial lord from the Alliance revealed unspeakable terror, and his body trembled when he saw this figure. Even with his cultivation level and mental strength, his body trembled and cold sweat soaked his body. His eyes were locked onto the sky, and he seemed like he wanted to say something. However, he began to laugh like crazy, but his laughter contained a hint of madness. It was like he had just experienced some kind of unimaginable stimulation that caused him to go crazy. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but this former celestial lord was still going crazy. He constantly retreated until he disappeared to somewhere in the world. This sudden scene startled everyone. However, they didn't have time to think, as the gust of wind from the sky became even stronger. Someone looked up at the sky and saw a black dot in the distance. This black dot became larger and larger. In an instant, as the wind became even more intense, the black dot turned out to be an unimaginably large fist. It was like a piece of land that was going to come crashing down, and the shadow it casted replaced the sky. The all-seer's expression became very serious. His aura reached a peak and he threw the trident into the air. Then his hands formed seals and his robe moved as if there was some gas moving within his clothes. He opened his arms and then his body erupted with his peak second Heaven's Blight cultivation as he charged into the sky. The giant fist descended like crazy, creating sonic booms as it closed in on the trident. There was a loud bang and crackling sounds came from the trident. Just as it was about to collapse, the giant hand grabbed it, and the fist continued to descend with the trident in hand. The fist collided with the all-seer. Rumble, 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 rumble. The heaven-shaking sound and unimaginable impact spread out like crazy. It was as if a curtain was removed and the entire primordial battleground disappeared under this impact. The world returned to normal and the vortex outside the demon spirit land disappeared. Those planets also returned to their positions. Even the demon spirit land was the same as before. There was no change. The only thing that changed was that now there was a crazy person. Many Alliance cultivators had disappeared, and everyone was shocked. Popping sounds came from inside the All-Seer's body and he fell to the ground. He then coughed out a mouthful of blood with pieces of internal organs mixed in. Behind him was ancient devil Tajia. "Thank you." The All-Seer's voice was hoarse and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. Ancient devil Tajia's face was also pale. At that moment he resisted with the All-Seer. This was the only way to save his life from that unbelievable spell. Wang Lin's body fell from the sky before the All-Seer. The moment he landed, he coughed out blood and there was a trace of blue light in his right eye. However, that blue light immediately collapsed, and along with it went the azure light shield. The shield shattered completely. There was one more thing in Wang Lin's hand, the All-Seer's trident. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't have any power left to fight, and even his legs were trembling. If not for his determination honed from over 1,000 years of cultivation, he would have already fallen. Mu Bingmei was startled by all of this, and she was still shocked by what she saw. Even the brilliant void old man looked at Wang Lin with a very different gaze. Mu Bingmei's words gradually echoed in his ears. He is not an ordinary cultivator. The surrounding Alliance cultivators all looked at Wang Lin with dread and fear. That scene just now was something they could never forget. That realistic primordial battleground, the miserable scene, and that incomparable figure left an unerasable mark in their minds. Even though Wang Lin had no more fighting power, none of them dared to take a step forward. At this moment, their hearts were still pounding violently from what just happened and hadn't calmed down. Wang Lin's figure seemed to overlap with that incomparably large figure in their minds. As he stood there, he gave off an invisible sense of majesty. The brilliant void old man looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. The person before him made him think of the 4 divine sects white tiger. The white tiger back then was able to block countless powerful cultivators from the Alliance and the brilliant void realm by himself. Even after he died, he made his enemies not dare to get close for a very long time. Wang Lin had completely become famous in this battle at the Demon Spirit Land. Although his cultivation level wasn't the highest, no one dared to casually offend him. "Wang Lin, you must die." The All-Seer looked at Wang Lin and raised his right hand. However, before he could use a spell, the sky above changed once more and a person stepped out. This person was middle-aged, but he was only here with his origin soul, yet he gave off a dignified aura. Behind him were dozens of people. There were people from the Azure Dragon Divine Sect, the Black Tortoise Divine Sect, and the White Tiger Divine Sect. Behind these dozens of people, there were numerous members of the 4 Divine Sect. Their arrival seemed to make the world change colors and thunder rumble across the sky. This caused everyone to raise their heads. "Who dares to kill our future Divine Emperor before me?" The middle-aged man was the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. His voice was calm, but the moment that his voice came out, it caused the Demon Spirit Land to tremble. Many people on the ground retreated as if they couldn't withstand this voice. "A lot of old friends have come." The middle-aged man looked around. Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. The All-Seer's expression became gloomy. Compared to the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, the All-Seer was a junior. In the Alliance, aside from a few people, not many could match the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor in seniority. The middle-aged man appeared before Wang Lin with one step. He carefully looked at Wang Lin before he revealed a smile of admiration and nodded. "Good, good." Although it was only 2 words, they were enough to reveal his satisfaction with Wang Lin. In truth, he had already arrived, but the reason he didn't appear was because he had taken this chance to test Wang Lin. The truth was that Wang Lin made him very satisfied. Now this battle will end. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor's eyes lit up and revealed a fierce gaze. He raised his right hand, a piece of white stone appeared. The moment this stone appeared, an extremely hot energy appeared in the world. The space around it began to distort as if it shouldn't exist and was being rejected. The moment the stone appeared, it melted into a drop of burning blood, and it floated above the middle-aged man's hand. Anyone who looked at this drop of blood would feel as if they had just swallowed a mouthful of fire, and heat appeared in their hearts. The brilliant void old man stared at the thing in the vermilion bird divine emperor's hand and said, "The vermilion bird divine sex treasure from primordial times." The moment the red drop of blood appeared, a flame that didn't seem to belong to this world swept across the sky. This world was now enveloped in a red light. In the end, this flame that shouldn't exist in this world gathered in the southern part of the sky and formed a vermilion bird. It let out a cry and looked down upon everyone with an aura of nobility. At the same time, the several elders of the Azure Dragon divine sect beside the vermilion bird divine emperor looked at each other. The elder in front with 9 azure dragons embroidered on his robe took a deep breath and formed a seal before his chest. He then let out a roar and a powerful aura spread out. At the same time, he revealed a painful expression as the clothes around his chest melted, revealing his skin. Green light flashed from his chest and something floated out. It was a piece of green wood. The moment the green wood appeared, roars of dragons echoed across the world. Countless azure dragons hundreds of thousands of feet long appeared in the endless starry sky. The roars of the azure dragons echoed across the sky. It set off an incredible ripple that scattered in all directions. A violent wind that wanted to disrupt the norm was set off. In the end, these azure dragons gathered in the east and formed a very large azure dragon. It was coiled together as it looked at everyone with a ruthless gaze. Similarly, 7 elders from the White Tiger divine sect sat down in a formation and formed seals. Golden light flashed from between their eyebrows and 7 pieces of broken metal flew out from their heads. After the 7 pieces of broken metal appeared, they fused together to form a piece of metal with an irregular shape. However, another change occurred in the sky after the metals fused. The roar of a tiger suddenly appeared and shocked the world. An intense killing intent swept the area, and the cultivators with weak minds were almost scared out of their wits. What followed the roar of the tiger was an incredibly large white tiger. This white tiger looked extremely ferocious, as if it would attack any living creature. As it floated in the air, its red eyes swept past everyone and arrived on the west side of the sky. The last sect to take out their holy treasure was the Black Tortoise Divine Sect. After the betrayal of the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor, the set was split in half, and due to the attack of the Alliance, there were very few people left in their sect. Although they had grown, there were still very few left. Only 3 elders had come. The moment they closed their eyes, a wave of water appeared and swept the area. As the monstrous wave swept across the sky, a giant black tortoise appeared. This black tortoise looked a little bleak. It let out a long hiss and the water under it pushed it to the north end. However, compared to the other 3 divine beasts, this black tortoise was obviously lacking. The 4 divine beasts were in position. The azure dragon to the east, the white tiger to the west, the vermilion bird to the south, and the black tortoise to the north. Although all of this sounds long, but the 4 divine beasts appeared in a very short period of time and surrounded the sky. The All-Seer's expression became gloomy. Ancient Devil Tajia also stared at the 4 divine beasts and revealed a cold gaze. The vermilion bird divine emperor had come prepared. He waved his right hand, causing the drop of blood in his hand to fly out toward the vermilion bird in the south and fuse with it. The vermilion bird immediately let out a hiss, and the flames around it became even stronger. It charged straight at the All-Seer and Ancient Devil Tajia. At the same time, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise Divine Sects all did the same. The 3 divine beasts let out roars and charged down, causing an unimaginable impact to spread. The All-Seer's expression turned gloomy and his right hand formed a seal. He then pointed forward and shouted, "Heavenly Fate 7-colored tiger spirit." After he spoke, there was a flash of 7-colored light, and from inside this light, a 7-colored tiger appeared. This tiger was as big as the white tiger, and pounced at the white tiger. Heavenly Fate 7-colored dragon spirit. Heavenly fate, seven-colored tortoise spirit. After the all-seer shouted, a seven-colored dragon and seven-colored tortoise appeared. They let out a roar and rushed out. Then the all-seer himself formed a seal and charged at the sky. As ancient devil Ta Jia stared at the four divine beasts, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. These four holy treasures felt somewhat familiar to him. Deep within his memories, he seemed to have seen them before. This wasn't Qing Lin's memories, but his ancient devil memories. Ancient devil Ta Jia pointed at the sky and shouted, "Sun, moon, star, triple burial." At this moment, the sky occupied by the four divine beasts was covered in starlight. This starlight appeared very suddenly and shot at the four divine beasts. After the starlight came moonlight. It broke through all the chaos in the world and arrived here. The moonlight was invisible and seemed to appear from nowhere, like an illusion. The moonlight was followed by the first of the three burial spells and also the strongest, sun burial. The moment ancient devil Ta Jia used the spell, light from the void outside the demon spirit land began to gather at one point. As more and more light gathered, the point of light became larger and larger. The harsh light filled the sky and illuminated everything. After the point of light absorbed all this light, it grew until it was almost 10,000 feet wide. The light from it was very powerful. If a mortal looked at it, their eyes would burst open. If a cultivator's cultivation level was too low, then their eyes would be pierced too. At this moment, this ball of light was like a sun. It whistled directly toward the dust particle the demon spirit land was in. The all-seer waved his sleeves and charged at the four divine beasts in the air. The vermilion bird divine emperor shook his head and calmly said, "Watch! My four divine sects, four holy treasures only have 3 styles. But just these 3 styles are enough to allow my four divine sect to exist forever." His words were naturally directed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was extremely weak, but he still raised his head to look up. The eastern azure dragon Jiai wood, western white tiger Gengxin metal, southern vermilion bird Bingding fire, and northern black tortoise Runkue water. At the same time, the same words came from the remaining 3 divine sects. Jia spirit, Geng spirit, Ren spirit. After this was said, the 4 divine beasts in the sky let out roars and then turned into weapons. The azure dragon turned into a blue spear, the white tiger turned into a golden blade, the vermilion bird turned into a red longsword, and the black tortoise turned into a black axe. The 4 weapons formed by the 4 divine beasts charged downward. The dragon spirit the all-seer had summoned was pierced through by the blue spear without any resistance and collapsed. The remaining 2 spirits were the same. They weren't able to stop the first style of the 4 holy treasures. They collapsed and were blown away by the attacks of the holy treasures. Ancient devil Ta Jia's starlight arrived, but the starlight was penetrated by the 4 holy treasures and disintegrated. As for the moonlight, it only resisted for a little before dissipating. The 4 holy treasures charged at the all-seer and ancient devil Ta Jia. At this moment, the sky brightened. It was the ancient devil's sun burial that was closing in. This giant ball of light came in through the broken sky of the demon spirit land, and its light enveloped the land. Sun burial was one of Qing Lin's most powerful spells. Although ancient devil Ta Jia hadn't used it correctly, it was not weak. As this light filled the sky, the 4 divine treasures gathered and a powerful aura appeared to collide with the light. A thunderous rumble echoed, and at this moment, the vermilion bird divine emperor's eyes became cold. His hand formed a seal, and then he pointed forward and shouted, "By my will as the vermilion bird divine emperor, I command the holy treasures to fuse into one, Ding Earth." At the same time, the people controlling the other 3 treasures shouted, "E Earth, Xian Earth, Kuei Earth." As their voices echoed, the 4 holy treasures shined and gathered on the vermilion bird's red long sword. In an instant, the red long sword grew like crazy until it looked like it could split the heavens and earth. At the same time, the weapons formed by the azure dragon, the white tiger, and the black tortoise appeared behind it. This red long sword pressed down on the ancient devil. The pressure from just descending few dozen feet immediately caused the entire demon spirit land to tremble. The earth sank in, forming a basin. Ancient devil Ta Jia's eyes shined red, but he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. This scene caused all the Alliance cultivators to suck in breaths of cold air, and their eyes filled with horror. They had only heard that the 4 divine sects' 4 holy treasures were so powerful that even the brilliant Void Realm was extremely afraid of them. At this moment, they saw them with their own eyes for the first time and were shaken deeply. They were unable to forget the almost forgotten 4 divine sect. Mu Bingmei looked at the 4 divine beasts and gradually frowned. However, after glancing at Wang Lin, her mood became extremely complex and she no longer paid any attention to the 4 holy treasures. The brilliant void old man stared at the sky, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He knew that these 4 holy treasures were not perfect and that there was a flaw. The flaw was the Black Tortoise holy treasure. The real Black Tortoise holy treasure should be in the hand of the Cultivation Alliance, in the hands of the former Black Tortoise Divine Emperor. The brilliant void old man's eyes lit up. Ancient devil Ta Jia's body released endless devilish energy and formed a giant devil shadow above him. This devil shadow was about to charge into the sky. However, as the red long sword pressed down, the devil shadow let out a groan, and its whole body was pressed down. Just as the red long sword slashed down, the devil shadow raised its arms in an attempt to resist. However, with a bang, the devil shadow's arms collapsed and weren't able to stop the red long sword at all. Fear filled ancient devil Ta Jia's eyes. Others may not know the origin of the 4 holy treasures, but as he observed them, he became even more sure about his speculation. This is the primordial heavenly Tao treasure, ancient devil gasped. The devil shadow above him rumbled and wasn't able to stop the sword at all. The sword split the devil shadow in half and charged at Ta Jia. Just at this moment, the All-Seer revealed a decisive look. He waved his sleeve and his body was surrounded in 7-colored light. He then took a deep breath before pointing up and shouting, "Heavenly Fate's 7 colors. Will of the heavens, red." After he spoke, his body trembled. The red light separated from the 7-colored light around him and shot at the longsword descending on ancient devil Ta Jia. Orange. The orange light separated from the remaining 6 colors. The All-Seer shouted the name of each color, and all 7 colors split off one by one. They fused together and shot forward as a ray of rainbow light. 7 lights fused into one and formed the diagram of the heavens. The All-Seer's black hair moved without any wind. With that last roar, the 7-colored light immediately rotated, forming a 7-colored vortex. 3 pieces of wood shell appeared from within the vortex. The All-Seer grabbed them and threw them forward. The 3 wooden shells collided with each and fell to form a diagram. The All-Seer stared at the diagram as his hands formed a seal. Then he pointed, borrowing fate to form Tao. After he spoke, an indescribable aura came out from the 3 wooden shells. The moment this aura appeared, even the red longsword paused for a moment. It was as if a power was about to awaken from the 3 wooden shells and was about to charge out. The moment this power spread out, everyone was shocked. The brilliant void old man's eyes narrowed as he looked at the All-Seer with a mysterious light in his eyes. This All-Seer's Tao. So it turns out to not the heavenly fate. It's borrowing the heavenly fate to form his own Tao Si. This person was actually able to cultivate Tao with this kind of idea and was able to build such a domain. He has almost caught a glimpse of Tao. Even ancient devil Ta Jia seemed to see through some clue and gasped. There was shock in his eyes as he looked at the All-Seer. Wang Lin stared at the aura coming out from the 3 pieces of wooden shell. He remembered this aura very well. Inside his bag, there were some crystals he had taken from the skull of the 8-star ancient god. The aura from those crystals was exactly the same as the aura from the wooden shells. Seeing the aura from the wooden shells become stronger, the vermilion bird divine emperor's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, his right hand pointed forward and he activated the 3rd style of the vermilion bird holy treasure on his own. He shouted, "Fire heaven!" The red long sword let out a loud sword hymn and flames spread out. The flames filled the sky and even spread out through the hole in the sky. In an instant, half of the starfield was covered in flames. An aura similar to that of the wooden shells appeared from within the sword, but it was even stronger. When the vermilion bird divine emperor's finger pointed down, the sword sliced down. It collided with the 3 pieces of wooden shell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening sound was followed by a powerful shockwave. The 3 pieces of wood directly collapsed, and even the 7-colored vortex behind it was torn apart. The All-Seer coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated like crazy. That long sword pressed down, broke through all obstacles, and landed on Ta Jia's forehead. At this moment, dense, black mist gathered between Ta Jia's eyebrows, and his true ancient devil body appeared. He charged out form between his eyebrows with the intent to reverse even the heavens. He was an ancient devil, a member of one of the 3 ancient orders, a heaven-defying clan. As the sword pressed down, the ancient devil's angry roar echoed across the world. However, the moment his true spirit appeared, the long sword flashed red. It was the drop of blood that had fused with the holy treasure. It unexpectedly flew out from the sword and landed directly between the ancient devil's eyebrows. This blood isn't primordial heaven's Tao. Ancient devil Ta Jia let out a scream. The area between his eyebrows seemed to melt and the drop of blood penetrated through. His true spirit was forced back into Qing Lin's body. Just as he was about to retreat, the blood landed between Qing Lin's eyebrows and formed a scarlet seal. Ancient devil Ta Jia's body trembled and immediately fell on the ground. The vermilion bird divine emperor's origin soul became blurred. He was only here with his origin soul, and activating the holy treasure had consumed a lot of origin energy. If it was only opening the 1st and 2nd styles, it wouldn't have been much, but he was the only one who could open the 3rd style. However, the price was difficult to bear, even for him. His body became even more blurred, but he waved his hand. The red longsword flew out after the retreating All-Seer. In an instant, the longsword closed in and slashed at the All-Seer's head. After the slash, the azure dragon spear, white tiger blade, and black tortoise axe all appeared. It was obvious that the vermilion bird divine emperor had the intent to kill. The All-Seer's expression was ferocious and his head jerked up. At this moment of crisis, his right hand reached between his eyebrows and ripped the 3rd seal halfway off. Even though only it was half torn off, an unimaginable aura 10 times stronger exploded to resist the blow from the 4 holy treasures. Thunder rumbles echoed and a shockwave spread. The All-Seer coughed out blood as he continued to retreat. In the blink of an eye, he opened space and disappeared. The red long sword floated motionlessly in the air. The vermilion bird divine emperor silently pondered as his body became more transparent. Looking at where the All-Seer escaped, he shook his head. I'm getting old. If it was me in my prime, this All-Seer wouldn't escape the 4 holy treasures' 2nd style. He let out a sigh as he looked at everyone. When his gaze finally fell on the brilliant void old man, he slowly said, "Old friend, are you going to be the enemy of my 4 divine sect again?" The brilliant void old man silently pondered for a moment. He looked at ancient devil Ta Jia, who had been sealed, and then at the holy treasures that were still floating there. With his power, if he wanted to act, the only thing he had to fear was the holy treasures. This old man only can repay Qing Lin a favor. Since the ancient devil has been sealed by you with the holy treasures, this matter is over. Farewell. After weighing his options, he gave up on attacking. He had a deep fear of the 4 holy treasures. Although they were far weaker than before, if he forced the 4 divine sect into a corner and they began using blood sacrifices, the old man let out a sigh as he charged at the sky. In the sky, he turned around and looked at Mu Bingmei. Mu Bingmei pondered a bit. She bit her lower lip and softly said, "Let me look at him once. Is that all right? Just once." The vermilion bird divine emperor was startled. His gaze swept over Wang Lin, but he didn't speak. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale and his injuries had reached the limit of what he could withstand. His origin soul was showing signs of dissipating, and Mu Bingmei's words made him tremble in pain. This pain was revealed through his eyes. Wang Lin didn't turn around and didn't respond to Mu Bingmei. Instead, he looked at the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor and asked, "Are you taking me back to the Vermilion Bird Divine sect?" The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor nodded. "Take my friends that were injured because of me and let them recover. Then I can agree to any condition your Vermilion Bird Divine sect has." The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor smiled and nodded. "Okay." After he spoke, the surrounding 4 Divine Sect disciples dispersed and assisted the injured. As for the Alliance cultivators, they all retreated with fear in their eyes. "A lot of my friends have lost their bodies. The 4 Divine Sect will help them reform their bodies. My brother Situ is affected by a poison of the Corpse Sect. I'll take charge. My benefactor Zhou Yi requires Qing Lin to be resurrected. I'll give you Qing Lin's body. If you need the 4 Divine Sect to help, we will give you all our support. In the Demon Spirit Land, I have a direct disciple. I'll send someone to take them to the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. These Celestials of the Alliance want to kill me. I want these Celestials' origin souls." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He had never shown mercy to people who intended to harm him. He had always acted like a demon toward them. The surrounding Celestials didn't hesitate to start running around like scattered birds. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor's eyes lit up and he nodded. "This matter is easy." He waved his sleeves and the holy treasures split in 4 and scattered to sweep the area. Miserable screams immediately echoed. More blood came out of Mu Bingmei's lower lip due to Wang Lin's indifference. Pain filled her eyes and she shouted, "Wang Lin! I want to see him. I'm begging you to let me see him." Wang Lin couldn't see the pain in her eyes, but he knew that his own pain was something that would never disappear. Wang Lin closed his eyes and calmly said, "I owe this woman a life-saving pill and a life-saving favor." The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor smiled. "I'll find a way to help you repay the debt and make sure the brilliant Void Realm is satisfied. Any other problems?" Wang Lin silently pondered before he shook his head and softly said, "Let's go." The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor waved his sleeve and Wang Lin's body floated into the air. When Wang Lin was surrounded by his origin energy, the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor charged at the opening in the sky. "Wang Lin, he is my child. I want to see him." Mu Bingmei's expression was pale. Her body trembled as she stared at Wang Lin, and both her fists were clenched. "You're unworthy." Wang Lin suddenly turned around and let out a roar. He had been restraining his emotions, restraining his feelings, but at this moment, he couldn't restrain them any longer. That roar vented the hundreds of years of pain in his heart. He was already seriously injured, and this roar that was filled with hundreds of years of suppressed pain affected his mind. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his vision went dark. The 4 Divine Sect left. They took everyone. 2 streams of tears came from Mu Bingmei's eyes and intense pain filled her heart. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and also fell down. The old man from the brilliant Void Realm let out a sigh. He waved his hand and took Mu Bingmei far away. In the void, only his ancient voice echoed. "Ill fate." The entire Alliance star system calmed down with the matter that occurred at the Celestial Emperor Cave. Although the Celestial Emperor Cave was small, so many things were related to it. The Cultivation Alliance suffered heavy losses in this battle. Master Void was dead and the former Celestial Lord had gone crazy and disappeared. They had also lost a large amount of Celestials. There weren't many that returned back to the Alliance headquarters. These news spread out like snowflakes. In 2 months, almost the entire Alliance star system knew about it. Some didn't believe it, some were shocked, and some had other ideas. There were all kinds of different thoughts about this matter. Most didn't believe the powerful and mighty Cultivation Alliance would suffer a blow like this. However, as time passed, even more rumors arose. After 3 more months, people had to accept this. What shocked these cultivators even more was the return of the 4 Divine Sect. The rumor was that the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor had appeared and used the 4 holy treasures to heavily injure Alliance Elder All-Seer and seal the awakened Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. This was heaven-shaking news. Many people were shocked with disbelief and a very deep hidden sense of fear. The figure of the Four Divine sect gradually appeared within everyone's hearts as the rumors spread. The former overlord of this star system was like a fierce beast that had been asleep for countless years and had regained consciousness. At the same time, the All-Heaven cultivators also stopped their attack as if they were pondering the reality of the news. Almost all the cultivators outside the Alliance headquarters became silent when this unbelievable news reached them. They were waiting for the Alliance's retaliation. Since the inception of the Alliance, anyone who offended them would die without a corpse. They would have withstand the Alliance's monstrous anger and revenge. However, as everyone was waiting for the Alliance's action, the Alliance continued to remain silent. They didn't do anything at all. Time slowly passed, and now it was 3 months later. More and more cultivators gradually felt ill at ease as the Cultivation Alliance remained silent. There were only two meanings when they remained silent. Either they were preparing for a heaven-shattering attack, or they had taken an unimaginable blow. Just at this moment, the monstrous formation outside the Alliance headquarters activated and cut off all external communications. This set off a huge uproar. All Heaven immediately launched a massive attack. They advanced on all Alliance resistance like an advancing flood. 1 month after All Heaven launched a full offensive, the mysterious Corpse sect immediately announced that they would remain out of the battle between All Heaven and the Alliance. They took the southern domain for themselves and completely sealed it, preventing all non-Corpse sect cultivators from entering. Once one entered the southern domain, they would face the Corpse sect's devastating attacks. The Corpse sect's independence set off a huge uproar in the Alliance, shocking everyone. However, at this moment, the Cultivation Alliance headquarters remained silent. Without commands from headquarters, the Alliance powers across the star system had to unite to deal with All Heaven's attack. However, as a result, it was difficult to form any real resistance. They were constantly pushed back by All Heaven's crazed attacks. After another year of fighting, All Heaven completely occupied the northern domain. All Heaven had successfully taken the western and northern domains, connecting them into one. It has been almost 2 years since the rumors from the Celestial Emperor Cave appeared. In the past 2 years, the Alliance headquarters hadn't sent out any information. The formation completely prevented anyone from entering. From a distance, the Alliance headquarters was no longer lively and was like a dead realm. Rumors that the Alliance headquarters had been uprooted with no survivors remaining had spread in the last 2 years. The cultivators of the former Alliance gradually went from high expectations to massive disappointment to eventual despair. They formed various forces, big and small, and divided the system. They formed many new sects like bamboo sprouts spreading from the bamboo. These forces occupied 3 to 5 planets by combining all their cultivators. Some forces occupied more than 10 planets and formed their own sects. Even more were those that were originally rank 7 cultivation countries, and now, without the Alliance to manage them, they became independent like the Corpse sect. Among those powers, there were 4 that were most powerful, and 2 among them stood on top. They were the only 2 rank 8 cultivation countries in the Alliance. The country of Rising Cloud and country of Reed Flute. These 2 rank 8 cultivation countries' strength remained mostly intact. 1.5 years after the Cultivation Alliance disappeared, they both announced their independence. The other 2 forces were once the backbone of the former Cultivation Alliance. They competed with and devoured each other until they eventually become new forces. They were the Temple of Heaven and the Evil Earth sect. Outside these 4 powers were scattered forces. All of these powers existed within the central area of the Alliance. All Heaven wasn't satisfied with just occupying the west and north regions. Before them were 3 options: the Corpse sect to the south, the Alliance remnants in the center, and the mysterious eastern region. All Heaven wasn't willing to provoke the Corpse sect unless it was absolutely necessary. As for the eastern region, according to All Heaven's analysis, that area should now belong to the Four Divine sect. But they hadn't gotten any proof. All Heaven dreaded the Four Divine sect even more than the Corpse sect. As a result, the Alliance remnants and headquarters were naturally first on the list. All Heaven's army was just about to launch an attack. But the formation outside the Alliance headquarters suddenly activated and gradually opened. The opening of the Alliance headquarters caused a storm to sweep across the Alliance star system and caused all heaven to immediately stop. Even the corpse sect began to observe closely. There was no need to talk about the former Alliance cultivators who had made their own sections. Just as everyone was observing the Alliance headquarters didn't do anything to the newly formed sects and allowed them to continue to exist. What they did was send out a kill order. Kill Wang Lin. This person was once a member of All Heaven with the alias Su Mu. Taoist name, Master Demon. The All Heaven Thunder Celestial. Now he is a member of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect of the Four Divine Sect. Anyone who takes this person's origin soul can obtain the Celestial Realm inheritance the Cultivation Alliance obtained. In addition to this kill order, the Cultivation Alliance also sent out sealed order. All the sects formed by former Alliance cultivators that resist the All Heaven cultivators for 60 years to protect the Alliance headquarters will be allowed into the Elder Group and enjoy all the power of the Celestial Realm inheritance. Those that escape without battling will find their life souls destroyed when the Alliance collapses. In addition, when the Alliance headquarters opened, a large amount of treasures and jades were sent out to the former Alliance cultivators. All these treasures and celestial spells were accumulated by the Alliance for countless years. Sending them out in such large numbers showed the danger the Alliance headquarters was facing. After releasing these two orders and a large amount of treasures and jades, the formation outside the Alliance headquarters activated once more, sealing it completely. However, that brief opening caused the hearts of the former Alliance cultivators to turn cold. Most of the cultivators didn't have their life souls with them. The stronger the cultivator, the more forceful the Alliance was in taking their life soul. Resistance meant death. As a result, this allowed the Cultivation Alliance to rule over the star system for countless years. The moment the Alliance headquarters sent out the orders, the Four Divine Sect arose in the eastern region. The Four Divine Sect really did do as All Heaven had suspected and destroyed all other forces in the eastern region aside from the brilliant Void Realm. At this moment, the entire Alliance star system was divided into pieces and became the battleground for several powers. Although All Heaven was the strongest on the surface, with the mysterious Corpse Sect, the famous Four Divine Sect, and the Alliance remnants that had obtained treasure and celestial spells that were fighting with their life souls on the line caused these powers to reach a delicate balance. However, the feud between All Heaven's Master Flamespark and the Cultivation Alliance wouldn't end because of this balance. All Heaven once more launched their attack at the Alliance remnants at the center. The flames of war spread. As the battle continued, the casualties increased. At this moment, within the Four Divine Sect in the eastern region, there was a burning star field. There was a large white stone within this burning star field, and a young man sat on top of it. He wore a white robe, and although he looked ordinary, he had a strange temperament that gave him the aura of a celestial. His eyes were closed, and as his chest rose up and down, two gas dragons came up from his nose. The two dragons circled him several times before he inhaled them back in through his nose and mouth. During this process, large amounts of white flames came out from the white stone and were inhaled into the youth's body along with the two gas dragons. He had been sitting here for 2 years. During these 2 years, he had never left this place. He calmly cultivated here, absorbing the fire and healing his origin soul injuries. There was an old man behind him. This old man was very old and looked as if he had lost most of his vitality. During these 2 years, he would occasionally raise his right hand and point at the youth's back. Every time his fingertip landed, the old man trembled. Large amounts of origin energy came out of his body and entered the youth through his fingertips. The youth would also tremble, and his white hair would move without any wind. The intense temperature inside his body became even stronger. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, every generation of Divine Emperor must learn the Vermilion Bird 9 Mysterious Transformation. This spell was inherited from primordial times and is one of the most powerful spells in existence today. This youth was Wang Lin, who left the Demon Spirit Land 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Wang Lin was seriously injured at the Demon Spirit Land. His body was seriously damaged and his origin soul was on the verge of collapse. Also, due to Mu Bingmei's words, the pain in his heart had caused his injuries to explode and he passed out. When he woke up, he was sitting on this white stone. The old man behind him was the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. In these 2 years, Wang Lin's avatar and original body had separated. His original body sank deep into the Vermilion Bird Divine Planet and his avatar was here healing. In their 2 years of time, Wang Lin's fire origin energy had increased by leaps and bounds. When he was in the Demon Spirit Land, he had already felt he was close to the Nirvana Cleanser stage, but he still needed a breakthrough in his domain to break through. This breakthrough couldn't be forced, and the more impatient one was, the more difficult it became. In the last 2 years, Wang Lin continued to comprehend while he absorbed fire origin energy. His origin energy was almost at a peak. The power of the Vermilion Bird 9 mysterious transformation increased several-fold with each transformation. However, this spell is very difficult to cultivate and very few Vermilion Bird Divine Emperors were able to cultivate it to the peak. Behind Wang Lin, the old man raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin's back. A surge of origin energy immediately entered Wang Lin's body from the old man. With your current cultivation level, along with your 2 awakenings, the appearance of the white vermilion bird, and the vermilion bird flame armor, you should be able to cultivate the first transformation. All the flames around Wang Lin suddenly spread outwards. Then waves of popping sounds appeared and echoed across the surrounding. It was like roaring thunder that echoed across the starfield. On one of the Vermilion Bird Divine planets, there was a sky-piercing mountain. This mountain was covered in flames and was constantly burning. Strangely, there was vegetation on this mountain. Although they weren't green, purplish-red trees covered the mountain. A gentle breeze containing a heat wave blew by, causing the leaves to rustle. Combined with the roaring thunder, there was a certain charm to it. There was a person sitting at the top of the mountain. This person's head was very large and his body was rather small. His eyes were closed as he cultivated. When the roaring thunder passed by, he opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. His eyes were very calm. Master's cultivation level is still increasing. I must quickly adapt to this new body as soon as possible. He was Big Head. Big Head's body had collapsed at the Demon Spirit Land. After coming to the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, he got some help from the Nirvana Shatterer Elders. Using fire as flesh, using the wood as bone, and origin energy as blood, they helped him reform a body that was exactly the same as before. Big Head had to continue to refine this body and familiarize himself with it. Then he would be able to use even more powerful spells than before. Big Head wasn't the only one here. Lei Ji was sitting in a cave in the distance, and hot sweat covered his body. There were some red jade bottles before him, providing him with pills for him to absorb. The roaring thunder above the sky faded and traveled further away through the burning starfield. Within the starfield, there was an irregularly shaped planet, and a storm was making its way across a red desert on the planet. The storm rose into the sky, and it picked up a large amount of sand on the way. As the grains of sand collided, countless sparks flew everywhere, and the storm itself contained very high heat. Even the wind created by this storm was like heat waves. The moment the roaring thunder passed by, the storm suddenly paused, revealing the vortex within. There was a person cultivating deep within the vortex. This person's body was very large, as if he was almost a mountain of flesh. Right now he was covered in sweat, but the mountain of flesh didn't seem to be decreasing in size at all. After wiping off the sweat on his face, the old man looked up at the sky with a bitter smile and shook his head. Since encountering this Wang Lin, this old man has been plagued with bad luck. I was even seriously injured in the Demon Spirit Land. Alas, fortunately, this Wang Lin isn't a grackless person. Being in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect is a lot safer than outside. Wang Lin's seal was released 2 years ago, but after the battle at the Demon Spirit Land, even without the seal, I won't dare to mess with Wang Lin. His spells are too terrifying. When Master Hollow Wind thought of the spells Wang Lin had used in the Demon Spirit Land, he felt fear. Just Sundered Night was enough to cause him great fear, so there was no need to talk about dream of ancient times. Thinking about the giant fist descending from the sky, the fear within Master Hollow Wind became even stronger. The roaring thunder continued to spread. There was a small planet around the outer rim of the burning starfield. The flames on the planet formed a formation. The formation created a monstrous fire, like someone had lit a giant bonfire. A man was sitting in the center of the formation. This man's face gave off a hint of evil and boundless arrogance. While he cultivated, his body emanated an evil aura. There was a giant piece of ice floating above his head at the center of the formation. The flames from the formation would enter the ice, and after being transformed, the man below would absorb them. As he absorbed, his injuries gradually healed and he became even more powerful. Most importantly, the poison in his body was completely suppressed by the fire and ice. When the roaring thunder passed by through the sky, the man opened his eyes and a large amount of sweat flowed down his forehead. Although the ice was there, the heat here made him sweat constantly. "I can't stand it anymore." The man let out a roar as he jumped into the air and hugged the ice. His body trembled and he revealed a comfortable expression. However, before he could be comfortable for long, a cold snort came from the distance. "If you don't want to die from poison, then come down for this old man. This damn place of yours is too hot. If not for my brother, I would be long gone." The man hugged the ice even tighter, absorbing large amounts of cold energy. Just at this moment, a ray of red light came from afar. When the light got close, it turned into one of the vermilion bird divine sect's Nirvana Shatterer elders. When he arrived, he frowned and his right hand slapped the void. With a thud, the man was separated from the ice and fell on the ground. "Little boy Situ, this old man was ordered by the Divine Emperor to release the toxin in your body, so you need to listen to my order. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for teaching you a lesson." This man was Situ Nan. He was seriously injured in the demon spirit land, and his poison erupted as a result. If not for the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, it would have been impossible for him to last 2 years. However, these 2 years were extremely painful for him. One of the roots of his pain was this extremely hateful elder. No matter how much Situ Nan tried to talk to the old man, it was no use. The old man seemed to have steeled his heart and was always within 1,000 feet of Situ Nan. Whenever Situ Nan became distracted, a spell would be shot at him. What's so great about Nirvana Shatterer cultivators? Damn it, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be steamed. Situ Nan got up and unwillingly continued to cultivate. The old man smiled. In these 2 years, he had a very good opinion about this little boy Situ. Stopping Situ from absorbing the ice was for Situ's own good. He had always used the right amount of power to never hurt Situ. He smiled and said, "Good. This old man will wait for that day to arrive." "Just you wait." Situ Nan rolled his eyes. In truth, he knew in his heart that this old man was doing it for his own good, but the heat was unbearable at times. More importantly, his freedom was limited in these past 2 years. Whenever he thought about his king-like lifestyle from before, he couldn't help but sigh. Little wrenches of planet Feng Luan. Just wait for this old man to return. The roaring thunder passed through the sky and gradually disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath. As he did so, his hand formed a seal, then waved his hand. Even more heat came from the white stone below him and entered his body. The old man behind Wang Lin became even more pale and the death aura around him became even stronger. He said with a hoarse voice, "I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer. I hope that you are able to successfully cultivate the first transformation before I die. Then I can rest assured when passing the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect to you. Only after mastering the first transformation can you control the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect's holy treasure." Wang Lin's hand returned to where it was while he sat there. The hot energy moved through the meridians in his body. He then let out a mouthful of hot air and opened his eyes. It was impossible to describe what kind of eyes they were. They could only be described as the starry sky that contained everything in the world. They were bright enough to make anyone who met his gaze lower their head. These eyes were filled with wisdom. Wang Lin calmly said, "Divine Emperor can rest assured. I'll do my best. You once said that you suspect that the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor is trapped inside the Rain Celestial Realm. This matter is very big. But the opening of the Rain Celestial Realm is controlled by the Cultivation Alliance. Without the Rain Celestial Realm crystal, it is impossible to open. With my 4 divine sects' present strength, we still can't contend with the Cultivation Alliance. I'll find a way to get the Rain Celestial Realm crystal, but I'll leave it to you to rescue the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor." The old man's voice was filled with fatigue. Surviving for this long had caused him to be both physically and mentally exhausted. But he couldn't just leave the 4 divine sect, so he held on for his long. He had to endure the endless pain from his 3rd heaven's blight every single day. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and before he returned to his cultivation, he softly asked, "Is there any news of my senior brother, Qing Shui?" This old man has long since heard of Celestial Lord Qing Shui's name. My 4 divine sect has used all our power to search for him and only found that his last appearance was around the central part of the Alliance star system. So within the area of the Alliance headquarters. After pondering for a bit, the old man said, "I suspect the Alliance headquarters being sealed off for 2 years has a lot to do with Qing Shui." Wang Lin silently pondered and was very worried. No one could stop what Qing Shui was going to do. He let out a sigh before closing his eyes and becoming immersed in cultivation. "I know about your relationship with Qing Shui. After you master the first transformation, when I go take the Rain Celestial Realm crystal, I may find some news of Qing Shui." The old man looked at Wang Lin with a kind gaze. This junior was his hope, the hope of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. For this child, he was willing to do whatever it took. During the moment of crisis at the Demon Spirit Land, he didn't forget his friends. Now that he is safe, he still didn't forget about Qing Shui. "This is enough to put my mind at ease when I leave the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect to him and impart all my spells." The old man secretly nodded as he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin's back. His origin energy poured unceasingly into Wang Lin. This origin energy surrounded Wang Lin's origin soul and entered the fire seed within. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another year passed. During this year, the situation in the Alliance didn't change much. There was still strife and war. The eastern region of the 4 divine sect didn't get too involved in this. However, due to the Alliance headquarters kill order on Wang Lin, there were many who were bold enough to enter the 4 divine sect. However, these people weren't able to set off much of a wave and were killed by the guards of the 4 divine sect. Even those with powerful cultivation that managed to avoid the guards were wiped out by the 4 divine sect's elders once they entered deeper. The war between All Heaven and the Alliance continued, and the Corpse sect remained relatively calm. However, there were always people of the Corpse sect on the battlefield. They appeared to collect the damaged and intact bodies. On the other hand, they began contacting both sides and started their original business of selling bodies. The continuation of the war caused everyone to welcome the Corpse sect. Large amounts of bodies were sold to both All Heaven and Alliance forces by the Corpse sect. Similarly, celestial jades, treasures, materials, and all things used to exchange for bodies flooded into the Corpse sect. Only the brilliant Void Realm and the 4 divine sect were at peace, as if they were cut off from the rest of the world. During this year of time, Wang Lin's cultivation level was advancing faster and faster. The roaring thunder from his body came out more often and echoed across the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. Although not everyone had seen him, they all knew about him. All the clan members knew that this Wang Lin, who was releasing this roaring thunder, was their future divine emperor, the hope of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. However, as long as there are people, there will be disputes and fights for power. The Vermilion Bird Divine Sect was the same. Not everyone recognized Wang Lin. As a matter of fact, a lot of people who rejected Wang Lin appeared. In particular, there were 3 that were selected from a large amount of people who were being raised to become the next divine emperor. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. There were even some older cultivators that were dissatisfied with the divine emperor's arrangement. However, the divine emperor's might was too great, so these people didn't dare to disobey. For 3 years of time, Over 1,000 days and nights, Wang Lin never stopped cultivating. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor never stopped giving Wang Lin his own fire origin energy. And there was also the heat within the stone the two of them were on. This caused Wang Lin's cultivation to become even more refined. His origin soul had already recovered. The fire seed within him had absorbed all this fire and seemed ready to melt. It released a powerful wave of fire origin energy across Wang Lin's body, and 7 fire tattoos flickered on Wang Lin's right arm. The movement of this powerful origin energy was the source of the roaring thunder coming from his body. On this day, the fire origin energy inside Wang Lin reached a limit. If he absorbed any more, he would explode. The feeling of tearing filled his entire body. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His hands quickly formed seals and pointed all over his body. Whenever his fingers landed, the powerful origin energy in his body would dissipate a little. He pointed at himself 7 times in a row. The origin energy that was about to explode inside Wang Lin subsided and the pain disappeared along with it. However, he was soaked in sweat that quickly turned into white gas and rose into the air. Wang Lin let out a long breath and slowly said, "This is the 8th time." During these 3 years, Wang Lin had experienced that 8 times. Each time the origin energy in his body reached a peak and he was ready to explode, he would quickly compress the fire origin energy, allowing him to bear even more. The initial 4 times, the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor helped Wang Lin seal the origin energy. The remaining times were all done by Wang Lin himself. The moment his origin energy was suppressed, an extra fire tattoo appeared next the 7 that were already on his right arm. The 8 tattoos formed a circle. He only needed 1 more to complete this circle. The first transformation of the 9 mysterious transformations is 9 lifetimes of cultivation. It requires you to continue to absorb fire origin energy until 9 fire tattoos have formed. These 9 fire tattoos represent 9 lifetimes of cultivation. You borrow the power of these 9 lifetimes of cultivation to reverse the heavens and then absorb all that power back into one to complete the first transformation. The transformation won't change you, it'll make you stronger. It will allow you to explode with extreme power once you complete the transformation. Only when you do this will I feel at ease enough to allow you to become the Divine Emperor and take my trip to the Cultivation Alliance. The old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor's voice came from behind Wang Lin. However, this old man doesn't have much time left. I feel the shadow of death closing in. I must accelerate your 9th absorption. This process will be very painful, but you must bear it. Do you agree? Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he nodded and revealed a determined gaze. Good. The admiration in the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor became even stronger. But soon there was regret. He softly said, "If only my avatar had gifted you the Vermilion Bird mark back then, and your Vermilion Bird awakening had been a bit earlier. Alas." The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor shook his head and didn't say more. He took a deep breath and then his hand hit the stone below them. With a thud, his whole body flew into the air and he hung upside with his head lined up with Wang Lin's head. Then both his hands formed a seal and suddenly moved. In an instant, the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor's fire origin energy rushed into Wang Lin's body through his head like crazy. At the same time, the white stone released large amounts of heat that surged into Wang Lin as well. As a result, the amount of origin energy inside Wang Lin's body increased rapidly. However, the pain that came with an origin energy being forced in like this was not something ordinary people could withstand. Even Wang Lin immediately released a large amount of white gas from his body, and this white gas was formed from his sweat. As the origin energy rushed in, the pain of his body being torn apart made Wang Lin's face become twisted. He let out a roar and felt as if he was bitterly struggling inside a raging storm. Time passed by and Wang Lin's roar became even louder. The veins on his body swelled up like they were ready to burst. The origin energy inside his body became more violent, and the rumbling from inside his body seemed to fuse with this roar. At this moment, everyone inside the burning starfield could hear this painful roar. Wang Lin couldn't escape from this pain or cut off his feeling of pain. He had to constantly control the swelling origin energy inside his body to continue to cycle. Otherwise, his body would immediately explode. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor only did this because he was helpless. He could clearly feel death closing in on him. He knew that he only had about 3 months of life left. In 3 months, the third heaven's blight would erupt and he would without a doubt die. This intense pain made Wang Lin's roar heaven-shattering. On the 7th day, the origin energy in Wang Lin's body reached a peak once more. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor looked even older and death aura filled his body as he fell behind Wang Lin. What does death count as? The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor's face was ashen, but his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Wang Lin. He wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid of dying for no reason. He was afraid that the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect would have no successor, and he feared the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect would die. He would have failed his ancestors, failed the entire Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. It must succeed. At this moment, Wang Lin was all of his hope and something that could allow him to laugh merrily even in death. Wang Lin let out an angry roar and the origin energy inside his body erupted. The thunderous rumble echoed, and the powerful origin energy caused Wang Lin unimaginable pain. He raised his right hand to his chest and was about to seal the origin energy. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor revealed a trace of disappointment, but he didn't stop Wang Lin. He knew that not many people could endure the pain and borrow this force to directly attempt the first transformation, even though the success rate would be higher and the time it took would be greatly reduced. Perhaps my requirement for him was a bit too high. After all, he is only a child that has cultivated for a little more than 1,000 years. If anything is to blame, it is that I don't have much time left. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor's eyes became bleak as he let out a sigh and closed his eyes. However, the moment he closed his eyes, Wang Lin's right hand stopped. His eyes became firm and resolute determination. 8th Fire Tattoo, open. Wang Lin struggled to let out a roar. The 8th Fire Tattoo on his right hand began to burn and flew up. It was like a blooming fire flower had appeared in this burning starfield. Wang Lin's body jumped into the air, and along with an earth-shattering roar, the burning flower shot toward him. It entered his body like crazy and seemed to move all the fire within the star system. At this moment, the burning starfield the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect was in began to churn. At this moment, all creatures within this burning starfield were shaken and looked up. The first transformation of the 9 mysterious transformations. The shock on the faces of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect elders was greater than when they found out about the Vermilion Bird Awakening. Vermilion Bird Awaken doesn't mean that that person will be the next Divine Emperor, but the first transformation of the 9 mysterious transformation means that person will be the next Divine Emperor. It was the symbol, the title of Divine Emperor being passed down to the next generation. Wang Lin floated among the stars and was surrounded by flames. The heat wave from the flames spread across the entire starfield and shrouded the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. On his right arm there were now only 7 fire tattoos. The fire flower that just bloomed was outside his body, and dense fire origin energy entered his body. The unimaginable fire origin energy swept through his body like a storm. The popping sounds from inside his body echoed across the heavens. Everyone within this burning starfield could clearly hear it. The intense pain was tearing him apart. His body was like a bottle that needed to withstand 9 times its normal capacity, so one could imagine the pain. The Vermilion Bird 9 Mysterious Transformations was completed by borrowing 9 lifetimes of cultivation and continuously compressing it until it forces the awakener through the first Vermilion Bird transformation. The intense pain caused the veins on his face to bulge. Just 2 times the origin energy almost made him feel like his meridians were going to burst. However, Wang Lin wasn't willing to just give up like this. He clenched his teeth while disregarding the large amount of sweat all over his body and lifted his left hand. He once again pointed to a tattoo on his right arm. The 7th fire tattoo immediately began to burn and then flew off Wang Lin's body and turned into another blooming fire flower. At the same time, the popping sounds from within Wang Lin's body reached a peak. The thunderous rumbles from his body spread like crazy. A mist of blood spray out of Wang Lin's pores and surrounded him. However, the moment the blood mist appeared, it was evaporated by the heat and dissipated as gas. 3 lifetimes of origin energy entered his body, and the feeling that his body was going to explode became even stronger. Wang Lin's body trembled as he let out a roar at the sky. Roar! As he roared, a crimson glow appeared around him, and the crimson armor appeared around his body. The moment the armor appeared, the unimaginable origin energy in Wang Lin's body seemed to have found a place to go and entered the armor. This caused the crimson armor to glow even brighter. The vermilion bird Divine Emperor stared at Wang Lin with anticipation and tension. His right hand was lifted in the air. If Wang Lin couldn't bear it, he would immediately act. Although this would make him disappointed, this clan member who had awakened twice was more important than the first transformation. I'm too impatient. His talent is ordinary, so forcing him like this might be harming him. Alas, he had already made up his mind. The moment Wang Lin showed he couldn't handle it, he would immediately help. The appearance of the vermilion bird armor relieved the pain in Wang Lin's body. He let out a deep breath as he lifted his left hand and pointed on the 6th tattoo on his right arm. After that, a surge of fire origin energy rushed out. Since I must endure this pain no matter what, then? Wang Lin's eyes revealed a ruthless expression. His left hand didn't stop after activating the 6th tattoo, and it pointed 3 times. The 5th tattoo, the 4th tattoo, the 3rd tattoo. He opened 4 tattoos almost at the same time. At this moment, for times his origin energy rushed out and caused a heaven-shattering rumble that echoed across the star field. Wang Lin's crazed action caused the vermilion bird Divine Emperor's pupils to shrink. He could see that Wang Lin had a very ruthless defiance in his bones. This person has only cultivated for just over 1,000 years and yet was able to reach this cultivation level. Awakening twice was no accident. His ruthlessness and defiance are key to all of this. For times his origin energy capacity in addition to the origin energy in his body and armor meant that there was now 7 times as much origin energy rushing in his body. With a bang, Wang Lin coughed out blood and immediately raised his right hand to point to between his eyebrows. A white vermilion bird immediately appeared between his eyebrows. The large amount of origin energy immediately surged into the vermilion bird, causing it to grow until it covered the sky. This vermilion bird was caught by the All-Seer, but since the vermilion bird Divine Emperor arrived, how could he let the All-Seer take the vermilion bird spirit away? When the vermilion bird appeared, Wang Lin endured the intense pain in his body and let out a roar as he raised his left hand to point at one of the last 2 remaining fire tattoos. In an instant, this fire tattoo turned into origin energy and rapidly entered his body. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like his entire body was burning. It was as if he was being refined inside a naturally formed heavenly furnace. Wang Lin didn't know that the people of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect were all watching the rise of a new Divine Emperor with their divine senses through a special method. There were also familiar people watching as well. Lei Ji and Big Head were on a mountain peak. They stopped cultivating and both looked up at the sky. The 2 could vaguely feel that Wang Lin was like a phoenix that was about to awaken and was suffering divine retribution. Master! In the desert, the storm disappeared and Master Hollow Wind looked up at the sky and muttered, "What powerful origin energy! Could it be that he is now reaping the reward of his 3 years of cultivation?" On another cultivation planet, Situ Nan stopped cultivating and looked at the sky with shining eyes with a hint of tension. The vermilion bird elder beside him didn't rush Situ Nan to cultivate. He also looked at the sky with a hint of anticipation and excitement. At this moment, even his old heart couldn't help but feel various emotions. There were 2 more people Wang Lin was familiar with on the planet Situnan was on. One of them was located on the northwest side of the planet. There was a sea of flowers there. Flowers that could survive in this extreme heat were rare, but they were not impossible to find. At this moment, there was a woman sitting inside the sea of red flowers. This woman wasn't the flower imperial concubine, but the woman in silver. At this moment, She looked up at the sky with a strange light in her eyes. In these 3 years of time, she vaguely seemed to remember something. The other person on this planet was in an old swamp. His upper body was filled with countless tattoos, and surrounding him were some fierce beasts that lived in this hot environment. However, these fierce beasts were all dead, and the skin between their eyebrows was removed. This person was Ta Shan. He bit his fingertip and started drawing on one of the animal skins, but at this moment, he raised his head and his finger paused. Master, are you about to complete your closed-door cultivation? On a planet near the edge of this burning starfield, there was a black stone statue at the top of the tallest mountain peak. This was a statue of Wang Lin, and before it sat a youth. During these 3 years, this youth sat there protecting the statue for more than 1,000 days. At this moment, he looked up at the sky and listened to the thunderous rumble. There was a hint of excitement on his face. Teacher. It was 13. On the planet where the soul refining sect was, there was an old man sitting on the city wall of a vermilion bird divine sect city. He held a wine jug in his hand and drank with a bitter expression. He had been like this for the past 3 years. The thunderous rumble and the crimson-red light spreading across the sky caused him to raise his head. But after taking a look, he lowered his head and continued to drink. Second brother, third brother, eldest brother has wronged you both. 2 streams of tears fell down from his eyes. Then he drank all the wine in the jug. Ling Air, bring me some more wine. The old man threw the wine jug down the city wall. Behind him stood a very beautiful girl, and she bit her lower lip. When she arrived here, Master Chun was already like this. Her heart felt sour as she silently turned away. I'm sorry, second brother, third brother. The old man's painful voice continued to enter her ears. There was another place inside this burning star field. Although it was also filled heat, there seemed to be an invisible cyclone causing the flames to rotate. Big Devil Wang Lin, you heartless murderer. I have no enmity with you. So why did you trap me here to suffer in this fire poison? Lord Wang, please have mercy on little Su. This place is too painful. Fiend Wang, if you force your Grandpa Su into a corner, I'll fight with my life on the line. The miserable cursing and begging never stopped within these 3 years. Sometimes there would even be miserable screams. This made it so whenever a vermilion bird divine sect disciple passed by, they would take a detour because they found this noise annoying. At the center of the cyclone sat a person. He was surrounded by flames and had to constantly use spells to resist them. If he was careless for a moment, he would be burned by the flames. This person was Su Ligua. Right now he was in a sorry state, but his eyes were several times brighter than before. He had been surrounded by flames through these 3 years, which forced him to absorb the ancient sword inheritance in order to survive. Su Ligua would often sweep once and the flames before him would dissipate a bit. After that, curses would immediately come out of his mouth. During these 3 years it had almost become a habit. Little boy Wang Lin, if your Grandpa Su makes it out, I'll never let you go for doing this. Just as he said this, his body trembled and he looked into the distance with fear in his eyes. Damn, man. Is that murderous Wang Lin about to come out of closed-door cultivation? Heavens have mercy. Make sure he can't come out. Can't come out. Wrong. If he can't come out, how will I get out? It's better for him to come out. Come out. Wang Lin's painful roar echoed across the burning starfield. Opening one of the 2 remaining fire tattoos caused origin energy to rush into his body, making it even more painful. At this moment, Wang Lin wore a crimson armor and a large white vermilion bird circled him, absorbing the origin energy in his body. Nevertheless, 8 times his body's origin energy was still something Wang Lin felt was unbearable. The pain of tearing became even more intense, but the pain didn't make Wang Lin yield. Instead, it aroused his defying nature. He laughed with a painful expression, and this ferocious-looking laughter contained a hint of madness. This is merely the first transformation of the 9 mysterious transformations. I, Wang Lin, will definitely succeed. With a roar, Wang Lin's left hand mercilessly pressed down on the last fire tattoo on his right arm. the last fire tattoo suddenly released all the origin energy it contained. At this moment, Wang Lin was surrounded by a ball of fire. Even his body couldn't withstand this intense heat, and it began burning. "You have reached your limit. This old man knows you did your best." The vermilion bird divine emperor let out a sigh and raised his right hand to point at Wang Lin. He understood that the force required to awaken the first transformation was something Wang Lin couldn't bear. Wang Lin was barely able to withstand 8 times the origin energy, and now that he was at 9 times, it was likely that he would be burned to death before he succeeded. Just as the vermilion bird divine emperor was about to stop Wang Lin suddenly turned around. Ignoring the fact that he was burning, he stared at the vermilion bird divine emperor, and his hoarse voice penetrated the flames. "I'm still not at my limit. You?" The vermilion bird divine emperor stared at Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin's eyes were almost filled with madness, unwillingness, unyieldingness, and the courage to defy the heavens. Just like a peerless, vicious devil that was sealed by the heavens within the depths of hell. No matter how much time passed, it would never yield. At this moment, the vermilion bird divine emperor understood that Wang Lin's Tao was the Tao of defiance. Defying cultivation to form Tao, defying Tao to form my own heaven, defying heaven to change fate. The burning of his body didn't make him stop struggling. He pointed to between his eyebrows, and his origin soul shot up toward his eyebrows. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and then his ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out. His origin soul charged out from between his eyebrows and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Roar! The ancient thunder dragon used its power to control thunder, and thunder began to appear within this burning starfield. Soon, thunder filled the starry sky. At this moment, all of the cultivators within the starfield felt this intense thunder. Soon, the sound of thunder replaced all other sounds within the starfield. Bolts of thunder appeared and moved like dancing snakes. They gathered like crazy toward Wang Lin. The thunder moved so fast that all the cultivators could only see bolts of thunder fill the sky. If one looked down from above, they would see endless thunder move like waves toward Wang Lin. It looked like a thunderstorm was sweeping across the entire starfield. Wang Lin's body was burning deep within the center of this thunderstorm. Bolts of thunder rushed into his body, and he was surrounded by fire and thunder. At this instant, the white vermilion bird charged at Wang Lin and fused with his body. It then turned into a tattoo on his armor, and the origin energy inside the vermilion bird rushed into Wang Lin's body. At the same time, the origin energy that his armor had absorbed also rushed back into Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body now contained 9 lifetimes of origin energy. It was all the origin energy he had compressed in his body during the last 3 years. Wang Lin suddenly became a fire person, and dense flames gathered before him and formed a vortex. At the same time, all the flames within the starfield seemed to be affected. They all began gathering toward him exactly like the thunder. The flames that had existed forever and would never extinguish moved, causing a shocking change in the starfield. The flames moved along with the vortex, creating a mixture of red and silver, as if fire and thunder had fused. The flames in the burning starfield that covered 30% of the Alliance's eastern region erupted. The flames began penetrating toward the surrounding starfields. In the Azure Dragon Divine Sect, a group of ferocious, beast-like mosquitoes were buzzing while moving between giant trees. Leading the pack was a purple mosquito beast that was the size of a small mountain. This mosquito suddenly looked at the distant vermilion bird divine sect, and its cold eyes filled with excitement. Not only him, but almost all the members of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect became aware of the changes in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. In the center of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect, there was a green planet that had a heaven-piercing tree with 3 elders sitting on it. At this instant, all 3 elders opened their eyes at the same time. The Vermilion Bird Divine Sect's new Divine Emperor is about to be born. The 3 looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. They immediately rushed toward the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. The scene caused a huge wave in the Black Tortoise Divine Sect as well. In the swamp of the Black Tortoise Divine Sect sat a large toad. This toad was very lazy, and sometimes its tongue would lash out to grab a small beast that passed by. However, just at this moment, the toad's lazy eyes suddenly opened and thunder flashed out from its body. This caused everything within 1,000 feet of it to become a thunder hell. It then raised his head and looked at the direction of the vermilion bird divine sect. Just like the mosquito beast, there was excitement in its eyes. At the same time, within the black tortoise divine sect, several elders flew into the air. They were heading toward the vermilion bird divine sect. The birth of a new vermilion bird divine emperor is a very important matter for our 4 divine sect. The elders flew very quickly and turned into rays of light. Several figures with smiles flew into the stars from the white tiger divine sect. The entire vermilion bird divine sect seemed to be boiling when countless people rushed out of their planets and into the stars. Most of them were very excited, but some of them had gloomy and uncertain expressions. Among them were the 3 who were training to be the next divine emperor. There were 2 males and 1 female. There was no need to speak of their appearance, and they were all between the Nirvana Scryer and Nirvana Cleanser stages. Most notable was the one named Ren Tao, who was already at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. Behind him were 4 elders who all stared gloomily at the sky. Ren Tao's expression was as gloomy as water. He could clearly feel the fire within the starfield going toward the depths of the starfield. First transformation of the 9 mysterious transformations. So what? Liao Yun, Feng Shan, have the 2 of you made up your minds? The other 2 future divine emperor candidates silently pondered. Senior brother Ren, I participated in the battle at the Demon Spirit Land 3 years ago. This Wang Lin is someone I'll not provoke. Liao Yun raised his head, and his gaze was firm. He looked at Ren Tao with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Liao Yun was originally an arrogant person, and he had very good talent. Within the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, his prestige was second only to Ren Tao's. At first he was very unconvinced about Wang Lin, but after the battle at the Demon Spirit Land 3 years ago, every time he thought about Wang Lin, he would get soaked in cold sweat. He had gone from unconvinced about Wang Lin to excessively fearful in an instant. During these 3 years, he slowly learned about Wang Lin from Big Head and even felt respect toward Wang Lin. In his view, Ren Tao's plan was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ren Tao was overestimating himself. The only female among the 3, Feng Shan, pondered a bit and shook her head. She softly said, "If he completes the transformation, then I'll respect him as the divine emperor. If he fails, then I'll listen to senior brother." Ren Tao's eyes became gloomy and he was about to speak. But just at this moment, the fire became even more intense. Then an even louder rumble echoed and the fire fused with the thunder. Their speed increased several-fold. Endless flames gathered within the depths of the starfield and continued to enter his body along with the thunder. By himself, he attracted all the fire and thunder within the star system. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor revealed a rare trace of excitement. He looked at Wang Lin with a hint of gratification. As endless flames came in, Wang Lin closed his eyes. He then raised his right hand and pointed at his chest. Seal 1. Thunder rumbles echoed, and as Wang Lin pointed, the surrounding flames gathered even faster. As he pointed at his chest, an illusory figure appeared behind Wang Lin. This illusion was unexpectedly exactly same as Wang Lin, only it was formed completely by fire. The moment this illusion appeared, the flames within the starfield seemed to surrender and bowed. Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop. It continued to point at his body. Seal 2. Seal 3. In almost an instant, Wang Lin pointed 9 times. Every time he pointed, the flames would surge into his body faster and the illusion behind him would become a bit more clear. Finally, Wang Lin shouted, 9 seals to complete the mystery. First transformation. The illusion behind him suddenly became clear, and it was another Wang Lin. This wasn't an avatar, but the spirit formed by the first transformation of the 9 mysterious transformations. The spirit fused with Wang Lin and fused with the fire seed in Wang Lin's origin soul. Another origin soul appeared within Wang Lin. Time seemed to last forever before Wang Lin opened his eyes and a hot gaze shot out. All the surrounding flames seemed to dance as if they were welcoming him. This gaze also contained extremely powerful thunder. Wherever Wang Lin looked, there would be rumbles of thunder and monstrous flames. They had fused together perfectly. Divine Emperor! Divine Emperor! The special feeling that the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect members had when a new Divine Emperor appeared caused all of them to cry in joy. Only Rintao suppressed the sense of panic in his heart, and his expression became even more gloomy. It was at this moment that the Alliance, All Heaven, the Corpse Sect, and the various forces formed by the remnants of the Alliance were all alerted. Since the founding of the Four Divine Sect, the appearance of a new Divine Emperor would always cause an uproar. The history of the Four Divine Sect was very long. It existed before the Celestial Realm collapsed. Although the Celestial Realm was the king during the peak of the Four Divine Sect, with all four Divine Emperors around, even the Reign Celestial Realm had to give them respect. Any time a new Divine Emperor appeared, the Celestial Realm would send congratulatory gifts. At that time, there was no Cultivation Alliance, only the Brilliant Void Realm. To be more accurate, the Brilliant Void Realm was a subordinate of the Celestial Realm. They were in charge of all the lower realm cultivators. However, due to the strength of the Four Divine Sect and other special reasons, the Celestial Realm allowed both the Four Divine Sect and the Brilliant Void Realm to exist at the same time. The appearance of a new Divine Emperor was enough to cause a huge stir in origin energy. For powerful cultivators, it was something they could easily feel. At this moment, when Wang Lin completed the first transformation, the origin energy across the entire Alliance star system began to ripple with the Vermilion Bird Sect as the center. All Heaven had occupied the western and northern regions of the Alliance star system. Messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple was everywhere. After successfully annexing the two regions, the Thunder Celestial Temple now ruled supreme here. Black palaces like small hills floated among the stars, slowly moving forward. There were large amounts of All Heaven cultivators around Reach Palace. There were at least 100 palaces, forming a large army. They were moving toward the various forces of the Alliance in the central region. Although there were a lot of cultivators, there was no sound, only the sounds of flying sword. After years of fighting, the All Heaven cultivators had changed as well. Their immaturity was gone and was replaced with a fierce killing aura. At this moment, the fluctuations of origin energy spread out and passed by them. However, with these cultivators' cultivation levels, it was very difficult for them to notice the subtle changes in origin energy. However, inside the palace near the back, one that was almost 10 times the size of the other palaces, Master Flames, Park suddenly opened his eyes when he was in closed-door cultivation. When he opened his eyes, the other 10 elders within the palace also opened their eyes, and their eyes shined. One of the elders slowly said, "This fluctuation of origin energy came from the eastern part of the Alliance. Could it be that some powerful treasure has appeared in the eastern region of the Alliance?" Master Flames Park pondered and shook his head. This fluctuation isn't the birth of a powerful treasure. The eastern region belongs to the Four Divine Sect. Could it be that a new Divine Emperor has appeared? Master Flamespark's eyes lit up. He still wasn't quite sure. After all, he had left the Alliance long ago. For Divine Sect? If the Cultivation Alliance isn't a match for us, such a small sect would simply collapse under the pressure of my all-heaven army. A red-haired old man inside the palace revealed a look of disdain and pride. Master Flames Park looked at the red-haired old man and said, "The Four Divine Sect is definitely not what you think. This fluctuation of origin energy is likely the birth of a new Divine Emperor. I just don't know which." He didn't know why a sense of unease had come with the fluctuation of origin energy. This feeling was very mysterious but very clear. Another person felt this fluctuation, an old man in black clothes. He had just stepped out from the tunnel that connected All Heaven to the western region of the Alliance. He immediately raised his head and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate across the star system, and his eyes lit up. The Four Divine Sect's new Divine Emperor. This fluctuation contains a trace of fire origin energy, so it should be the new Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. In that case, this play has become more interesting. Master Everlasting. There's no way you won't show up when the Alliance falls into chaos. In the southern part of the Alliance, within depths of the corpse sect, there was a large black coffin. There were chains around it that formed an octagon and connected it to another coffin. A large amount of coffins filled this area and formed a web-like structure. There were cultivation planets that were moved here through some unknown spell. These planets revolved around these coffins. At this moment, the ripple of origin energy passed. A soft sound of surprise came from the coffin at the center. A new divine emperor has appeared within the four divine sect at this moment. Interesting. As his voice echoed, the sounds of nails scratching the lid of the coffins could be heard. This sound would make you feel like someone was tearing your heart apart. Cracks even appeared within the nearby space. The four major powers of the remaining alliance forces also felt this fluctuation. The most powerful of the four forces, the rank 8 cultivation country of Chuyu, controlled dozens of planets and had them in a formation. The Chuyun sect was on the main planet, and the Chuyun sect was the overlord of the country of Chuyun. In the Chuyun sect's secret room sat an old man who looked very kind. At this moment, the origin energy rippled across. He opened his eyes, and after pondering for a long time, he softly said, "Mog." After he spoke, ripples appeared before the old man and a bald young man in green stepped out. He clasped his hands at the old man and respectfully said, "Mog greets teacher." A new divine emperor appeared in the four divine sect. Go take 4 top-rank 5 celestial pills, 100 ordinary celestial pills, celestial treasures, 1,000, and also the spirit I refined 5 years ago as a gift. That spirit? Mog looked up at the old man before he stopped talking and nodded. That spirit is extremely valuable, but Chuyun's gift must include it. Teacher has calculated that this divine emperor is an old friend of yours. Making a friend of this new divine emperor is very important to my country of Chuyun. Old friend. Mog had very few friends, but he didn't ask more and left. At this moment, within the four divine sect, rays of light charged toward the Vermilion Bird divine sect. The flames within the Vermilion Bird divine sect were raging, and the shouts of divine emperor had reached a peak. Wang Lin let out a deep breath as he looked at the starry sky filled with fire and thunder. Not far behind him, the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor was filled with excitement, and he laughed. Good, my Vermilion Bird Divine Sect has a new Divine Emperor. I can finally leave smiling. He raised his right hand and reached at the void. A crack appeared before him and 3 rays of light flew out. Wang Lin, as the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, you need 3 things. First is the cloak of the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor that has been passed down for generations. The old man waved his right hand and a ray of light shot toward Wang Lin. The light turned into a white cloak before Wang Lin. There were 9 vermilion birds surrounding it, and it gave off a dignified aura. I took off this cloak during my 3rd Heaven's Blight. I didn't think I would ever have the chance to wear it again. Today, I pass it on to you. The old divine emperor revealed a melancholy expression. Wang Lin touched the cloak with his right hand. The cloak turned into light and surrounded Wang Lin. When the light faded, Wang Lin was already wearing it. Wang Lin already had white hair and a crimson suit of armor. Now with this cloak behind him, he gave off a strange aura. Wang Lin clearly felt a sense of age from this cloak, as if it had existed for an eternity already. The second thing is the identification of generations of Vermilion Bird Divine Emperors. The Vermilion Bird Holy Token. The old Divine Emperor waved his hand and the second ray of light shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it, and the light turned into a flame-shaped token. It was only the size of his palm, but when he held it, Wang Lin could feel the powerful fire energy inside along with an ancient aura. The third thing is the most important thing of my Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, the Holy Treasure. The third ray of light fell in Wang Lin's hand and turned into a white stone. Observing the Vermilion Bird Holy Treasure closely, Wang Lin immediately saw countless runes flashing constantly on the white stone. Every time the runes flashed, the heat from the stone would increase. It felt as if these runes had not stopped flashing for countless years. Wang Lin's gaze became serious. A storm was set off in his mind. He took a deep breath and held on to the stone tightly. He felt a very vague aura on this stone. One that was similar to the heaven-defying bead. This aura was very light, but it truly existed. If he hadn't held it in his hand, he wouldn't have felt it. The blood of the holy treasure is still between Qing Lin's eyebrows. You can take it off at any time. The old divine emperor looked at Wang Lin with a hint of relief. These three things were passed down by the first vermilion bird divine emperor. Only each generation of divine emperor can pass it down to the next. You have to keep them safe. The old divine emperor struggled to get up. His body was already very weak, and just the mere act of standing up was painful for him. However, the excitement and relief in his eyes allowed him to forget all the pain. When he got up, the old divine emperor waved at Wang Lin. His face was filled with kindness. Wang Lin walked next to the old divine emperor while pondering. The old man looked at Wang Lin and placed a hand on Wang Lin's head as he softly said, "From today onward, you're the new divine emperor. Go and meet your clan members. I'm going into the last cultivation in my life. Come back to see me in 7 days." Wang Lin looked at the old divine emperor. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he closed his mouth and nodded. He looked meaningfully at the old man before turning around and walking away. The red armor, white cloak, white hair, and white vermilion bird tattoo gave Wang Lin a very special temperament. He slowly disappeared into the distance. The old man closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Wang Lin's mood was a bit heavy. The old divine emperor's gaze reminded him of Dun Tian, and he let out a sigh. As Wang Lin moved forward, almost all the cultivators on the cultivation planets he passed by flew out. The shouts of Divine Emperor were heaven-shaking. These shouts conveyed the excitement and expectations all the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect members had been holding in for countless years. More and more cultivators followed Wang Lin. In particular, the juniors looked at Wang Lin with reverence in their eyes. As Wang Lin moved forward, more and more Vermilion Bird Sect members followed. "Master!" An excited shout was mixed among the Vermilion Bird members, causing Wang Lin to pause for a moment. Lei Ji and Big Head quickly flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed a smile and nodded at the two. As he moved forward, a joyous laugh echoed and then Situ Nan appeared. He hugged Wang Lin and smiled. "Good brat, you finally came out." Wang Lin's smile widened. Situ Nan's injuries had recovered and his cultivation was even stronger. Even his poison was suppressed. The woman in silver and Master Hollow Wind came after Situ Nan. The woman in silver silently followed behind Wang Lin. As for Master Hollow Wind, although he had a respectful expression, the joy in his eyes came from his heart. Finally, when Wang Lin arrived before the final Vermilion Bird Divine Sect planet, the amount of sect members was enough to cover the sky. Divine Emperor! Divine Emperor! The shocking roars that echoed replaced all other sounds in the starry sky. The final Vermilion Bird Divine Sect primary planet was also the planet Rentao was on. At this moment, he listened to the sect members cheering next to him, making his expression even more gloomy. He stared at Wang Lin with a vicious gaze. Next to him, Liao Yun looked at Ren Tao with a look of disdain. He flew into the air toward Wang Lin, who was surrounded by countless people, and respectfully said, "Liao Yun welcomes the Divine Emperor." He was filled with reverence. No one knew more about Wang Lin than the people who had gone to the Demon Spirit Land, and he was one of them. Wang Lin's spell had made the people who were at the Demon Spirit Land admire him completely. Feng Shan hesitated for a bit before also flying into the air and greeting Wang Lin with Liao Yun. A majority of the sect members on the planet excitedly welcomed Wang Lin. The gloomy expressions of Rentao, the few elders, and the other people loyal to him formed a stark contrast with everyone else. Rentao jerked his head up as he stared at Wang Lin, who was smiling with everyone, and shouted, "Wang Lin, I want to challenge you." He had to do this. If Wang Lin continued, he would have no chance at becoming the Divine Emperor anymore. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, the Divine Emperor was God. Anyone who dared to go against the Divine Emperor would become an enemy of the entire sect. However, there was one law within the Vermilion Bird Divine sect that made Ren Tao dare to challenge Wang Lin. This roar echoed across the stars and immediately caused everyone to quiet down. The gazes of the surrounding people all gathered on Ren Tao. There were some Vermilion Bird Divine sect elders present. Their task was to help Wang Lin smoothly transition into the role of Divine Emperor. They wouldn't allow any voice of rebelling. This was a death order sent by the old Divine Emperor. Ren Tao's forehead was covered in sweat, and everyone's gazes were locked onto him. This caused his mind to tremble. However, he didn't have time to worry about it. He stared at Wang Lin and roared, "Wang Lin, do you dare to accept my challenge? If you don't, then you're not qualified to become the Divine Emperor." The three old men behind Ren Tao stepped forward and surrounded him. Then they stared at the various elders among the sect members. "Ren Tao, you dare? Are the three of you going to openly oppose the command of the old emperor?" A tall old man walked out from the crowd. He was one of the Nirvana Shatterer elders that was at the Demon Spirit Land. "Elder Zhou, my Vermilion Bird Divine sect's laws say that when a Divine Emperor passes the title to the next, all sect members have the right to challenge the Emperor for the position. Isn't that right?" "Reckless idiot." There was a flash of coldness in Elder Zhou's eyes. He sneered but didn't act, and he retreated a few steps. Not only this old man, but at this moment, among the countless people here, the ones that had gone to the Demon Spirit Land looked at Ren Tao with mockery in their eyes. Some even looked at him with pity. Under these gazes, Ren Tao's mind couldn't help but tremble. He had heard a lot about Wang Lin's achievements in the Demon Spirit Land 3 years ago, but he didn't believe it. Right now he clearly saw that Wang Lin was only at the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage, which made him believe those rumors even less. He was about to speak. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's cold gaze locked onto Ren Tao. The moment his gaze fell on Ren Tao's body trembled and a chill appeared in his heart. Even the eyes of the three elders behind him narrowed. "If you challenge me, there is no chance for survival. Are you still willing?" Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it was filled with cold intent. Everyone that was at the Demon Spirit Land felt a chill appear in their hearts. They could never forget the power that tore the darkness of night and that fist that could shatter the sky during Dream of Ancient Times. Ren Tao's mind trembled even more intensely, and he had a hint of foreboding. However, he couldn't back down now. After carefully checking once more, he determined that Wang Lin was indeed only at the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. His expression was gloomy as he clenched his teeth and said, "Challenge!" Wang Lin nodded. His original body was currently separated, but even without the powerful ancient god body, Wang Lin still had his spells. He could slaughter all Nirvana Cleanser cultivators just with magic arsenal, and he would even dare to battle Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. In truth, whether his original body was there or not made no difference right now. If there was really a difference, it was that the powerful body would allow Wang Lin's endurance to exceed everyone's expectations. There is no need to even talk about Sundered Night, which he could only use during special occasions. Wang Lin didn't know that his Sundered Night had spread far and wide during these 3 years. It had set off a huge storm within the Alliance. Not only had Sundered Night killed Master Void, 2 of the All-Seer's avatars were killed and 1 was seriously injured. Such a battle record allowed Wang Lin to become a top cultivator overnight. "No matter what, you're a member of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect, so I can let you die with a fire burial." Wang Lin waved his right hand, and at this moment, a phantom spirit body appeared behind him. 9 mysterious transformations. The moment this spirit appeared, it caused an uproar among the surrounding sect members. Even more excited gazes fell on Wang Lin. 9 mysterious transformations was a spell that only the Divine Emperor could learn. Even Ren Tao's face immediately became pale, but his eyes were immediately filled with resentment and unwillingness. He let out a roar as his hand formed a seal and fire erupted from his body. The heat wave formed a blurred armor around him. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he waved his hand and the spirit behind him entered his arm. As he moved his arm, he pointed at Ren Tao's body. "Fire burn." The cold voice echoed, but it contained the might that controlled all of the flames in the world. At this moment, as long as it was fire, it had to obey Wang Lin. Just these two words caused the flames around Ren Tao to tremble and unexpectedly pounce at Ren Tao. At this moment of crisis, Ren Tao's blurred armor rushed out like a flying sword at Wang Lin. Ren Tao's mind trembled. He didn't think Wang Lin could control his own flames. He knew that this was his last chance. If this strike couldn't seriously injure or kill Wang Lin, once the flames behind him arrived, he would be in great danger. One strike is enough to take his life. Wang Lin's expression was calm, as his right hand formed a seal and pointed at Ren Tao. The first transformation of the 9 mysterious transformations was displaying its full power. At this moment, Wang Lin felt intense heat from his right hand. Rise 3 Realm Flame Origin. As Wang Lin's calm voice echoed, he pointed at Ren Tao, and Ren Tao suddenly coughed out blood and popping sounds came from within his body. He was immediately pushed back, and fear and horror filled his eyes. But what he really felt was confusion. However, just as he was pushed back, even more sounds came from inside his body. Blood mist erupted from his body and he turned into a bloody mess. At this moment, his body shattered into pieces, and the explosions continued. Fresh blood erupted and Ren Tao let out a miserable scream as his origin soul rushed out in panic. He was still confused. He didn't know how just one finger was enough to cause his body to collapse. However, just as his origin soul escaped, a thunderous roar that made him terrified came from his origin soul. This roar contained the destructive force of fire and thunder. Ren Tao's origin soul immediately collapsed. It was over in an instant. Everyone else only saw Wang Lin point twice and Ren Tao dying. From beginning to end, Wang Lin remained calm. He wasn't disappointed by the 9 mysterious transformations. A spell that could only be cultivated by each generation of Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor should absolutely be powerful. Maybe it was more powerful than I expected because it's fused with thunder. Wang Lin's gaze swept by everyone and landed on the 3 old men behind Ren Tao. One of them was at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer and the other 2 were at the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser. Do the 3 of you want to challenge me as well? A white flame appeared within Wang Lin's right eye as he stared at the 3 old men. The 2 late-stage Nirvana Cleanser old men looked at each other before looking at the early-stage Nirvana Shatterer old man. They were clearly following his orders. This old man looked at Wang Lin. Although his expression was calm, his mind was in shock. He could kill Ren Tao with 2 points as well, but he was a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, while Wang Lin was only at the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. Taking that into consideration, he had to place importance on the person before him. More importantly, 9 mysterious transformations. The old man's mind trembled. The gazes of the other elders among the surrounding people placed an invisible pressure on him. The old man pondered a bit and then calmly said, "Welcome, Divine Emperor." After he spoke, the other 2 old men relaxed and said at the same time, "Welcome, Divine Emperor." Following them were the sect members that listened to those 3. They were all respectful and welcomed Wang Lin in unison. "Welcome, Divine Emperor." At this moment, the voices of all the sect members present echoed. The sound of tens of thousands of people shouting caused an earth-shattering roar. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Although he was surrounded by people welcoming him, he understood that a lot of the people here weren't willing. After all, his cultivation level wasn't high enough to suppress everyone here, but he didn't care. Wang Lin's heart wasn't inside the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. At this moment, while Wang Lin was surrounded by cheers and people, there were a few people who had every complex emotions, and their minds weren't here. The first was Ta Shan. He didn't go meet Wang Lin but stayed where he was, silently looking at the sky. Although he couldn't see Wang Lin on the planet he was on, he could vaguely feel Wang Lin in the distance, and he heard the sounds of welcoming around Wang Lin. His expression was very complex, and after a long time, he let out a sigh before closing his eyes to continue cultivating. However, his mind wasn't able to calm down at all. In addition to him, there was someone else who was also the same. He was sitting on the wall of a city and was surrounded by wine jugs. He grabbed one and took a big gulp. His face revealed his sadness. Compared to the liveliness around Wang Lin, this old man looked very bleak. Behind him, Ling Er silently accompanied him. Aside from Ta Shan and Master Chen Yi, there was another person who felt very complex about this. This person was Su Ligua. He was surrounded in flames, and he continued to curse as if he would never get tired. Murderer Wang Lin, why haven't you let your grandpa Su out yet? Just you wait. Just you wait. Over the next 2 days, the elders of the remaining 3 divine sects came to congratulate Wang Lin on becoming the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. The entire Vermilion Bird Divine sect was extremely lively right now. Wang Lin was very polite to the elders of the 3 other divine sections. After all, the 4 divine sects shared the same room, and a majority of the elders here were at the demon spirit land. They had witnessed Wang Lin's spells, so they naturally wouldn't feel disdain by the fact that Wang Lin was only a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. After politely talking to each other, the elders of the 3 sects were arranged places to stay. The elders of the 3 sects cared a lot about Wang Lin. In particular, the 3 head elders of Azure Dragon Divine Sect were very respectful to Wang Lin. 3 years ago, when Wang Lin told the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor about the news of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, they also found out about this matter and were extremely grateful Wang Lin had brought this news. A large ceremony was needed for the ascension of a new divine emperor. This was a tradition of the 4 divine sect, so Wang Lin couldn't just change it. This ceremony was set on the 6th day. Wang Lin would normally be very busy and would barely have time to rest right now. There were many things about the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect he had to get familiar with. Also, not all the elders of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect had acknowledged Wang Lin. They had accepted this due to the order of the old Divine Emperor. However, Wang Lin didn't do any of this. When he agreed to become the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, it was only a deal with the old Divine Emperor. For the following 3 years, the old Divine Emperor had helped him a lot. Although it was part of the deal, Wang Lin still had to repay this kindness. However, Wang Lin knew that due to his current situation, he couldn't stay in one place for too long. During these 3 years, he would often awaken from cultivation and feel his skin crawl. If this had only happened 1 or 2 times, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but during these past 3 years, Wang Lin had experienced this no less than 10 times. This feeling was getting more and more clear, and he vaguely felt like it was coming from planet Suzaku. Wang Lin clearly knew that as his cultivation level increased, so did his foresight on danger. It was obvious that this sense of danger was coming from Tuosen. Tuosen's roar from when he left the land of the ancient god 1,000 years ago seemed to echo inside Wang Lin's mind. There will be a day when I'll come and find you to take back 2C's inheritance. I fear Tuosen is going to come out soon. Wang Lin was sitting on a stone at the edge of a volcano on one of the main planets. The volcano released smoke along with intense heat. Tuosan was like a knife floating above Wang Lin's head that could drop at any moment. Wang Lin had been plagued with this crisis for over 1,000 years. Because his ancient god original body had reached 5 stars and he had the knowledge from the memories he inherited, Wang Lin was able to carry out a detailed analysis of the power of an 8-star ancient god. The result of his analysis shocked him. With such a powerful enemy that could escape at any time and would hunt him down right away, there was no way for Wang Lin to peacefully stay here. Otherwise, the only result would be dragging down the 4 divine sect and having it destroyed by Tuosen. Wang Lin had cultivated for over 1,000 years, and he was no longer the little core formation cultivator. Although Tuosen was strong, Wang Lin wasn't completely unprepared. If Celestial Emperor Qing Lin can revive, I wonder how he will compare to Tuosen. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked down the mountain. All of the planets in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect were constantly burning. At a glance, they were completely red. I'll rescue the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor as a temporary repayment for the old Divine Emperor's help. If I can avoid Tuosen's slaughter and gain the power to beat him, then I'll come back and ensure the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect prospers. If I die to Tuosen. Wang Lin silently looked at the sky and smiled bitterly. Tuosen, I won't let him escape so easily. This world is filled with greed. I wonder how many people will be lured by an 8-star ancient god. Wang Lin revealed a grim smile. Just at this moment, a stream of flames came from the distance. When it got within 100 feet of Wang Lin, the flames dissipated, revealing a red-robed elder. The old man was calm as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Divine Emperor, the corpse sect, all heaven, and the country of Chuyun have all sent messengers here and are waiting in the back hall. Do you wish to see them?" This elder wasn't one of the 6 elders that went to the demon spirit land. Wang Lin only knew that his name was Su and that he was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. He had a lot of prestige among the Nirvana Shatterer elders. Throughout the past few days, many messengers of the Alliance had come to congratulate him. Wang Lin naturally didn't see those people as there were Vermilion Bird Divine Sect members and elders to greet them. As for All Heaven and the Corpse Sect, it was the first time they had sent anyone. Wang Lin pondered a bit and thought of his plan to deal with Tua Senator. He then changed his mind about not meeting these messengers. Wang Lin stood up and calmly said, "I'll meet them." The old man looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "I want to ask what the Divine Emperor is planning. It is not just me. Many other elders have the same doubt. I hope the Divine Emperor can answer us." "Save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor." After Wang Lin spoke, he didn't look at the old man but turned into a ray of light and flew away. The elder named Su trembled and suddenly looked at where Wang Lin disappeared. His expression suddenly changed. "Azure Dragon Divine Emperor." He gasped and didn't ask more. His mind was completely shocked by those 4 words. Aside from the old Divine Emperor and the 3 head elders of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect, no one else knew about this matter. Now that Elder Su had heard this, a storm was set off in his mind. For the first time, he felt that Wang Lin was very profound and mysterious. The back hall of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect was built entirely from red jade. From a distance, it was very eye-catching. It was surrounded by red trees, and even the ground was paved red. Waves of intense heat came from this hall and diffused into the surroundings. At this moment, there were 2 men and 1 woman sitting inside the hall. The woman was very beautiful. She was wearing a blue silk dress that half revealed her chest. Her eyes were beautiful and there was a hint of flirtatiousness hidden within them. She carefully looked at the other 2 people. One of them was an old man and the other was a bald, young man. The old man wore a red robe and gave off a sense of majesty. His eyes were closed, but there were distortions around him, as if he didn't belong in this place. This revealed his shocking cultivation level. As for the bald man, he looked very ordinary and wore a green robe. He looked calm, but occasionally there would be a look of confusion in his eyes. However, he would soon return to normal. But the woman was immediately able to tell that the moment the confusion appeared in his eyes, the origin energy around here would pause for a moment. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize the old man and the bald man as they were people he knew. At this moment, a Vermilion Bird Divine Sect Junior came in with fruit and tea. After placing them down, this junior immediately left. The beautiful woman picked up the cup and blew the tea. She looked up at the old man and smiled. "I presume you are All Heaven's Li Yunzi. Junior is the Corpse Sect's Li Yingji. Greetings, Senior." The red-robed old man was All Heaven's Zhan family's ancestor, Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi's eyes shined when he opened them. He coldly looked at the beautiful woman and calmly said, "I'm Li Yunzi." The beautiful woman smiled and took a drink. She then put down the cup and smiled. "Senior Li Yunzi is very famous in All Heaven. All Heaven sending Senior here to congratulate the new Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor makes it seem like All Heaven intends to form a friendly relationship with the new Divine Emperor. You're a core disciple of the Corpse Sect, and you're already at the Nirvana Cleanser stage at such a young age. Rumor has it that you have 4 corpse puppets, and 3 of them are no weaker than Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. For the Corpse Sect to send you means they also see great importance in the new Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor." Li Yunzi's voice was calm, but when it landed in the woman's ears, her eyes shrank an indiscernible amount. "This fellow cultivator must be from the Alliance. I just don't know your name." The woman changed the subject and looked at the bald man. The bald man calmly said, "Country of Zhuyun Emoji." "Emoji?" The beautiful woman frowned. It was obvious she had never heard of this name before. However, Li Yunzi's eyes suddenly narrowed and he turned to look at the bald man. After taking a closer look, he slowly said, "So you are Mog?" The bald man smiled and clasped his hands at Li Yunzi. "Mog greets senior." The beautiful woman pondered a bit and then inquired, "Fellow cultivator Mo and senior Li Yunzi, do you two know who the new vermilion bird divine emperor is?" "I only know that this person is very arrogant and hasn't met any of the other messengers. The four divine sect also won't mention his name and is keeping it a secret." Li Yunzi picked up the cup, took a look, and put it down. He had come to the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect under the order of the Thunder Celestial Temple. In addition to the congratulations, there was a deep purpose that required him to come into direct contact with the new Divine Emperor. This matter was very important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come personally. The beautiful woman softly whispered, "This little girl has some news. During the battle at Celestial Emperor Qinglin's cave 3 years ago, it was said the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect took someone." Li Yunzi let out a cold snort. He naturally knew about this. The All-Heaven side had already thought about this matter, but aside from Master Flamespark, who thought it was very likely to be him, no one else thought so. Thus, the possibility of him being the new Divine Emperor was ruled out because, after all, it was too inconceivable. Him? He doesn't have the qualifications to become the Divine Emperor. There was a hint of disdain in Li Yunzi's eyes. If not for Qing Shui, Li Yunzi would have already caught him and refined him into a puppet to help Li Yunzi to break through the mysteries of the battle scroll. If someone said Wang Lin was the new Divine Emperor, Li Yunzi would never believe it. Thinking about Qing Shui, Li Yunzi felt at ease. Qing Shui going missing was within his expectations. He even knew that the upheaval at the Alliance headquarters was directly connected to Qing Shui. In addition to fulfilling the task All Heaven had given him, he also had a personal goal in coming here. He wanted to use the name of All Heaven to ask for Wang Lin from the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. He thought that the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect had their reasons for taking Wang Lin. 3 years of time was enough to get their value out of Wang Lin. Now Wang Lin was probably useless to the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, so it shouldn't be difficult to get him. The beautiful woman looked at Li Yunzi and asked, "Oh? Rumor has it that his spell was able to kill Master Void. He was also able to kill 2 and seriously injure one of the All-Seer's avatars. Why does Senior Li Yunzi think he isn't qualified?" Back then, the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect sent out a large force and even had the Vermilion Bird's true spirit lead the way. Li Yunzi calmly said, "That person talked to me just before heading off to Qing Lin's cave. I'm very clear of his cultivation level." He didn't believe that Wang Lin's cultivation level could have changed that much. In his opinion, it was all just baseless rumors. The beautiful woman frowned. Their corpse sect had collected various clues and concluded that the famous Wang Lin from Qing Lin's cave should be the new Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. However, Li Yunzi's words had put doubt in her mind. This Wang Lin was once All Heaven's Thunder Celestial. If even All Heaven doesn't think he is the new Divine Emperor. The beautiful woman no longer spoke. "The person you two are talking about is Wang Lin?" Mog suddenly asked. Just at this moment, Li Yunzi suddenly raised his head and looked outside with a strange expression. A moment later, Mog also raised his head and looked outside the hall. The last to look was the beautiful woman. The moment their gazes gathered outside the hall, a heat wave surged in from outside. This attracted all the fire origin energy in the hall to form an invisible vortex. At this moment, the fire origin energy seemed to become alive and became cheerful and active. As it rotated, it moved aside as if it were moving out of the way as a sign of respect. A person slowly walked into the hall under the gazes of the three. This person wore red armor that covered his face, leaving only his white hair out. There was also a white cloak behind him that matched the white vermilion bird tattoo, creating a sense of pressure. As this person walked into the hall, his armor made clinking sounds, and he completely ignored everyone. The cloak moved with the white hair and an unimaginable heat wave filled the hall. All the fire origin energy here seemed to become excited and circled the person in armor, forming a vortex around him. At this moment, a powerful pressure appeared within the hall. It wasn't just the fire origin energy in the hall that changed, but all the fire origin energy around the planet and starfield seemed to be rapidly gathering toward this person. As a result, the sudden change in origin energy caused a powerful pressure to spread out. There were some cultivators following this person. There were 4 in total, and they were all old and at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. They wore red robes, but they were very different from what Xianxia wore. The 4 of them entered with the armored person. They stood behind him and calmly looked at the 3 of them. The armored person walked before everyone and lifted his cloak as he sat down. His flame-like eyes pierced through the helmet and landed on the 3 of them. At this moment he was filled with majesty. Also, the origin energy surrounding him prevented any divine sense from spying on him. Even if someone's divine sense were able to pierce through the origin energy in the cloak, very few people would be able to identify Wang Lin. The hall was completely silent. The appearance of the armored man was too shocking, and it unexpectedly stirred up the fire origin energy here. The beautiful woman's forehead was now sweating like she was sitting in an oven. Normally, with her cultivation level, she wouldn't be bothered by the heat, but the moment the armor person appeared, all the fire origin energy began to gather here. Even with her cultivation level, she found it a bit unbearable. Junior Li Yingji from the Corpse Sect greets the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. The woman withdrew all the contempt in her heart. She withstood the pressure, stood up, and respectfully greeted this person as if he was an elder of her sect. What cultivation level is this Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor at to be able to produce such pressure? The beautiful woman was shocked. As Moj looked at the armored person, his eyes revealed a strange light, but he wasn't sure. At this moment, he also withstood the pressure to stand up and respectfully said, "Country of Chuyun's Moj greets Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor." The armored person's gaze swept by. His eyes paused on Moj for a moment before landing on Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath as he stood up and calmly said, "This old man is all Heaven's Zhan family's Xianxia. I came here on behalf of the Thunder Celestial Temple to congratulate you on becoming the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor." The armored person's gaze lingered on Xianxia the most, and there was even a smile hidden under that armor. However, no one knew whether that smile was filled with ill intent or goodwill. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He felt a hint of unease from the gaze of the new Divine Emperor. This was especially true when the other 4 Nirvana Shatterer elders also looked at him. "Xianxia," the person in the armor slowly said. His voice was changed slightly by the armor, and when it pierced through the flames, it sounded ethereal. The unease in Xianxia's heart became even stronger. He took a step back as he looked at the new Divine Emperor and asked, "Does the Divine Emperor know me?" The armored person looked at Xianxia for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and looking at Moj. Moj suppressed the suspicion in his heart and said, "Divine Emperor, I came as the representative of the country of Chuyun to congratulate the new Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. I was ordered by my teacher to bring gifts." As he spoke, his right hand reached at the void and a crack appeared. This crack was not stable. It was clearly being affected by the origin energy here. Seeing that the crack was about to collapse the moment it appeared, the armored man raised his right hand. The origin energy around the crack dispersed and the crack immediately stabilized. This scene caused the beautiful woman's pupils to shrink. Even Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Moj's expression didn't change as he took out the prepared gifts from the crack. Pills, treasures, and various other things were taken out. The Vermilion Bird Divine Sect members came in to pick them up and stood to the side. The last thing Moj took out was a blue and green small flag. The moment it appeared, it released a powerful surge of cold energy. Even the fire origin energy in the hall paused for a moment. The armored person's eyes narrowed as he stared at the small flag and revealed a strange light in his eyes. "This is something teacher specially ordered me to gift to the Divine Emperor. It is a spirit that teacher sealed hundreds of years ago." Wang Lin's right hand reached out at the void and held the small flag in his hand. After carefully looking at it, He looked at Moj and said, "Many thanks." After Moj heard many thanks, his eyes shined as he looked profoundly at Wang Lin, but he didn't speak. Li Yunzi, who came on the behalf of all heaven's thunder celestial temple, had also brought gifts. Although they had their value, none of them caught Wang Lin's eyes. After the gifts were received, Li Yunzi's eyes lit up and he said, "Divine Emperor, aside from the few matters the Thunder Celestial Temple sent me here for, I also have a personal request." Seeing the new Divine Emperor's gaze fall on him, Li Yunzi pondered a bit and said, 3 years ago, the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect took away a person named Wang Lin. If the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect no longer has use for him, could you let this old man take him? After he spoke, the 4 elders around the man in armor were startled and all looked at Li Yunzi. The man in armor looked at Li Yunzi and slowly asked, "You want Wang Lin?" The unease in Li Yunzi's heart increased when he vaguely felt that the new Divine Emperor's voice was a bit hostile. In particular, he noticed that the gazes of the 4 elders toward him had changed. The armored person looked at Li Yunzi and began to laugh. The laughter became even louder, and the origin energy within the hall began to rotate rapidly. The origin energy within the entire hall was affected. There were also arcs of lightning moving within the origin energy, making popping sounds. Li Yunzi's mind trembled, and he stood up and retreated a few steps. He stared at the armored man and said, "What does Divine Emperor mean?" If Wang Lin, before he could finish speaking, his words were interrupted. The armored man slowly said, "I heard that Wang Lin is your all heaven's thunder celestial. Is it you who wants this person? Or is it your thunder celestial temple who wants this person?" Li Yunzi frowned and said, "Although this person is my all heaven's thunder celestial, his status as the thunder celestial has already been removed." Li Yunzi looked at the armored man and said, "Although I came here asking for him, this is also the will of the Thunder Celestial Temple." As the armored person looked at Li Yunzi, his smile even affected the armor, and he slowly said, "Oh, I wonder what issue this Wang Lin has with you and all heaven." The unease within Li Yunzi's heart became even stronger. After pondering for a bit, he said, "He has a lot of connections with the Thunder Celestial Temple, but it is inconvenient to list them one by one. But with me, he has taken an important treasure of my family, so I naturally must recover it. So that's the reason you want Wang Lin. It is understandable." The armored man nodded, but the 4 elders around him revealed strange expressions but didn't speak. "I hope the Divine Emperor can agree to my request. After all, my all heaven and the 4 divine sect have a common enemy, the Alliance." Li Yunzi relaxed a bit. Although he was arrogant, he wouldn't dare to offend the 4 divine sect. Although the 4 divine sect had fallen, their background was deep. Even all heaven feared them. "You said that Wang Lin has taken your Zhan family's important treasure. How come I don't know about this?" The armor man's sudden question immediately startled Li Yunzi. Before he could completely react, the armored man stood up, placed his hand over his helmet, and a gloomy voice came out from inside the helmet. "You want Wang Lin? Li Yunzi, look at who I am." In an instant, the helmet covering the person's face dissipated into a ripple, revealing Wang Lin. "You! Wang Lin!" Even with Li Yunzi's mental strength, he couldn't help but gasp. The shock and disbelief in his eyes reached a limit. He couldn't help but subconsciously take a few steps back. "Impossible. How can you be the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor?" "Impossible." Li Yunzi was running out of breath and his pupils contracted. He simply couldn't accept this fact. In his mind, Wang Lin was just an ant, an insect he could crush at any time. The strong contrast was beyond Li Yunzi's belief. He stared at Wang Lin, filled with disbelief, but his shock and terror were even stronger. One of the 4 elders beside Wang Lin stepped forward and said in a gloomy tone, "You dare! Even if you represent all heaven's thunder celestial temple, you have no right to judge the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor." With that step, the pressure of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator spread out and charged forward at Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi was already in shock, and when the pressure crashed down on him, He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He retreated a few more steps with a pale face and was forced to accept the facts before him. You, Li Yunzi, did you come here to represent all heaven to congratulate me on becoming the Divine Emperor? Or are here to humiliate me by coming to the Vermilion Bird Divine sect to ask for the Divine Emperor? This is too absurd. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy and his voice was as cold as the icy wind of the afterlife. This matter is like me sending someone to the Thunder Celestial Temple to ask for Master Flame's Park. Li Yunzi, unless you give me a satisfactory explanation today, you won't be able to leave the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. Tomorrow your all heaven will pay the price. This matter isn't me making things difficult. Fellow cultivator Moj from the country of Chuyun can be my witness. Wang Lin didn't even give Li Yunzi a chance. He executed his blow like a bolt of thunder. Li Yunzi's mind was still in shock, and those words caused him to cough out a bit of blood. His face was pale, and just as he was about to speak, Moj spoke. I can be witness to testify that Li Yunzi was unreasonable first and requested for the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. My words can represent the country of Chuyun. The eyes of the beautiful woman from the corpse sect lit up and she smiled. Since this little one was also part of this, I can also testify that Senior Li Yunzi's request was really absurd. Li Yunzi wasn't able to catch his breath before he heard the words of Moj and the woman from the corpse sect. He coughed out more blood. Then his head jerked up and he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered and sat down once more. He raised his right hand as if he was observing his fingernails. He didn't pay any attention to Li Yunzi at all. This was the Vermilion Bird Divine sect, so Li Yunzi couldn't escape his grasp. If this person hadn't brought up such an absurd request, Wang Lin wouldn't have done this. However, now he had to teach Li Yunzi a lesson. Not only him, even the four elders behind him stared at Li Yunzi with cold gazes. The surroundings were completely silent. Moj looked at Wang Lin and felt melancholy. He didn't expect the old friend his teacher talked about to be Wang Lin. Thinking back to when they first met on planet Suzaku, it was inside a temple on a rainy night. At that time, this person had just obtained his domain and had just reached the soul formation stage. However, that night of Dao-seeking had made Moj remember Wang Lin. The beautiful woman from the corpse sect also didn't speak. She looked at Li Yunzi with a smile that was not a smile, as if she was watching a lively show. Sweat slowly came out of Li Yunzi's forehead. It was very clear that he can't escape the Four Divine sect with his cultivation level. Wang Lin bringing the Thunder Celestial Temple into this was too vicious. This was no longer his own personal matter. It was the entire Thunder Celestial Temple insulting the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. This was the complete opposite of All Heaven's original intention. I was reckless on this matter. But it is a personal matter and it has nothing to do with All Heaven. After a long time, Li Yunzi revealed a bitter expression. Although he was unwilling, he still had to clasp his hands at Wang Lin and explain. The anger in his heart was strong enough to burn the world, and the humiliation was enough to devour his mind. Back then, this Wang Lin had to respect him and had to watch his mood. Otherwise, he could easily kill Wang Lin at any time. Even the last time they met, Wang Lin still had to be careful and had to come observe the battle scroll immediately when he was called. Wang Lin didn't even dare to not come. Li Yunzi was very clear about this matter. He was planning on pressuring this person to constantly explore the battle scroll. If it wasn't for Qing Shui, Wang Lin would have already become his puppet. But right now he had to suffer the humiliation of bowing down to Wang Lin. The humiliation of having to explain what he had said. How could he bear this? However, if he didn't bear it, he would without a doubt die in the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. Insulting the Divine Emperor. Just these 4 words were enough for him to be unable to leave the Four Divine sect. Wang Lin simply pretended he didn't hear Li Yunzi's words and continued to observe his right hand. Li Yunzi's veins swelled as suppressed the anger in his heart. When he looked at the 4 Nirvana Shatterer elders around Wang Lin, his mind trembled. After pondering for a bit, he squeezed out a look of respect and said, I hope Divine Emperor won't mind this old man's mistake. I was indeed reckless, but I didn't mean to insult. Wang Lin looked at his right hand and slowly said, "Reckless, I asked you before whether this matter was your own personal matter or all heavens. I still clearly remember your answer. I wonder what item of the Thunder Celestial Temple I hold." "You!" Li Yunzi raised his head and suppressed the rage that was about to explode. At this moment he didn't dare to get angry. If the woman from the corpse sect and MOG weren't here, he would have gone out all. Even though he would likely die, all heaven would get revenge for him. However, the other party had seized the initiative on this matter. With the witnesses here, even all heaven wouldn't be willing to go to war with both the Alliance and the Four Divine Sect for his absurd request. Wang Lin's gaze toward him was extremely gloomy. Li Yunzi knew that if he didn't suppress his anger, he would immediately be killed. "Lord Divine Emperor, this matter. I was wrong on this matter." Li Yunzi clenched his fist and his body trembled. Ever since he began cultivating, he had never been humiliated like this. Wang Lin lowered his right hand as he stared at Li Yunzi and said, word for word, "I want all the battle scrolls of your Zhan family. Give them to me and I'll let this go. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider." After he finished, he waved his right hand and some fire origin energy gathered before him to form an incense stick that floated in the air. As the incense stick burned, time slowly passed. Li Yunzi's heart struggled. Seeing that the incense was almost done burning, he knew that his time was almost up. An invisible pressure surrounded his body, and the bitter look on his face became even stronger as he nodded. His right hand reached at the void and a crack appeared before him. 3 scrolls flew out from the crack. Dense battle intent came from the scrolls and surrounded the area. Battle scroll. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his right hand reached out and the 3 battle scrolls flew into his hand. His divine sense spread out, and with his understanding of the battle scrolls, he immediately knew if they were real or not. "Since you have already taken the battle scrolls, can I leave?" Li Yunzi had to personally hand over the Zhan family's most important treasures. This was something almost unbearable for him. But he also knew that even if he didn't hand them over, Wang Lin would most likely still get them. He had no choice in this matter. If someone else was the Divine Emperor, even if Li Yunzi offended them, at most he would just be trapped and they wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, he was from All Heaven. All Heaven was a very mysterious entity to the Alliance, and the unknown would have given Li Yunzi something to work with. Very few people from the Alliance really understand All Heaven, just like how All Heaven didn't understand the Alliance. However, Wang Lin was very familiar with All Heaven and was once the Thunder Celestial. All Heaven wasn't that mysterious to Wang Lin. This was still secondary. The most important factor was Li Yunzi's understanding of Wang Lin. He knew that Wang Lin was ruthless, daring, and decisive. If this person wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't be imprisoned, as that would give him a chance to counterattack. Wang Lin would choose to decisively attack, and Li Yunzi would have no chance for survival. As a result, he had to give in. Although his heart was bleeding, he still had to hand over the battle scrolls. After putting away the battle scrolls, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "I can let go of the fact you insulted my identity as the Divine Emperor. However, there is still a personal matter I'd like to discuss with Senior Li Yunzi." Li Yunzi felt his heart drop as he stared at Wang Lin and clenched his teeth. "You have already taken the battle scrolls and I have already paid the price. What more do you want?" Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, "You had said that I took an important treasure of your Zhang family. You must give me an explanation about this." Wang Lin stared at Li Yunzi. He wanted to kill this person, but it would worsen the relationship between All Heaven and the Four Divine Sect. Killing him wouldn't align with Wang Lin's plan to deal with Tuo Senator. More importantly, if the Four Divine Sect and All Heaven's relationship worsened, the ones that would benefit would be the Corpse Sect and the Alliance. Qing Shui was very likely in the Alliance headquarters, and there was also the old Divine Emperor's kindness. All these various things made it so Wang Lin couldn't kill Li Yunzi for now. Li Yunzi suppressed the anger once more and said, "What more do you want?" Wang Lin slowly said, "The Ten Lu Fu." "You." Popping sounds came from Li Yunzi's body. The anger inside him had reached a limit. His body trembled as he suppressed his anger several times to calm himself down. He finally let out a deep breath. After giving you one last time, I only have 6 Lufu left. I don't have any more left, so that is all I can give you. Li Yunzi clenched his teeth. Wang Lin smiled and nodded. 6 is fine. You must also give me the jade with the instructions on controlling them. Li Yunzi closed his eyes and his right hand reached at the void. 6 Lufu filled with the scent of blood flew out, and there was also a piece of jade. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and the 6 Lufu went into his bag of holding. He then grabbed the jade and after checking it he put it away. I'm departing. Li Yunzi turned around to leave. He couldn't stay inside the Vermilion Bird Divine sect any longer. Don't leave so quickly. I have something I must trouble Li Yunzi to pass to Senior Master Flame's park. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a piece of jade flew into Li Yunzi's hand. Li Yunzi frowned and his divine sense scanned the jade. Then his expression changed greatly, and he looked up and his eyes shined brightly. This matter. Wang Lin smiled but didn't say more. If Senior Master Flame's park is interested, he can come seek me out at the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. Li Yunzi carefully put the jade away. Then he looked at Wang Lin. He felt like he couldn't see through this person before him anymore. He let out a sigh and quickly left. My Zhan family's things can't be in the hands of outsiders. Wang Lin, one day I'll take them back. If I don't kill you, then I'm not Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi rushed out from the Cultivation planet and quickly flew away. However, this jade from Wang Lin is a heaven-shaking matter. I must deliver this to Master Flame's park as soon as possible. If this is true, then it is far too shocking. Li Yunzi made up his mind to leave. Every moment he stayed here, he felt extremely humiliated. His right hand reached forward and he took out something from the crack before him. It was a black stone, and the moment he grabbed it, he crushed it into powder. The powder didn't scatter but quickly condensed around Li Yunzi. It was like a long line had wrapped itself around Li Yunzi. In an instant, Li Yunzi's speed increased several-fold and he disappeared without a trace. Several days later, Li Yunzi had finally left the eastern region that was controlled by the 4 divine sect at his fastest speed and charged toward the all-heaven-controlled northern region. On the second day after he stepped into the northern region, just as he was rushing, a ray of light shot toward him. This ray of light was very fast and contained earth-shattering power as it shot at Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi's expression changed greatly, and he wanted to dodge. However, due to his cultivation level, he couldn't escape the approaching light at all. The ray of light pierced through Li Yunzi's chest. Li Yunzi didn't even have time to use spells or treasures. Li Yunzi coughed out blood and his body immediately collapsed. His origin soul was filled with shock and terror as he fled. Seeing that the light wasn't going to give up, Li Yunzi panicked. His right hand reached forward and a 100 feet wide ball of blood came out. It was a Lufu blood ball. The moment it appeared, Li Yunzi immediately shouted, "Explode!" The ball suddenly exploded, and the shockwave confronted the light. Borrowing this moment, Li Yunzi was willing to expend his origin soul essence to escape. However, a red line began to spread from his chest across his body. There was a smile that was not a smile on Li Yunzi's face, but his eyes were filled with terror. Poison! This is the corpse sex poison. All heaven had gathered a lot of intelligence on the attack methods of the corpse sect. Li Yunzi was among the most powerful cultivators of all heaven, so he naturally knew when he was affected by a poison from the corpse sect. Scared out of his wits, Li Yunzi fled like crazy. It wasn't until Li Yunzi was far away that the figure of a man appeared. He wore blue and was very handsome. He looked at where Li Yunzi escaped to before shaking his head and leaving. To sneak attack a junior with the poison extracted from Situ Nan. This matter, forget it. The two of us owe Wang Lin too much. The man sighed and disappeared. Let's leave the matter about Li Yunzi for now. After he left the Vermilion Bird Divine sect, the woman from the corpse sect brought out her gifts. After expressing the desire to form an alliance with the 4 divine sect, she was going to leave. However, Wang Lin asked her to remain to participate in the coronation ceremony in a few days. When the woman was about to get up and excuse herself, Wang Lin suddenly asked her a question. Fellow cultivator Li, the corpse sect always use corpses as a companions, so you must know a lot about the different corpses of the world. I wonder, what is considered the best body? The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. She was very interested in this new divine emperor. In particular, when he bullied Li Yunzi earlier, this made her view of Wang Lin change greatly. As if tempting Wang Lin, she pursed her lips and smiled. Since the divine emperor asked, then this little woman will definitely answer in detail. The rank 1 corpse has to be the bizarre reverse 5 elemental corpse. There was flirtatious look on her face as she explained. This bizarre reverse 5 elemental corpse isn't a real corpse. It is formed naturally by the heavens under special conditions. This body is formed by the 5 elements, but there are also 5 elements outside the body. This results in a strange change in law. Wang Lin nodded at what she said. So it's like this. I originally thought the news I received about a corpse would truly be the rank 1 corpse in the world. I originally wanted fellow cultivator Li to check. But since this is the case, forget about it. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up and she smiled. Oh? I wonder what kind of corpse would make the divine emperor so confident. Wang Lin didn't waste time. He waved his sleeves and a piece of jade flew at the beautiful woman. She caught it with a smile. When she looked at the jade, she didn't seem to care too much about what the information inside could be. As far as she was concerned, no matter how rare the corpse Wang Lin wanted was, her corpse sect would certainly have it. Her corpse sect even had some of the rare bizarre reverse 5 elemental corpses. What's more, when she said that the bizarre reverse 5 elemental corpse was the rank 1 corpse, that was only to the outside. There were 7 corpses within the corpse sect that were better than the bizarre reverse 5 elemental corpse. She casually scanned the jade with her divine sense, but in an instant her right and trembled. Her expression became serious. However, this seriousness suddenly collapsed and was replaced with shock and terror. Her right hand became unstable as she clenched the jade. Her expression became flushed and even her breathing became uneven. She took a few steps back and didn't recover for a while. It wasn't that she was too weak mentally, but the news in the jade would make it pointless no matter how strong her mind was. Forget about her, even if the sect master of the corpse sect saw this, they would go crazy over this information. This? Her head jerked up as she stared at Wang Lin. Even her speech became incoherent. It was impossible to express the shock and excitement in her heart with words. It was as if countless bolts of heavenly thunder had exploded in her mind. Wang Lin calmly accepted the tea from the sect member behind him. After taking a light sip, he looked at the beautiful woman. I wonder what rank this corpse would be. The beautiful woman struggled to suppress the shock in her heart and slowly said, This corpse, this is only the divine sense imprint of the divine emperor. Unless I see the real corpse, it is difficult for this little woman to decide. However, the corpse from inside the jade constantly emerged in her head and made her heart pound. Oh! Wang Lin looked at the woman as he blew the hot tea and calmly said, Is that so? Then let's forget about it. I originally didn't have much hope for this, so knowing or not knowing doesn't matter much. The beautiful woman's expression changed and she immediately said, Did Divine Emperor give Li Yunzi the same jade? Wang Lin took a sip of tea and casually said, That's correct. The beautiful woman pondered a bit. Then she looked at Wang Lin with a hint of respect and said, I can't decide on this matter now, but, Divine Emperor, please give me 7 days. I'll definitely give Divine Emperor an answer in 7 days. Wang Lin put down the teacup and smiled. Fellow cultivator Li doesn't need to worry. I found this corpse by accident, but I was unable to retrieve it. That's why I asked fellow cultivator Li to help identify it. The beautiful woman was very cunning, and now that she had calmed down, she naturally knew that Wang Lin hadn't just simply given up this jade. This had a deeper meaning. Moreover, this Wang Lin had already prepared these jades. He had gifted one to Li Yunzi first and then gave one to her. After hesitating for a bit, she cautiously said, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the Divine Emperor's coronation ceremony. I'll take my leave first. Wang Lin didn't try to keep her here. He let Li Yingji leave the hall. She turned into a ray of light and quickly left. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from where the woman disappeared. He had already released the bait. Now he just had to see if all heaven and the corpse sect would be tempted. They will definitely be tempted. Wang Lin turned around to look at Emoji and smiled. He stood up and the armor and cloak disappeared. Wang Lin was wearing a white robe as he clasped his hands at Emoji and smiled. Brother Mo, it has been many years since we last met. You still look as good as ever. Emoji got up and clasped his hands. There was a hint of melancholy on his face as he smiled. I'm afraid it has been almost 1,000 years since we last met. Wang Lin's eyes were also filled with reminiscence as he let out a sigh and said, Brother Mo, our reunion was predestined. You and I must debate Tao again. I still remember that rainy night. Emoji smiled and nodded. The two of them walked out of the hall. The space around the volcano where Wang Lin was cultivating twisted. Wang Lin stepped out, followed by Emoji. Looking at the black smoke coming out of the volcano, Wang Lin sat down. He slapped his bag and took out 2 bottles. After throwing one at Emoji, Wang Lin took a drink and said, The rain is born from the sky and dies on the earth. The process in between is life. I have taken this to heart. Emoji picked up the bottle and sat down. There was reminiscence in his eyes, and he smiled. When I was part of the Alliance, I was stationed at planet Suzaku at the request of my teacher. On that rainy night, I felt something, so I went out for a walk and unexpectedly met Brother Wang. Brother Wang Lin, you would have gained enlightenment on your own regarding your life and death domain even if I hadn't given the pointer. Wang Lin shook his head. Sometimes when you just barely understand but at the same time don't, no matter how much you think about it, it will feel as if there is something blocking your path. No matter how hard you try to break through, you won't be enlightened. The second time I met Brother Wang in the Suzaku tomb, I originally wanted Brother Wang to become the Lord of Planet Suzaku, but it seems I had underestimated Brother Wang. Emoji looked sincere as he picked up the wine and took a drink. I didn't expect Brother Wang to be the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor in our third meeting. I'm very happy for you. The two people caught up while drinking wine. The memories of the past 1,000 years were shared and time passed quickly. It was as if they had returned back to that temple on that rainy night. Brother Wang's life and death domain has already reached completion and has changed. Your current domain is not something I can comprehend. However, my teacher said that all domains are related to your state of mind. When your heart changes, so does your domain. Perhaps this will be helpful to Brother Wang. As the two debated Tao, time gradually passed. Early in the morning, Emoji said his farewells. He didn't stay to attend Wang Lin's coronation ceremony. He left with 4 pieces of jade that Wang Lin had given him and the matter entrusted to him. The news recorded in the 4 jades was enough to shock the entire alliance. Emoji had to quickly hand it over to his master and then give them to the 3 other alliance forces. As for their country of Chuyun, with Wang Lin's vague hints, Emoji understood something, so he naturally wouldn't let his teacher get involved. After sending away Emoji, there were more people that came to congratulate Wang Lin, but he didn't meet any of them. Time quickly passed and the day of the coronation ceremony arrived. On this day, the entire Vermilion Bird Divine sect was filled with excitement. The elders and members of the other 3 sects also came to witness the coronation of the new Divine Emperor. Although this ceremony was tedious, it was tradition, and it took an entire day to complete. The other 3 sects took their leave and the Vermilion Bird Divine sect slowly returned back to normal. Large amounts of members were concentrated on cultivation. As for the elders, they all became aware of the plan to save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. They all went into closed-door cultivation to keep their condition at the peak. After all, saving the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was a very important matter. At this moment, Wang Lin's figure appeared at the edge of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect's burning starfield. There was an origin soul floating before him. This origin soul looked like a middle-aged man. He looked at Wang Lin with eyes filled with kindness and satisfaction. You're very good. During my remaining years, you're not the most talented person I've met, but you're the one I'm most satisfied with. I feel very assured leaving the Vermilion Bird Divine sect to you. Wang Lin silently pondered. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. If I had more time, I'm confident I could have given you the complete inheritance. What a pity! The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. He looked at Wang Lin and softly said, I fear that I won't be able to return from this trip to the Alliance headquarters. However, no matter what the price, I'll get that Rain Celestial Realm crystal. Right now, 90% of my origin is here. I'll go absorb all the avatars I scattered. I left 10% of my origin soul with my physical body. Once I obtain the crystal, I'll use a secret origin soul transfer method to send the crystal to my physical body. After you receive the crystal, if you can save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, do it. If not, then keep yourself safe first. The middle-aged man spoke as if he was settling things for when he died. With that white flame, my body will not rot for 3,000 years. Every 100 years, you need to cultivate near my body and absorb the fire origin energy stored inside it. It will be a great help to your cultivation. Remember it well. However, if there is a life and death situation, don't worry about my body. Use the 9 mysterious transformations to explode my body. Perhaps it will allow you or the Vermilion Bird Divine sect to get through a crisis. The middle-aged man reluctantly looked at the surrounding burning starfield and at the distant Vermilion Bird Divine sect planets. There was melancholy and reluctance on his face. Wang Lin, I'm going to leave. I'll also find news of your senior brother Qing Shui as well. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin with kindness in his eyes, as he placed his right hand on Wang Lin's head and softly said, I hope you don't think badly of me for leaving such a bad situation in your hands. He took a profound look at Wang Lin before turning around and walking away. He looked very elegant, as if he was just released from countless years of pressure, and he slowly walked forward. My name is Lu Yun, and I was born in the ancient Qi refiner world. I became the alchemy boy of the 4th generation Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. I'm thankful to the 4th Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor for not abandoning me and teaching me Qi cultivation. At the age of 1327, I gained some achievements as a Qi refiner. I followed the Divine Emperor and witnessed the glory of my Vermilion Bird Divine sect. At age 2945, I became an elder of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. At age 4760, I became one of the head elders and passed my first Heaven's Blight. At age 6215, I was given the Vermilion Bird Mark and achieved my first awakening. I beat everyone else that had awakened and became number 1 among the awakened. At age 7912, with the help of the 4th Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, I completed my second awakening. From then on, I was selected to be the next Divine Emperor, the young lord of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. At age 11,463, the Tattoo clan invaded from outside and stirred up the world. My Vermilion Bird Divine sect helped the Celestial Realm battle the Tattoo clan. Afterwards, the 4th Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor left with the other 3 Divine Emperors to head to the outside world. Before they left, I was designated the 5th Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. At that time, I had just passed my second Heaven's Blight with the help of the 4th Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. It was at that moment that I learned a heaven-shaking secret about my 4 Divine sect. The 4 Divine sect are not people from this sealed realm. They came from outside a long time ago. At the same time, I learned that the 4 Divine sect's first Divine Emperors and members came from a small cultivation planet when the ancient celestial realm still existed. That cultivation planet is the root of my 4 Divine sect and also the road home. That planet is still within the control of my Vermilion Bird Divine sect, and there were no disagreements from the other 3 sections. After all, not many knew about this. In order to prevent everything that could happen in the future, it was already the deepest secret within the 4 Divine sect since the first generation of Divine Emperors. Not even Celestial Emperor Qing Lin knew about this. After the 4 Divine Emperors took over the brilliant Void Star system, they created many similar planets. With these additional planets to confuse people, almost no one was able to recognize the original planet. In addition, the first generation Divine Emperors used various methods to hide the planet. This ensured that the planet wouldn't be completely found even after a long time. After thousands of years, something strange happened in the celestial realm. At that moment, all creatures in the world seemed to become confused and were in a state of chaos. And I also became confused for a moment under this unimaginable power. I originally thought it was only for a moment, but it lasted for 3 whole months. When I became sober after 3 months, the celestial realm had already collapsed. The new Azure Dragon Divine Emperor didn't listen to me and went to check the celestial realm. After that, he never returned. Another several hundreds of years passed. Due to the collapse of the celestial realm, the brilliant void star system became chaotic. Then an organization called the Cultivation Alliance appeared, and there was the shadow of the brilliant void realm behind it. This Cultivation Alliance used some unknown method to obtain a majority of the Rain Celestial Realm's inheritances. I originally wanted to go ask for the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, but my third Heaven's Blight had arrived many years ahead of time. I had to go into closed-door cultivation, but it was at this moment that the Cultivation Alliance launched their attack on the Four Divine Sect. The Black Tortoise Divine Emperor betrayed us, and although I seriously injured him, I wasn't able to kill him because of my third Heaven's Blight. White Tiger Divine Emperor died in battle, and even his corpse was robbed. What was ridiculous was that although the Cultivation Alliance's losses were great, they didn't know the cause of this war. They always thought that it was to battle for the ownership of the brilliant void star system. What they didn't know was that this wasn't a battle to become the ruler of the brilliant void star system. They had used some unknown method to make the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor betray us, and then found out my 4 divine sect's secret. However, the brilliant void realm only knew of the secret. They didn't know the location of that cultivation planet. The brilliant void star system was too vast, and it was simply too difficult to find one cultivation planet. Also, the planet had been transformed by the 4 first-generation divine emperors, so it was impossible to find anything abnormal about it. According to the agreement of the 4 first-generation divine emperors, only each generation of Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor can know the exact position of the planet. As a result, the war between the Alliance and the 4 divine sect began. When things became dangerous, I didn't hesitate to threaten them with the 4 holy treasures. I was willing to pay the price, but I still wasn't able to keep the secret, even with my power. This was, after all, related to the life and death of all the members of the 4 divine sect. In the end, I told them the location of the planet. The brilliant void realm was also concerned about the 4 holy treasures, and the secret I told them involved too many things, so they weren't able to authenticate it. It was only then that the war with the 4 divine sect slowly ended. I took the 4 divine sect and went into hiding, but I was too injured. However, I was unwilling to die. After all, if I died, the 4 divine sect would immediately be torn apart. Also, I hadn't found someone to inherit the secret. I was able to remain alive thanks to a spell, and endured the pain of the 3rd Heaven's Blight I couldn't get past. I lasted for countless years. Now I'm finally about to be free. The middle-aged man's figure gradually went away, but his voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind for a long time. Wang Lin, remember what I'm about to say. This is the deepest secret of my 4 divine sect. I don't know why the first-generation divine emperors placed such an importance to it, but remember it well and pass it on. The entire 4 divine sect came from one planet. You can think of it as a door. This door was divided into 4 parts by the 4 first-generation divine emperors, and they were hidden within 4 cultivation planets. They were dispersed in different regions. When the ancient celestial realm disappeared and the world was divided into 4 celestial realms, the 4 planets were ended in each of the 4 different star systems. I only told the brilliant void realm one of them, which is your birth planet, Planet Suzaku. As for the other 3 locations, I don't know if they changed or what they are called now. But remember these 3 star maps. As the middle-aged man's message entered Wang Lin's mind, 3 ancient star maps immediately appeared along with it. At this moment, Wang Lin was very shocked. He didn't think the 4 divine sect had such a secret. Moreover, he didn't think that the planet Suzaku he came from was unexpectedly the key to the war between the Alliance, the brilliant void realm, and the Four Divine Sect. No wonder one of the old Divine Emperor's avatars was always on planet Suzaku. No wonder Emoji's master made him stay on planet Suzaku. I fear his master isn't an ordinary person. I wonder how he was able to see some clues on this matter. No wonder Lu Mei also appeared on planet Suzaku. Even the Tattoo Clan was on planet Suzaku. Wang Lin gradually learned about the old Divine Emperor's avatar, Huanglong, throughout the last 3 years. The middle-aged man had left all this information as he went away. But then he suddenly paused. He looked at Wang Lin with a kind smile and softly said, "If the pressure is too large, if the Four Divine Sect has no hope of returning to its former glory, if the heavens really want to destroy my Four Divine Sect, well, then there is no need to force yourself." After leaving those last words, the middle-aged man took a step and disappeared. Wang Lin's lonely figure was left in the star in a daze. What he had just heard had shocked him to the point where he couldn't think. Took a long time for him to recover. At this moment, a ray of light shot toward the very large floating palace that belonged to the Thunder Celestial Temple in the western region. There was a figure inside this ray of light, and this figure was an origin soul. The origin soul was almost transparent, with numerous red lines spread across. It looked very shocking. The origin soul's face had a strange smile, as if he was enjoying great pleasure. However, his eyes were filled with fear and chaos. "Master Flemspark, save me!" Just as he got near the Thunder Celestial Temple, the origin soul sent out a sharp message. The message began to echo across the stars. In an instant, many figures came out from the palace. The person in front was covered in flames. He had white hair, and he was the Thunder Celestial Temple's Master Flamespark. He took a step and instantly arrived next to the origin soul. He revealed a very serious expression as his hand formed a seal and grabbed the origin soul. His left hand quickly pointed at the origin soul several times. Every time he pointed, rich origin energy entered the origin soul. The red lines shrank, but no matter what, they couldn't be forced out from Li Yunzi's body. As the origin energy entered his origin soul, Li Yunzi became sober and quickly said, "While returning, I was ambushed by people of the Corpse Sect." Before he could finish speaking, the red lines that had been suppressed by the origin energy began to struggle. Li Yunzi immediately paused, and the smile that was not a smile emerged. The confusion in his eyes also returned. Although he didn't finish speaking, his words had clearly entered the ears of all the elders that had come out. Their expressions immediately became extremely gloomy. "Corpse Sect." Master Flamespark frowned as he mercilessly pointed to between Lin Yunzi's eyebrows. Li Yunzi trembled and regained his sanity. Master Flamespark shouted, "Li Yunzi, speak clearly. Why did the Corpse Sect ambush you?" "The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor is Wang Lin. He wanted me to hand you a jade. On the way back, I was ambushed by the people of the Corpse Sect and was inflicted with the Seventh Heaven poison." Although Li Yunzi's cultivation level was higher than Situ Nan's, he hadn't reached the Nirvana Shatterer stage yet. Now his body was gone, and he wasn't as talented as Situ Nan to find other ways to suppress the poison. Due to various reasons, the poison inside Li Yunzi became extremely vicious. As he spoke, his right hand struggled to reach at the void before him. A crack appeared and a jade flew out. After doing all this, he could no longer resist the poison in his body. He coughed out a mouthful of essence origin energy and passed out. Master Flamespark caught the jade and checked it with his divine sense. Even with Master Flamespark's mental fortitude, his expression changed greatly and his eyes shined brightly. This news. Master Flamespark felt as if he was struck by thunder and remained still. He subconsciously checked it again to confirm the contents. At this moment, the gazes of the elders all turned toward him. Master Flamespark waved his right hand and the jade was passed to the old man next to him. The old man had a serious expression as he scanned it with his divine sense. Then his expression changed greatly too. It didn't take long for all the elders present to see it. All of them had very strong reactions after seeing the contents of the jade. One of the old men pondered for a bit and then slowly said, We don't know if this is true or a lie. If someone like this is able to escape, it will be a catastrophe for the entire Alliance star system. Although this matter doesn't matter to us much, if the information in this jade is true, then my all heaven would lose all hope to occupy the Alliance. We would need to immediately return to all heaven and set up heavy protection. If that person enters all heaven. The elder's eyes were filled with terror. This matter is likely false. There is no way such a person can exist. The contents say that even us Nirvana Shatter cultivators would be seriously injured, if not killed, with just the point of a finger. It is too absurd. Some of them didn't believe this and let out cold snorts. Master Flames, Park suddenly said, "Does everyone still remember that moon beast?" All the elders were startled, as if they had realized something. However, there is no need to care too much about it. After all, just as Master Flames Park was speaking, he suddenly stopped and his expression became extremely respectful, as if he was listening to something. Master Flamespark's strange expression didn't shock any of the elders. Instead, they all became respectful as well. A moment later, Master Flamespark's expression changed once more. He faced the west as he clasped his hands and respectfully said, "As you command." His eyes became serious as he looked around and said, "Stop all battles with the Alliance and summon all Nirvana Scryer and above cultivators here. Wait for my command after I return from the Four Divine Sect." The same scene occurred inside the Corpse Sect. Only, compared to all heaven, the jade Liangji had brought back caused the Corpse Sect to go completely crazy over the contents. The Corpse Sect was located in the southern region of the Alliance. At the center of the region there was a coffin. Liangji was on one knee before this coffin with her hands before her chest as if she was praying. There was a jade releasing white light floating before her. This was only a very ordinary jade. It looked very common, but it would cause a catastrophe in the Alliance. It was enough to make everyone go crazy, especially the Corpse Sect. Liangji spoke in detail of everything that had happened since she arrived at the Four Divine Sect. Then she handed over the jade. An invisible force suddenly appeared and pulled the jade toward the center of the coffins. The moment the jade flew over, a dried-up hand reached out from the biggest coffin in the center and immediately grabbed the jade. There were black and red lines intersecting across the arm. The black was the tendons and the red was the flesh. They intersected with each other and gave off an ancient aura as if this arm came from ancient times. The moment this arm appeared, an extremely powerful energy spread out and swept the area. Not even Liangji could withstand it and was forced to retreat, but she had an extremely respectful expression. When the arm caught the jade, a powerful divine sense spread out and entered the jade. This divine sense was very powerful, and the moment it appeared, Liangji's face turned pale. Even her origin soul began to tremble. This divine sense was filled with a tyrannical frenzy, as if it wanted to rush out from the coffin and tear up the stars and slaughter all life. There was a powerful scent of blood coming from this divine sense. In truth, there was no smell of blood, but the feeling of being inside this divine sense would make you feel like you smelled blood. What is your name?" A message came from the powerful divine sense. Liangji was like a lonely boat in the raging waves. Disciple Liangji greets the third king. The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, and fear filled her eyes. She didn't think this jade would awaken the third king. When she thought about the legends of the third king, Liangji became nervous. Originally, she thought that although the news within this jade would cause shock, at most it would only awaken the fifth king. She had some speculation about the corpse imprinted in his jade. However, the moment this slaughter divine sense spread out, Liangji knew that she had underestimated the corpse recorded inside the jade. Not only her, but almost all the disciples of the Corpse Sect in the southern region felt this divine sense cover the area. They stopped what they were doing and knelt down in worship. "You have done a great deed bringing this jade back. You can go inside the corpse pit, and I give you the right to enter the 6th floor of the pit to pick a corpse." As the gloomy voice echoed within Liangji's ears, she trembled in excitement. Thinking about some of the legendary corpses on the 6th floor, Liangji's breathing became rough. "Many thanks, third king." The gloomy voice slowly spread out. Do you know what the corpse recorded inside this jade is? Li Yingji pondered a bit, and after hesitating a bit, she said, Disciple doesn't know much, but I have a vague guess that this should be an ancient god from primordial times. A long laugh echoed. This gloomy voice seemed to be very excited. As the laughter echoed, the divine sense seemed to fluctuate as well. Ancient god. This body does indeed belong to an ancient god. If it was only an ordinary ancient god, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it is unexpectedly a royal ancient god. An 8-star royal ancient god. In the end, the greed in the voice was heaven-shaking. It even caused the origin energy in the starfield to change. Royal ancient god. Li Yingji was startled but didn't ask. Summon all disciples of the corpse sect. Use the blood of the heavens to open the 9th layer of the corpse pit and take out 8 bodies. This time, 8 of the 9 kings of the corpse sect will head out. Summon back all elders of the corpse sect. My corpse sect must obtain the corpse of this royal ancient god. A thunderous voice echoed across the southern region, and it was clearly felt by all corpse sect members. They trembled and quickly acknowledged the order. As a result, a huge storm was set off in the southern region. Disciple isn't sure of the validity of the information in this jade. Li Yingji was shocked. Although she knew the contents were going to shock the entire corpse sect, this was no mere shock. The corpse sect was moving all its forces. As a result, she couldn't help but panic. If this jade was real, it wouldn't matter, but she wasn't sure. If the contents of the jade were proven false, she would have to bear unimaginable consequences. After all, she had brought back the jade. No problem. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor told you bring it here. Given his status, there's a 70% of it being true. The 4 divine sect would not easily spread false news. It would be equal to teasing my corpse sect, all heaven, and the remaining alliance forces. However, I will have to personally take a trip to the 4 divine sect. The 2 pieces of jade were like 2 giant invisible hands that affected the hearts of countless people. It was like an undercurrent that began to move, and something heaven-shattering was going to happen. Similarly, when Emoji returned to the country of Chuyun, the 3 jades were quickly sent to the other 3 powerful alliance forces. At the same time, with the ceasefire from all heaven, large amounts of cultivators left the battlefield. The people of the corpse sect stopped trading with both sides and quickly went back to their sect. These strange changes caught the attention of the alliance cultivators. The person who caused all of this, Wang Lin, calmly stayed in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. He sat next to the edge of the volcano and calmly cultivated. There was a large toad sitting next to him. Thunder continued to flash around the toad, making crackling sounds. The thunder toad seemed to be able to withstand the high temperature here. With the big war imminent, Wang Lin knew he didn't have much time left. He had improved his spells as much as possible so he could survive the next big battle. At the same time, he was waiting for the corpse sect and all heaven to send people again. Wang Lin was confident that the 2 different jades he sent would make those 2 forces come to him. Wang Lin's mind was extraordinary, but he rarely used schemes. The reason he hadn't schemed much before was not because he couldn't. It was due to his previous status. Before, anything he did would merely be small tricks. However, with the 4 divine sect behind him, he was able to use open schemes. He had plainly told everyone news about the ancient god, and everyone also knew that Wang Lin must have been plotting something. Anyone with any intelligence would be able to clearly see this. If Wang Lin hadn't become the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor and released this news, it wouldn't have had any effect. Instead, it would be inviting disaster for himself. Whether it was the corpse sect or all heaven, they would first capture him and question him. However, right now, whether it was the corpse sect or all heaven, they didn't have this choice. After all, there was also a third side they could never get along with: the alliance cultivators. Also, the mysteries of the 4 divine sect and its previous status as the overlord of the system was enough to deter people. They knew that the price of war would be too high. This was the real reason Wang Lin dared to spread this news. Similarly, Wang Lin knew that his identity as an ancient god was no longer any secret among the powerful cultivators in the alliance star system. After all, in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin had displayed all his power, and the spell dream of ancient times had appeared as well. Wang Lin refused to believe that it hadn't raised any suspicions or speculations. This was also one of the main reasons Wang Lin had agreed to come with the old vermilion bird divine emperor so easily. If he hadn't, with his serious injuries, he would have found it difficult to move even one step. He would be hunted night and day, and sooner or later he would be caught. It was because of this that him spreading the news of Tuosen was even more credible. Also, there was no need to lie. Once they arrived at the land of the ancient god on planet Suzaku, they would immediately know if it was real or not. All Heaven, Corpse Sect, Cultivation Alliance. I wonder if these three forces will be able to deal with Tuosen. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then no longer thought about this matter. In truth, luring the three forces to go to planet Suzaku was only the first part of this plan. In truth, he had another surefire plan. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin looked up at the thunder toad next to him. The toad seemed to be asleep, but strands of fire origin energy entered its body. The thunder toad and mosquito beast were released by Wang Lin after he arrived at the four divine sect to cultivate on their own. Yesterday, the thunder toad came from the black tortoise divine sect and found Wang Lin through their connection. The mosquito beast should have already arrived. Why has it not come to me? The elders of the Azure Dragon divine sect said they saw the mosquito beast leave before them. Even though the mosquito beast isn't as fast as the elders, it should have arrived after this much time. Wang Lin frowned as he pondered, but he suppressed the doubt in his heart. Forget it. It could just be the mosquito beast being playful, and he was delayed a few days. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and pointed to his body. His face became strangely red and there was trace of pain in it. With Wang Lin's control of fire origin energy, it was hard for him to feel heat that was difficult to bear, and even harder to feel heat that could make him sweat. However, at this moment, large drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a mouthful of foul air. There was a flash of red and a broken sword was slowly pushed out from his chest. This broken sword was completely red, and the moment it appeared, a monstrous slaughter energy appeared. This slaughter energy was so powerful that it immediately charged out of the planet. Even the flames around the planet paused and were pushed aside by this slaughter energy. This broken sword was the root of gray-robed All-Seer's slaughter energy. After the battle at the Demon Spirit Land, the broken half had stayed in Wang Lin's body. During these 3 years, while he healed and cultivated, he had also been slowly refining his sword. The part that was in his origin soul had already dissipated, leaving only this broken sword in his body. After 3 years of refining this, I've gained some basic understanding. Once I refine this, I can cultivate the celestial slaughter art without any issue. There will be no danger of blowing up once I reach 1 million strands of slaughter energy. Wang Lin still couldn't forget this slaughter energy. After all, he had cultivated it for many years and had gotten very far. At that time, it was with the help of ancient demon Bei Lu that he understood the harm of the celestial slaughter art. If he had continued cultivating it, his body would have collapsed and become a real strand of slaughter energy. He would have become something that belonged to gray-robed All-Seer. In the end, he had to give it up, but he also felt regret. However, at this moment, this regret disappeared as he stared at the broken, red sword. Wang Lin's right eye lit up and a sea of flames suddenly appeared. The flames surrounded the broken sword and slowly burned it. As the sword burned, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. His ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out from between his eyebrows and spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy. Wang Lin's second origin soul formed by the 9 mysterious transformation also opened his eyes and spat out another mouthful of essence origin energy. As a result, the fire and thunder essence origin energy appeared. The moment it got near the flames around the sword, the flames became even more intense, as if hot oil had been thrown in. A thunderous rumble echoed endlessly. The edges of the broken sword began to show signs of melting, but just at this moment, cold slaughter energy appeared to resist the flames. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this phenomenon, as this always happened when he refined this sword before. However, Wang Lin didn't have time to waste today. He had refined this sword to become his. Then he would be able to cultivate the celestial slaughter art again, as it was a very powerful defensive spell. If it was before he finished the first transformation, Wang Lin wouldn't be confident, but right now he was 70% confident. He withdrew his gaze from the broken sword he was refining, took a deep breath, and both his hands formed a seal. The flame in his right eye became even stronger, as if it would light up the heavens. Wang Lin pointed up at the sky, and his second origin soul did the same. At this moment, an unimaginably powerful fire suddenly came out of Wang Lin's origin soul. It came out through Wang Lin's right hand and formed a sea of flames in the sky. Flames, gather. Wang Lin's voice was low. The moment he spoke, all the fire origin energy on the planet he was on trembled and gathered toward him. Not was only the cultivation planet like this, even the burning star field was the same. When a large amount of fire origin energy had gathered, Wang Lin pointed at the broken sword. The gathered fire origin energy shot toward the broken sword, and the speed at which the broken sword melted increased several-fold. However, similarly, the slaughter energy coming out from the broken sword increased to resist the flame. Wang Lin stared at the broken sword for a moment and his right eye flashed. The second origin soul inside the ancient thunder dragon origin soul rushed out. It came out from Wang Lin's right eye and pounced at the broken sword. At this instant, Wang Lin made a seal with his hands and spat something out. It was the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. Magic Arsenal, Master Void. All-Seer. Appear. After Wang Lin spoke, he waved his right hand and specks of light surrounded the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. The specks of light soon gathered and formed the figures of two souls. It was Master Void and the All-Seer formed by the fusion of the two avatars. The moment the two trapped souls appeared, they pounced at the broken sword. They circled the broken sword with Wang Lin's second origin soul to help refine it. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his left hand and pressed down on the volcano. The volcano began to rumble, and the black smoke intensified and a heat wave suddenly rushed out from inside the volcano. Red lava also came out with the heat wave. However, with a wave of his left hand, the magma flowed like water and surrounded the broken sword. It formed a ball of magma 100 feet wide, causing the temperature inside to become even higher. This time, Wang Lin was willing to pay any cost to completely refine this slaughter sword from gray-robed All-Seer. He was using his second origin soul, Master Void, All-Seer, the fire origin energy of the world, and finally this lava to form a shell to speed up the refining process. Wang Lin was below the 100 feet ball as he controlled the fire origin energy to enter the ball. Time slowly passed, and soon it had been 12 hours since he started. Wang Lin couldn't last long using this intense refining method. If it went on for too long, not only would Wang Lin's origin energy not be able to handle it, he would also consume the celestial origin energy he had gained from devouring those dozens of celestials. After 12 hours had passed, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and he let out a roar. He waved his hand and the ball of magma shattered into countless pieces of burning debris. At this moment, the broken sword could no longer resist the intense heat, so it melted completely. Wang Lin's second origin soul devoured the melted sword and returned to Wang Lin's body. Master Void and the All-Seer's souls also returned to the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. Wang Lin closed his eyes and cultivated for a bit. A red sword slowly condensed before his second origin soul. It gave off powerful slaughter energy, and with just a thought, the slaughter energy would rush out. It's a pity that refining this sword has consumed so much of the slaughter energy it had. There are less than 1 million strands of slaughter energy remaining. I will need to continue to cultivate it and add more. Wang Lin opened his eyes and let out a deep breath. Then he slapped his bag of holding, causing a black light to fly out, and it turned into a trident before Wang Lin. Wang Lin stared at the trident, but just at this moment, his expression changed and he looked up. Guilt and sadness immediately appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. I still have to give him an explanation about this matter. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he put the trident away and disappeared. There was another planet not far away from the planet Wang Lin was on. This was also one of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect's main planets. This planet had numerous fiery red mountains and was very beautiful. At this moment, there was a woman kneeling on the highest peak of the planet. She was very beautiful, but she had a bitter expression, and she remained motionless while kneeling. Before her was a black stone carving of Wang Lin. Behind the statue was the entrance to a cave, and it was pitch black inside. There was a youth in black sitting next to the statue. This youth had a cold expression. He didn't even look at the woman and calmly cultivated. "I beg you, let me go in." The woman's eyes were filled with tears as she spoke to the man in black. The youth in black opened his eyes and coldly said, "No!" The woman's body trembled and she was about to speak, but just at this moment, a sigh echoed across the sky. Ripples appeared on the peak of the mountain and Wang Lin stepped out. As soon as Wang Lin appeared, the youth in black became excited and respectful. He got up and said, 13 greets master. When the woman saw Wang Lin, her expression became even more bitter, but she didn't speak. Wang Lin nodded at 13 and gently said to the woman, "Ling Er, take me to meet your great-grandfather. Great-grandpa, he won't last much longer." Tears flowed down from Ling Er's eyes. The guilt in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger as he waved his sleeves and he disappeared with Ling Er. After he left, a pair of eyes lit up within the cave at the top of the mountain. Wang Lin's original body opened his eyes and also revealed guilt. The star-marked sable was on his shoulder, and it would occasionally lick Wang Lin's neck. No saw that Wang Lin was sitting on bones. It was an eerie sight. A white-haired old man who looked very old was drinking wine on the wall of a city in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. There was a look of madness in his eyes. "Second brother, third brother, big brother has wronged both of you. I'm sorry." The old man poured wine into his mouth, allowing the wine flow out from the corner of his mouth and fused with his tears. He was drinking his wine and tears. Due to the mixture of tears, the wine was no longer sweet, but deeply bitter. Along with the bitterness in his heart, rather than saying he was drinking wine, it was more like he was drinking his own tears. A ripple appeared behind him and Wang Lin and Ling Er appeared. When Ling Er saw the old man's appearance, even more tears appeared in her eyes. She was about to go take the wine from the old man, but she was stopped by Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he walked next to the old man. He sat down on the wall, casually picked up a wine jug, and also took a big gulp. At this moment, in the center part of the Alliance star system, where the Alliance forces were, a group of dozens of mosquito beasts passed by. Their eyes were completely red, and an aroma that only the mosquito beasts could smell spread. It was as if these mosquito beasts were being controlled by this fragrance. There were 3 young men wearing yellow before them. They were each holding a strange incense while carefully luring this herd of mosquito beasts. One of them spoke while greed filled his eyes. "I didn't think this Alliance star system would have giant mosquito beasts. If the 3 of us bring these giant mosquito beasts to meet with the Elder, we will be rewarded greatly." His way of speaking was a bit different from people of the Alliance, as if he came from outside the Alliance star system. Wang Lin and Master Chun just sat there while silently drinking their own bottles of wine. Sometimes they would look at the red sky in the distance while the heat waves rolled by. Dead. Third brother is dead and second brother's origin soul dissipated. Master Chun bitterly drank a mouthful of wine and threw it on the side. The 3 Chun brothers, the 3 Chun brothers. I'm now the only one left. Wang Lin silently pondered as he took a drink of wine. He softly said, "Back then, I shouldn't have asked the 3 of you to go with me." Master Chun suddenly turned to look at Wang Lin with a ferocious expression filled with hatred. Wang Lin silently looked back at Master Chun. The two stared at each other for a very long time. The ferociousness on Master Chun's face gradually dissipated and became bleak. Then he said to Ling Er behind him, "Ling Er, go get more wine." He then turned around and looked at the fiery red world. Cultivators go against the heavens. Since we walk on this path of no return, it is inevitable that we will disappear someday. This I understand. When you invited the 3 of us to the demon spirit land, you didn't force us. We all volunteered. This I also understand. Master Chun had a bitter expression as he looked at the scattered wine jugs around him. He picked up a few to find them empty. Wang Lin silently handed the wine in his hand to Master Chun. Master Chun took a big gulp, and tears flowed down his eyes as he muttered, I hate myself for my cultivation level being too low. I hate that I have no way to resurrect my two brothers. I hate that I'm unable to get revenge and have wronged the both of them. At this moment, Ling Er brought wine from the city. Her eyes were red as she gently placed the wine jugs next to Master Chun. Wang Lin picked up a wine jug and drank an entire jug in one gulp. His eyes revealed a decisively gaze as he said, Master Chun, I'm responsible for this matter. If I had not taken the three of you, then such a tragedy would not have occurred. The person who killed your brothers is ancient devil Tajia. It won't be long before you can personally kill ancient devil Tajia and get revenge for your brothers. Master Chen's body trembled as he looked at Wang Lin with excitement in his eyes. Is this true? This is my promise to you. Wang Lin placed the wine jug on the ground and looked into the distance. It was as if he was remembering something, and he slowly said, Life and death fills one's life. Once you have seen through it, you will get through it. Your two brothers still have you to remember them. Cultivators like us are often meet with life and death situations. How many cultivators die each time? How many people will remember them? And how many will even be remembered? After stepping on this abnormal road, we must see through life and death. We must see through our own life and death and others' lives and deaths as well. When I sent the ashes of an old friend back to his hometown, I once heard a nursery rhyme from a child. The apricot tree blooms white flowers. The daughter won't be taken by a Taoist family. Last year, Lang II went up the mountain, and a year later, Lang I was a bag of bones. The cry of the daughter accompanies the dead but takes the coffin as family. The apricot tree blooms white flowers, and children shouldn't be taken by Taoists. If asked about my age, I still haven't found my Tao. The dog barks. The cat scratches, scaring the Taoist back home. A little nursery rhyme was able to point out the sadness of us cultivators. Master Chun, see through it. Once you've seen through it, your pain will lessen. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it was filled with powerful melancholy. After leaving these words, he stood up and left. His figure looked even more bleak and lonely than Master Chen's. Master Chan stared at Wang Lin's figure as Wang Lin's words echoed in his mind. Seeing Wang Lin leaving, he stood up and shouted, Have you seen through it? In the distance, Wang Lin trembled and stopped. He didn't look back, but after pondering for a long time, he softly said, I haven't seen thought it. With a hint of bitterness, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and flew off into the sky. Time slowly passed. After Wang Lin left Master Chun, he sat down next to the volcano. Scenes of the past slowly replayed in his mind. He wasn't able to see through life and death, so he had to endure more than 1,000 years of pain and loneliness. He would still need to continue enduring it. He struggled with this pain in his heart as he walked down the vast road of cultivation with no end in sight. Aside from the sizzling sounds from the black smoke rising from the volcano, there was also sound of the fire burning. Aside from that, everything was completely silent. As Wang Lin silently sat in this silence, there was a coffin before him. This coffin was made of crystal, and there was a woman inside it. Her skin was clear and she didn't look dead at all. Instead, she looked as if she was sleeping. This woman didn't have the beauty to shock the world or a temperament that could ruin entire cities. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, even the most gorgeous girl couldn't compare to the woman inside the coffin at all. Wang Lin's right hand gently rubbed the coffin, and his eyes were gentle. As he looked at the woman in the coffin, he felt as if he had returned to planet Suzaku. Wang Lin was still unable to see through life and death. At this moment, it was as if nothing else in the world remained. The only thing left was him and the woman inside the coffin. He felt loneliness as he silently looked at the woman that had accompanied him for over 1,000 years. Then Wang Lin gradually found a glimmer of warmth. Although this warmth was small, It integrated into Wang Lin's origin soul. It was like an illusion from the other side of the river that might disappear at any time, but you still refused to look away, even if that river was life and death. The woman inside the coffin had been Wang Lin's only hope for more than 1,000 years of cultivation. As he stared at the woman, he seemed to forget everything. When you awaken, we will find a haven no one else can find and quietly settle down. Wang Lin revealed a gentle smile. This very small desire was Wang Lin's biggest wish. The me from before didn't understand, but now I understand. Wang Lin muttered as a deep sense of sadness and melancholy was released from his body. Before, he didn't really understand the feelings between Zhou and Qingshuang. However, after more than 1,000 years of cultivation and endless loneliness, Wang Lin understood. It was a kind of spiritual hope, it was a kind of perseverance and struggle, but also a sense of unwillingness. Wang Er, remember that even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back. Wang Lin revealed a heaven-defying determination. Volcanoes were the one thing these planets that belonged to the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect weren't lacking. These volcanoes were formed under special conditions, so thick magma would erupt from them very often. Every time a volcano erupted, the earth would tremble. The loud rumbling was earth-shaking. The black smoke filled the sky and lava rained down, making it look like the end of the world. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect had seen volcanic eruptions far too many times. However, Wang Lin hadn't seen many. At this moment, muffled sounds came from the volcano he was on top of, and they became even more intense. However, Wang Lin ignored all of this. Right now, Li Muin was the only thing in his eyes. The rumbling from the volcano became even more intense. In the end, it was as if a fierce beast was roaring inside the volcano, and the black smoke rushed out. The smoke spread out like crazy in the sky, covering the red light from the sky. The entire earth was now in the dark. Shortly after, the roar from the volcano became even more intense, and soon, a ray of red light shot into the sky. A pillar of lava also shot into the sky. From a distance, this scene was very shocking. At this moment, Wang Lin was sitting at the mouth of the volcano. Some of the rocks on the edge were pulled into the lava and blown into the sky. This magma charged into the air right before Wang Lin's face, less than 10 feet away. The dense heat waves and magma charged out like a fire dragon and scattered everywhere. It was as if the world was collapsing around Wang Lin. But it wasn't enough to make him look up once. He just silently stared at the coffin and didn't seem to care at all. As the volcano erupted, the earth trembled and cracks appeared, and soon everything was covered in lava. As the earth trembled and the volcano continued to erupt, lava surged out from the opening of the volcano. The lava flowed down the volcano like angry waves. As the lava flowed, it soon covered the entire volcano and continued to spread. At this moment, lava fell like the rain and covered the ground like raging waves. The world was now black and red. The black was the dense, black smoke in the sky and the red was the river like lava. Wang Lin softly said, "Is this pretty? This is the power of mountain crumbles. I have waited days for this volcano to erupt. Wang Wer. Accompany me and witness as I comprehend by Fan's fourth spell. Mountain crumbles." Wang Lin muttered to himself as he looked at the lava falling like rain. At this moment, even more rumbling came from the volcano he was on, and it erupted again. The vibrations of the earth spread and caused another volcano in the distance to tremble. The distant volcano began spraying out smoke and lava. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes, and the scenes of Qing Shui using mountain crumbles in the slaughter realm appeared in his mind. In truth, in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin had found a trace of understanding of mountain crumbles from the volcanic eruption there, but the feeling was weak. However, due to the dangers he faced, he didn't have time to think much about it. However, the one thing the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect didn't lack was volcanoes. Now that he had more fire origin energy, he understood the mountain crumbles spell Qing Shui had left him more and more. Call the wind, summon the rain, magic arsenal, mountain crumble, land collapses, dark moon, clear skies. These were the 6 great spells of Celestial Emperor by Fan. Wang Lin had already learned the first three, and Qing Shui said that the latter three were far more powerful. They all contained heaven-shattering power. Mountain Crumble was the first of the three latter spells. The intent was to take the power of a collapsing mountain, but although it sounded easy, it was extremely complex. Mountains have souls, so if only the mountain crumbled but not the soul, then the power would be very ordinary. Only when both the body and soul crumbled could the power of mountain crumbles be displayed. In a place filled with mountains, one could use the power of mountain crumbles, but that was only the first step. The real mountain crumbles would be like Qing Shui used it before, where there were no mountains. To form a mountain with your divine sense and then inject celestial origin energy to form its soul. The power of mountain crumbles was when both the celestial origin energy and divine sense crumbled. Borrowing this power to integrate with the world and make those countless mountains real. Then the crumble would have the power of a heaven-shaking spell. The key of mountain crumbles wasn't the crumble of the mountain and its soul, or forming the mountain with one mind, or infusing it with celestial origin energy. The key was making it all real. How to make an illusion real, that was the focus of mountain crumbles. It was also the most difficult part. Looking at the eruption of the distant volcano and feeling the crumble of the volcano below him, Wang Lin opened his eyes. There was a hint of confusion in them. Wang Er, what exactly is true? What is false? No one could answer Wang Lin's question. He silently looked into the distance, and he felt the fluctuations of the world and gradually frowned. How to make a mountain made of divine sense real? Qing Shui didn't tell Wang Lin about this. The comprehension Qing Shui had left with Wang Lin was also very vague. It seemed Qing Shui's intent was for Wang Lin to comprehend it himself and not pass it down as an inheritance. True, false. It is like life and death, karmic cause and karmic effect. Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to think. The volcano below him erupted even more violently and caused even more distant volcanoes to erupt. In an instant, Wang Lin was surrounded by endless magma. Time seemed to last forever. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin opened his eyes, but they were still filled with confusion. He placed his right hand on the coffin and made it turn into a ray of light that disappeared. Wang Lin stood up and unexpectedly jumped into the mouth of the volcano. Dense magma spray out, but it wasn't able to stop Wang Lin. He quickly moved through the lava and soon reached the depths of the volcano. He sat down in the lotus position. Then his hands formed a seal and he opened his arms. His eyes shined brightly and then he closed them once more. I don't care if it's true or false. If there is nothing true in the world, there is nothing false. True and false are just two sides of a coin, and they are linked just like life and death. If there was no life, then there would be no death. If there is no karmic cause, then there is naturally no karmic effect. Moj said earlier that all domains are formed by the state of my mind. Everything appears as we will it. The moment Wang Lin's eyes closed, all the fire origin energy inside his body charged out into the lava and slowly merged with the lava. At this moment, it was as if he was lava. After fusing with the lava, Wang Lin's fire origin energy spread out and began fusing with the volcano around the lava. Finally, he became one with the volcano too. This didn't end. As his fire origin energy spread out, the lava, the volcano, the black smoke, and all the fire origin energy had integrated into one. At this moment, Wang Lin felt an ancient aura from this volcano. This ancient aura was the soul of this volcano. When he felt the soul of the volcano, Wang Lin's origin soul came out and fused with the volcano once more. At this instant, Wang Lin felt like he was the volcano. The ancient volcano soul allowed Wang Lin to see various scenes when he fused with it. He saw a burning planet, and as the earth trembled, a mountain was gradually born. The mountain was filled with fire origin energy. As time passed, this fire origin energy became lava, and finally, when it reached a limit, the top of the mountain collapsed and dense lava gushed out. He saw how the volcano gradually calmed down after the eruption. How fierce beasts that could survive here came by. He also saw the vermilion bird divine sect disciples flying by. As the heat waves blew by, the seeds of some plants that could survive here flew by. Red grass gradually grew, withered, and grew again. This cycle continued for an unknown amount of time before the earth trembled once more and the volcano erupted again. Tens of thousands of years passed by Wang Lin's eyes in a flash. Wang Lin gradually forgot his origin intention and his identity as a cultivator. It was as if he had really become the volcano, become the soul of the volcano. The eruptions of the volcano were like him venting. At this moment, Wang Lin unconsciously gained enlightenment. I'm the volcano. My wrath is the eruption. With this enlightenment, Wang Lin's divine sense began to spread. Soon, all the surrounding volcanoes were within his divine sense. His divine sense spread out and fused with each of the volcanoes. Even more scenes filled Wang Lin's mind. He saw even more volcanic eruptions and felt even more of the wrath of the volcanoes. His divine sense slowly spread out until it covered all the volcanoes on the planet. At this moment, it was as if he had thousands of avatars, and each one of them was a volcano. This is... An elder of the Vermilion Bird sect suddenly opened his eyes with doubt. However, he soon looked at the volcano Wang Lin was at. It's the Divine Emperor. Although his aura was ancient, as an elder at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, he was naturally able to distinguish it. However, he was still shocked. What shocked him was that although it was the aura of the Divine Emperor, it was very different from the aura of the little cultivator he remembered. Earlier, Wang Lin was mere a Nirvana Scryer cultivator that had cultivated for less than 2,000 years. Although this group of elders had acknowledged Wang Lin on the surface, they were a bit unwilling deep down. However, the aura felt so ancient that he felt like a junior before this aura. Horrified, the old man immediately flew into the air. He immediately felt that the 3 other elders on the planet had also come out. The other 3 were also shocked. Apparently, they had made the same discovery as the first old man. At this moment, all the members of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect awakened from their cultivation. They could clearly feel that at that moment, it seemed like a very ancient divine sense had swept by. If that was it, it wouldn't be much. The 4 elders would have been shocked, but it would not affect them too much. However, what happened next made the 4 of them suck in breaths of cold air. This divine sense swept by and covered the entire planet. It seemed all the volcanoes on the planet had awakened and erupted at the same time. The entire planet seemed to be rumbling, and this earth-shattering sound replaced all other sounds in the world. At this moment, the ancient aura inside that divine sense increased greatly. It was as if the ancient auras had been gathered from all the volcanoes to create this power of time. The sky was covered in black fog and bright red lava flowed on the ground. At this moment, the expressions of the 4 elders changed greatly. All disciples of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect immediately leave this cultivation planet. One of the elders roared like thunder. Soon, the Vermilion Bird Divine sect disciples all flew into the air. The 4 elders also charged out while carrying all the people on the planet. Everyone was panicking, and most of them didn't know what was going on. The 4 elders' expressions were extremely gloomy. They were filled with dissatisfaction toward the new divine emperor that had caused this. However, right when their dissatisfaction appeared, that divine sense suddenly began to spread. It swept past the Vermilion Bird Divine sect members and spread across the burning starfield. As the divine sense spread out, another planet was surrounded and fused with it. The ancient aura became even stronger. Many Vermilion Bird Divine sect members also flew out from that planet in panic. As the divine sense spread out, all the cultivation planets began to fuse with it. As it grew stronger and stronger, an unimaginably powerful divine sense appeared in the burning starfield. All the Vermilion Bird Divine sect members flew out from the cultivation planets. Big Head and others Wang Lin knew did the same. At this moment, a ripple appeared outside the burning starfield the Vermilion Bird sect was located. Person walked out. This person was an old man with white hair wearing a red robe. If Wang Lin saw this person, he would immediately recognize this person as Master Flames Park. The moment Master Flames Park appeared, another ripple echoed and another person walked out. The moment this person appeared, a cold aura spread out. This was a middle-aged man who wore a blue robe and was extremely handsome. However, his face was pale as if he was dead. But the cultivation fluctuations from this person caused Master Flamespark's pupils to shrink. All heavens, Master Flamespark? The middle-aged man's cold gaze swept by. One of the corpse sect's 9 kings. I just don't know which one. Master Flamespark's voice was calm, but he stared at the middle-aged man. At this moment, all of the cultivation planets within the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect were enveloped by that divine sense. An ancient aura filled the entire starfield, and all the elders were greatly shocked. Although their cultivation levels were high, they couldn't imagine what spell this new divine emperor was cultivating to reach such a terrifying level. Even with their cultivation levels and insight, it was understandable that they couldn't understand the power of Celestial Emperor by fan spells. Wang Lin's divine sense originally couldn't cover this far, but at this moment, he had forgotten everything and became the souls of the volcanoes. He also fused with the souls of each planet and borrowed their power to spread out. That's how the current situation was able to occur. The root of all of this was still Celestial Emperor by Fan's Mountain Crumble spell. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine had gathered the souls of all the cultivation planets within the starfield. The ancient aura people felt within this divine sense made it feel like they would decay. At this moment, all the members of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, including the elders, were part of Wang Lin's divine sense. All of them could clearly feel this aura, and all of the elders were extremely shocked. The discontent in the hearts of the first 4 elders who noticed this had already disappeared and was replaced with the shock of what happened after. If there was no karmic cause and no karmic effect, then there would be no karma. If there was no life, there would be no death. Without life and death, everything would be eternal. If there is true, then there is no false. True and false are separated by just a thought. An ancient voice came from the divine sense and echoed in everyone's ears. So it is like this, it is just a thought. No wonder senior brother Qing Shui didn't leave any details. Once you understand, you understand. As the thought echoed, Wang Lin seemed to awaken. The moment he awakened, the burning starfield suddenly moved. The souls of the planets came out and all the volcanoes on the planets erupted at the same time. The eruptions of all the volcanoes in the starfield caused a thunderous rumble to echo across the starfield. It was at this moment that Master Flamespark and the 3rd king of the corpse sect stepped into the burning starfield. The moment they entered, the 3rd king of the corpse sect's eyes suddenly shined and were filled with disbelief. With his cultivation, he immediately felt that this starfield was covered in an unbelievably large divine sense. The power of the divine sense was so heaven-shaking that even he couldn't help but gasp. The way he saw it, it was as if he wasn't facing a person, but the cultivation planets that had existed for countless years. This ancient aura made even him feel like a junior. Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. The first thought that appeared in the middle-aged man's mind was the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor that he hadn't met yet, but he felt it wasn't right. From what Li Yingji had reported, the new Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor was someone that hadn't cultivated for a very long time. Could it be the old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank and he became very cautious. Master Flamespark's expression also changed greatly after he entered the starfield. He immediately felt the giant divine sense that shocked his mind. This is... Master Flamespark's eyes revealed unimaginable shock. In his view, the power of this divine sense couldn't be described in words. It wasn't something a cultivator could possess. The moment they felt this divine sense, Wang Lin naturally felt Master Flamespark and the middle-aged man. His divine sense suddenly moved toward the 2 of them. The movement of his divine sense causing a thunderous rumble to echo across the burning starfield. Master Flamespark. A message came from this divine sense and echoed across the starfield. Master Flamespark gasped. This divine sense felt familiar, and he even had a guess as to who it belonged to. But he couldn't believe it. His expression became serious. Your Excellency is Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. Wang Lin's divine sense caused thunder to roar across the starfield. You're Wang Lin. Master Flamespark's eyes widened and the shock in his eyes became monstrous. Not only him but the third king of the corpse sect was the same. This must be someone from the corpse sect. Wang Lin's divine sense slowly sent out a message. His divine sense stirred up the sea of flames and slowly surrounded the middle-aged man and Master Flamespark. The middle-aged man said, "This old man is the corpse sect's third king." Although he looked calm and it was impossible to see his emotions, the dread he felt from the Vermilion Bird divine sect in his heart deepened. He originally came with the intent to observe the Vermilion Bird divine sect, but now there was no need to observe. The middle-aged man clasped his hands and slowly said, "A few days ago, my corpse sect's junior, Xianxia, brought back a jade. This old man came to ask where the location of the thing recorded inside the jade is. If the Divine Emperor tells me, my corpse sect would be deeply indebted." Master Flames, Park suppressed the shock in his heart and also asked, "Wang, Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. Xianxia also brought a jade to the Thunder Celestial Temple. My question is the same. Where is the location described in the jade?" With Master Flamespark's cultivation, he was vaguely able to see some clues as to why Wang Lin's divine sense was able to become so powerful. However, a spell that allowed one's divine sense to merge so perfectly with all the planets in the starfield terrified him. The mysteriousness of the Vermilion Bird divine sect increased even more in Master Flamespark's heart. "I can tell you the location of the place in the jade. However, it is filled with danger. Whether you guys go or not is up to you." As Wang Lin's divine sense echoed, countless specks of light appeared before Master Flamespark and the middle-aged man to form a star map. This star map clearly revealed planet Suzaku. After flashing for a few breaths of time, it gradually disappeared. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up and said, "Planet Suzaku?" The middle-aged man smiled and calmly said, "Divine Emperor, you must have other plans if you're revealing such an important piece of information now. Everyone has their own needs. I'm mere borrowing a knife to kill the person guarding that corpse." Wang Lin sent out a message. There was no need to hide it from the corpse sect and all heaven. "Good. The Divine Emperor is indeed candid. My corpse sect will agree to this matter." The middle-aged man didn't expect Wang Lin's answer to be like this. After laughing, he looked at where Wang Lin's divine sense was coming from before clasping his hands and leaving. Master Flamespark pondered a bit. After the middle-aged man left, he looked at Wang Lin with a complex gaze and sighed. "I underestimated you. I didn't think. Wang Lin, forget the fact that I'm the master of the Thunder Celestial Temple and you are the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. How did I treat you?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and sent out a message. "Not bad." Master Flamespark's eyes narrowed and he asked, "You are indeed being truthful. Wang Lin, I just want to know if what you said in the jade was true, or are you not sure?" "Senior Master Flamespark, I won't deceive you. The information in the jade is true." Master Flamespark nodded and no longer spoke. He clasped his hands and left the burning starfield. After both of them were gone, the divine sense that surrounded the entire starfield collapsed into countless pieces that dissipated within the starfield. The parts that belonged to the planet souls all returned to their respective planets. When the divine sense collapsed, it affected the origin energy in the starfield and shocked all the Vermilion Bird divine sect members. The volcanoes had stopped erupting on the planet Wang Lin was on. Inside the largest volcano, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were very bright, and the light penetrated the lava inside the volcano. "My domain started with the life and death cycle and later evolved into karma. Now, borrowing the comprehension of mountain crumbles, I caught a glimpse of true and false. With a thought, my karma domain was complete and has broken through the Nirvana Scryer stage and entered the Nirvana Cleanser stage. My domain also evolved into true and false due to comprehending mountain crumbles. This true and false is different from illusions. This is a grand Tao." Wang Lin stood up and with one step ripples appeared in the lava. The next instant, Wang Lin appeared outside. He looked at the world and gradually smiled. Nirvana Cleanser. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and he could clearly feel the difference in his body. Before, the fire origin energy inside his body had reached a limit, but now, with a thought, all the fire origin energy around him surged into his body. As the origin energy rushed into his body, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and a crack appeared before him. This crack wasn't stable when it appeared. It seemed like it could break at any time. However, endless origin energy came out of Wang Lin's hand and charged into the crack. It started to expand, and popping sounds echoed inside the crack. The space inside the crack became larger, and as more origin energy went inside, it became more stable. Finally, it reached a limit, and it became stable enough that it wouldn't easily collapse. There will be no need to use a bag of holding anymore. Wang Lin smiled as he slapped his bag of holding and everything inside flew out into the crack. Soon, the bag of holding was empty, and Wang Lin rubbed it between his hands to turn the bag into dust. His right hand pointed at the crack to leave behind his divine sense imprint. Then he waved his hand and the crack closed and disappeared. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed and his eyes became cold. His entire person became cold. He took a step and appeared in the sky. He saw a mosquito beast struggle to fly toward him. The mosquito beast was completely purple, but it was covered in blood. It looked very dispirited and was obviously seriously injured. If not for the single thought of returning to meet its master, it would have already died. In particular, there was a hideous wound on the mosquito's back that emitted green gas. Even its long mouth was broken. When the mosquito beast saw Wang Lin, it let out a mournful cry and flew toward him. Wang Lin's right hand hit the mosquito beast's back and the green gas dissipated. Then his left hand reached at the void, causing a crack to appear. He immediately took out a large amount of pills to feed the mosquito beast. At the same time, his divine sense went into the mosquito beast's mind. As he searched its memories, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy and a monstrous killing intent erupted. They're courting death. In the center area of the alliance, there was a starfield filled with rubble. There were 3 youths in yellow cautiously moving forward. The 3 of them were in a sorry state. One of them had a large wound on his right leg that revealed the bones. Although it was bandaged, it was a bloody mess, and his face was extremely pale. The other 2 were also injured, especially the person in the middle who was holding the incense. He had a hole to the right of his chest, and blood occasionally bubbled out of it. Although he was holding on, another person had to support him. Behind him was a group of about a dozen mosquito beasts. The mosquito beasts were lightly injured, but it didn't affect their movement. Their red eyes were locked onto the 3 people before them, but due to the incense, they followed involuntarily. Damn it, we let that child giant mosquito beast king get away. If we can bring it back to Cloud C, we can exchange it with the Dark Star sect for an extremely precious Heaven's Blight liquid. The young man with the wound on his leg cursed and he was frustrated by the situation. The young man with the hole in his chest shouted, "Shut up! That mosquito beast king must have been raised by someone. Only a powerful cultivator in the Alliance would be able to tame these giant mosquito beasts that rampages across the Cloud Sea. The 3 of us must meet with the Elder as soon as possible. Otherwise, once that cultivator finds us, the consequences will be unimaginable." After everything had gone so smoothly, I didn't think the giant mosquito beast king would suddenly begin to struggle after we left the eastern region. This caused all the mosquito beasts to begin to rebel. If we didn't use up 2 mosquito soul incenses, I fear the 3 of us wouldn't have been able to lead these giant mosquitoes away and would have been eaten by them. Unfortunately, the giant mosquito king got away. However, 19 giant mosquito beasts are enough for the 3 of us to get great benefits. Even within the Heaven Gate sect, our status will immediately be different. The last youth in yellow looked at the mosquito beasts with greedy eyes. As the 3 flew, they gradually entered the depths of the starfield filled with rubble. There was an area covered in a green light screen. The 3 of them each took out a jade and bit their tongues to spit out blood on the jades. At that instant, the 3 jades shined brightly and flew toward the light screen. Ripples appeared on the light screen and then a vortex formed. The 3 of them charged into the vortex. The more than a dozen mosquito beasts were also sucked in. When they reappeared, The three of them and the mosquito beasts were inside the light screen. The three of them visibly relaxed. The youth holding the incense said, "It is indeed strange for giant mosquito beasts from my Cloud Sea Star system to appear here. Luckily, there weren't many. If it was a group of tens of thousands like what we saw in the Wind Celestial Realm." The youth trembled and fear filled his eyes. Get it. It is useless to think more about this. We have already checked on the matter the sect has asked us to check. We should leave as soon as possible. I have a bad feeling. The three of them looked at each other and continued flying forward. A moment later, a giant formation formed by rubble appeared before them. Bursts of green light came from the large formation. In addition, almost 100 cultivators were moving rubble here and adding them to the large formation. There were two old men standing above the large formation. They wore purple and had white hair, but their eyes gave off powerful gazes. The two of them were talking in low voices and pointing at the large formation below. The arrival of the three of them caught the attention of the people here, but they didn't care too much. However, when their gazes landed on the mosquito beasts behind them, their faces all changed. Some who were more timid and had deep fear of the mosquito beasts exclaimed loudly, Giant mosquito beasts!" An uproar suddenly occurred, and those almost 100 cultivators stopped what they were doing and stared at the mosquito beasts. The three people in yellow felt very proud of the reaction they got. When the three of them saw these mosquito beasts, they had almost the same expressions. Two rays of purple closed in. It was the two elders. One of their gazes swept past the more than a dozen mosquito beasts, and he shouted at the cultivators, "What is there to look at? Quickly, build the formation." With the shout from the old man, the surrounding cultivators scattered to continue the unfinished work. However, they would occasionally look at the mosquito beasts with greed in their eyes. After the old man finished shouting, he looked at the mosquito beasts with a strange light in his eyes. Then he looked toward the three youths in yellow and asked, "Xianxia, what is the deal with these giant mosquito beasts?" The youth with injuries on his chest immediately reported everything respectfully. Finally, he hesitated a bit before he talked about what happened on the way here and how the giant mosquito king escaped. After the old man heard this, his expression became gloomy. He looked at the other elder, and their eyes lit up and there was a worried look hidden in their eyes. If these giant mosquitoes have no owner, it doesn't matter. But that chance is almost zero. Can we provoke someone who can raise these giant mosquito beasts? Giant mosquito beasts are worth a lot in the Cloud Sea Star system. These beasts often live in groups of hundreds of thousands, making them very difficult to catch. Even rank 6 or above cultivators would have to spend a lot of trouble to try to capture them. These more than a dozen giant mosquito beasts are worth a huge amount of wealth for my Heaven Gate sect. The two of them looked at each other's eyes and saw the greed and decisiveness in each other's gazes. With the green light screen, it won't be easy for Alliance cultivators to enter. Even if a peak Nirvana Shatter cultivator came, it would take several days for them to break this formation that was gifted to us by a rank 8 sect. We just need to buy some time to return to the Cloud Sea Star system. If they chase us to the Cloud Sea Star system, we'll make sure they never return. Accelerate the building of the formation. The two of them came to a consensus. The three youths who had brought back the mosquito beasts were filled with excitement. Since the elders had agreed to this matter, they were safe. Once they returned to the sect, there would definitely be rewards for the three of them. The youth with the injured leg laughed with pride. Now I want to see the master of the mosquito beasts come. I want to see how he will try to break the light screen and how he has to watch helplessly as we leave with his mosquito beasts. At this moment, the owner of the mosquito beasts, Wang Lin, raised his hand and his expression became extremely cold. If anyone was familiar with Wang Lin, they would know that he was furious right now. Wang Lin had his own principles. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If it wasn't for the fact that Tuo-san would come hunt him down no matter what, he wouldn't scheme against Tuo Senator. His mosquito beasts hadn't provoked the other party, but they were lured away by them. They had also seriously injured the mosquito beasts, and this touched Wang Lin's bottom line. Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly clenched as he looked at the sky above. When he reached the Nirvana cleanser stage, he felt a hint of divine retribution. However, he was within the Vermilion Bird divine sect. If divine retribution were to descend, then it could cause unimaginable damage to the Vermilion Bird divine sect. Even if others could help him, Wang Lin didn't need help right now. He wanted to test how strong his fire and thunder was within this divine retribution. If it was in the past, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to change when the divine retribution would descend. However, after learning the 9 mysterious transformations, he was able to. The moment he reached the Nirvana cleanser stage, he used the 9 mysterious transformations to seal his cultivation at the edge of Nirvana Scryer to hold off the divine retribution. Wang Lin knew that he only needed a thought to truly reach the Nirvana cleanser stage. At that moment, the divine retribution would quickly arrive. He originally planned to leave the Vermilion Bird divine sect to find a remote place in the eastern region to get through the divine retribution. However, the appearance of his mosquito beast quickly changed Wang Lin's mind. With a wave of his right hand, he put the seriously injured mosquito beast in the crack. Then Wang Lin stepped forward based on the route from the mosquito beast's memories. With this step, ripples appeared before Wang Lin, and he disappeared without a trace. Spatial bending. Ripples appeared in the eastern edge of the Alliance star system. The waves of ripples spread as if a pebble had been tossed into a water. Wang Lin walked out from the center of the ripples filled with cold-killing intent. The surroundings were completely silent as Wang Lin looked around. This was the place where the mosquito beasts and the 3 cultivators in yellow battled. Killing intent flashed through his eyes as he stepped forward. He then turned into a ray of light, charged forward, and instantly disappeared. Bursts of thunderous roars echoed through the stars as Wang Lin was too fast and created sonic booms. He was wearing a snow-white robe. His right hand reached at the void and the seriously injured mosquito beast flew out. Wang Lin's pills were all Celestial's pills, so they were all very good. After taking the pills, the mosquito seemed a bit more spirited and its wounds stopped bleeding. The moment it appeared, it revealed the same cold gaze as Wang Lin. It looked ahead and let out harsh cries. It was obviously very unwilling. If it wasn't for the incense, how could a king of mosquito beasts with more than a dozen mosquitoes be seriously injured by those 3 small cultivators and even have its subordinates captured? It had never felt this kind of humiliation since it started following Wang Lin. At this moment, with its master nearby, the mosquito beast immediately became energetic, picked a direction and charged ahead. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy as he followed the mosquito beast while it tracked its companions. As he moved forward, the anger in his heart turned monstrous. Illusions of miniature volcanoes appeared all around him. The moment these illusory volcanoes appeared, large amounts of origin energy began to gather within them. As Wang Lin moved, it looked like there was a group of volcanoes following him. If someone saw this scene, they would gasp and be completely shocked. It was just the fact that these volcanoes looked too real. At a glance, you could tell they were false, but if you took a second look, you would feel like you were right next to the volcanoes. They felt too real, and this would affect your mind. The difference between true and false was enough to shake any cultivator below the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Even Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would be affected by this. After all, this was the first of Celestial Emperor by Fan's latter 3 spells. Mountain crumbles. The anger in Wang Lin's heart manifested in the form those volcanoes as he followed the mosquito beast. There was a unique scent that mosquito beasts gave off that only their own clan can detect. At this moment, the mosquito beast had a ferocious expression. The scent of his clan members was so strong that there wasn't even a need to carefully search for it to find it. Just like this, the person and beast quickly moved through the star system. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin frowned. After all, the mosquito beast was injured and was slow. If they kept moving at this speed, who knew how long it would take to find the people that stole the mosquito beasts? Moreover, Wang Lin gradually felt the divine retribution getting closer. The seal he had placed using the 9 mysterious transformations had loosened. After all, this was outer space. Unlike the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect Starfield, Where there was only fire origin energy due to countless years of burning, the origin energy here was extremely mixed. And although his cultivation was sealed, origin energy still entered his body. This origin energy slowly transformed the meridians in his body. Nirvana cleanser cultivators have their bodies transformed by origin energy so that they are more suitable to comprehend law. While pondering, Wang Lin waved his right hand and a crack about 5 feet long appeared. This crack didn't remain in one place, but moved at the same speed as Wang Lin. It was like a small boat quickly gliding across the vast ocean, and it looked very strange. Wang Lin's right hand reached into the crack and took out a yellow talisman. With a thought, this 5-foot crack immediately disappeared. He threw the yellow talisman onto the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast trembled, and then a whirlwind surrounded its body and charged up in the space above. This whirlwind turned earth yellow, and as it rotated, the sound of howling wind appeared. At the same time, a giant bird appeared above the whirlwind and opened its wings. The mosquito beast suddenly let out an earth-shaking cry and moved forward like a bolt of lightning. It was several times faster than before. As a result, the mosquito beast's speed reached a limit, and Wang Lin landed on the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast was very fast now. So fast that Wang Lin could only see the stars in the distance all blur into long lines as he passed by them. This was the speed of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. The mosquito beast never had this kind of speed. Now that it obtained it, it immediately let out loud cries. However, the speed caused it no discomfort as it flew through the stars. There was a group of Alliance cultivators who were given the order to withdraw from the battlefield. They were flying through the star system when they suddenly felt a gust of wind and heard the whistling sound of wind. The wind was so fierce that it immediately swept them apart. They were all aghast at the situation as they stabilized themselves. What is this? It wasn't until now that they heard the sound of the mosquito beast's cry. The sound of the cry was far slower than the speed of the mosquito. The expressions of these cultivators changed greatly. They were too frightened to move. After looking at each other, they immediately left the area. With the mosquito's speed, it didn't take long for it to follow the scent of its kind to the starfield filled with rubble. Even though it was part of the central area, it was very remote. There were very few cultivation planets here, and even those were all abandoned. As a result, almost no cultivators would come here. Seeing the area filled with rubble, the mosquito beast let out a sharp screech and boundless anger filled its eyes. It charged out at the field of rubble, creating a series of popping sounds. All of the rubble that blocked the mosquito beast was smashed into pieces. The mosquito beast charged straight into the field of rubble as if it had gone crazy. As it charged into the depths of the rubble field, it created a series of popping sounds. Inside the green light screen deep within the rubble, the formation being built by almost 100 cultivators was nearing completion. The two elders in purple became even more excited. Once the formation was complete, they would be able to take these giant mosquito beasts back into the Cloud Sea Star system. At that time, their Heaven Gate sect would be able to exchange these giant mosquito beasts for great benefits. The two of them were in a very good mood as they chatted with each other. All the worries they had were gone as the formation was about to be complete. However, just at this time, the giant mosquito beasts that were sealed by the incense suddenly began to screech even though they had been really calm due to the incense. It wasn't just one of them that was crying. All of the mosquito beasts' eyes turned red, and they began to struggle. This sudden change caught the attention of the two elders in purple, and everyone that was building the formation also looked over. These mosquito beasts seemed to have gone crazy, and they attempted to rush out from the encirclement the incense created. One of the elders in purple said, "Something is wrong." The elder beside him was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed and he turned around. He heard some muffled, earth-shattering rumbles coming from the light screen that was protecting them. In an instant, the green light screen flashed non-stop, causing the area to alternate between light and dark. The two elders' expressions immediately became gloomy and they flew ahead. Before they got close, they heard a harsh screech coming from outside the green light screen. The moment this sound entered, the three youths who brought the mosquito beasts back trembled. They immediately recognized that cry as the Mosquito King beast. That person actually came. With the elders here, we might have a chance to capture the Mosquito King. The three of them looked at each other and flew toward the green light screen. Outside the green light screen, the mosquito beast flew at an unimaginable speed and smashed into the light screen with anger. A thunderous rumble echoed through the light screen when he did so. However, the green light screen was very strong, so it didn't budge at all, while the mosquito beast suffered the rebound and was pushed back almost 1,000 feet. If it wasn't for Wang Lin reducing the rebound force, the mosquito beast would have been seriously injured once more. The mosquito beast was filled with unwillingness and its eyes were filled with killing intent as it began to screech. Wang Lin stood at the side and stared at the green light screen. His expression was very calm as he took a step forward and arrived next to the green light screen. His hand slammed down and the fire origin energy inside his body rushed out. A sea of flames immediately surrounded the green light screen. The sound of something burning could be heard, but the green light screen didn't dissipate at all. "You're overestimating yourself." A sneer came from inside the green light screen. The two elders in purple had arrived. They looked at Wang Lin with disdain from inside the light screen. Their originally tense minds relaxed when they saw Wang Lin's cultivation level. These two elders weren't Nirvana Shatterer cultivators or even peak Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. They were merely at the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser. After all, they weren't real messengers of the Cloud Sea star system. They had come here through a secret method. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the sea of flames retreated from the green light screen. His gloomy gaze penetrated the green light screen and landed on the two elders inside. Wang Lin's voice was gloomy as he slowly said, "Hand over the mosquito beasts and those three bold juniors and I can spare the rest of you." The two elders immediately began to laugh. One of them revealed a look of ridicule and said, "I didn't think the Alliance could have an arrogant person like this. To threaten us too with your cultivation level is simply absurd." Although those two looked down upon Wang Lin, they were extremely cautious and didn't leave the green light screen. In their eyes, this person wasn't the master of the mosquito beasts, but a disciple of some sort who was here to lure them out. The real powerful cultivator had to be hiding outside the green light shield. Although their divine senses found nothing, this just made them more suspicious. Wang Lin didn't waste any more time. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the sky. He then took a deep breath and released the 9 mysterious transformations seal, causing his cultivation to erupt. At this moment, the aura of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator appeared from Wang Lin's body, and a large amount of origin energy surged into his body. As the dense origin energy entered Wang Lin's body, popping sounds echoed from within him. At the same time, a powerful force began to gather among the stars. Divine retribution clouds began to gather above this starfield filled with rubble. In an instant, these clouds covered the entire starfield. At the same time, the might of the heavens descended from the clouds onto this starfield of rubble. It separated this space out from the rest of the star system. This is divine retribution. The two purple-robed elders' eyes widened and flooded with disbelief. Fear immediately flashed through their eyes. Although these two elders were Nirvana Cleanser cultivators, they didn't know much about divine retribution. The reason they were able to recognize it was because they had just witnessed a divine retribution back in Cloud Sea star system before coming here. The divine retribution cloud gathered at a rapid rate, much faster than any of the previous divine retribution clouds Wang Lin had faced before. In the blink of an eye, the clouds covered the starfield. A thunderous rumble that could shake the entire starfield came from the sky and a bolt of red lighting came out of the center of the clouds. This red lighting bolt was as thick as a bucket, and all the rubble in its path disintegrated. Large amounts of spatial cracks appeared as if space itself was going to shatter. This red lightning was too fast. Just as the red lightning bolt was imprinted in the eyes of the two elders in purple, it charged directly at Wang Lin. This person actually used some unknown method to attract divine retribution before us? One of the elders in purple muttered to himself as if he couldn't believe what he just saw. The red lightning bolt descending with shocking momentum, causing ripples to appear, and landed directly on Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all when the red lightning fell. He raised his right hand and mercilessly squeezed. In an instant, the shocking lightning collapsed with Wang Lin's squeeze and turned into countless arcs of lightning that scattered around him. This scene caused the two elders in purple to gasp. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, the three youths arrived and saw Wang Lin crush the divine retribution lightning. Their scalps tingled and they were almost scared out of their wits. One of them began to tremble, and the fear in his eyes reached a peak. Wang Lin's expression was still cold. This kind of divine retribution lighting was truly insignificant to him. He easily crushed the first bolt of divine retribution lightning, and with a wave of his right hand, the scattered lightning quickly gathered toward his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a red light appeared around Wang Lin's hand, and a bolt of lightning moved within the light. As Wang Lin's cold gaze looked over, the people inside the green light screen felt like something bad was going to happen. Wang Lin threw the red light in his hand at the green light screen. The red light turned into red lightning and smashed into the green light screen. The green light screen shook violently, causing the two elders in purple to turn pale. He isn't an ordinary cultivator. The strength of this green light screen was beyond Wang Lin's expectations. Even a bolt of divine retribution lightning wasn't enough to break it. If one isn't enough, then I'll use 10. If 10 isn't enough, then I'll use 100. Wang Lin said while killing intent filled his eyes. The divine retribution clouds above rumbled and another bolt of red lightning fell. It wasn't just one bolt. The red lightning seemed to connect together into a line. A total of 9 bolts of divine retribution lightning shot at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, but there was a trace of madness in his eyes. He smiled as he jumped into the air. Not only did he not dodge, he charged at the divine retribution lightning. At the same time, a vortex appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows and his ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out and let out a roar at the divine retribution lightning. The roar of the ancient thunder dragon would make all thunder and lighting obey. However, Wang Lin was the only one that dared to roar at the heaven's divine retribution lightning. The 9 bolts of descending lightning paused before the roar from Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul. He charged into the middle of the 9 bolts of lightning and the lightning in his left eye flashed. The 9 bolts of divine retribution lightning gathered in his left eye as if a suction force was coming from it. The rumbling continued as the lightning bolts charged into his left eye until they were all absorbed. At this moment, lightning filled his body and popping sounds echoed. There was even some lightning around his body, making him look like a thunder celestial. Wang Lin raised his head as he looked at the divine retribution cloud above him and shouted, "Is this all the power you got?" At this moment, he didn't even know what kind of shock him devouring the divine retribution lightning had brought to the people below. The 3 youths were scared out of their minds. They could have never dreamt that they had provoked such a terrifying opponent. Devouring divine retribution lightning. The faces of the 2 elders in purple became pale. At this moment, the pride on their faces was long gone, and they looked at Wang Lin with shock and disbelief in their eyes. They thought that this white-haired youth had to be hiding his cultivation level. When they saw Wang Lin devour the 9 bolts of divine retribution lightning, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. One of them turned around and roared, "Quickly! Finish the formation, quickly!" The nearly 100 cultivators in the distance weren't at the front, but they could still see what had happened, and they were all shocked. After the elder roared, they gasped and quickly sped up forming the formation. The elders in purple also rushed back. They ignored their statuses as elders and also began helping build the formation. "Quick, we must be quick and leave this damned Alliance star system. How can the Alliance star system have someone that can devour divine retribution lightning?" The divine retribution cloud gathered once more and a powerful pressure appeared. At this moment, a 10 feet thick purple lightning bolt descended. It was so powerful that the moment it charged out, it broke through space and entered the void. However, It rushed out from the void 3 inches from Wang Lin and smashed into the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin let out a roar and didn't retreat a single step. Instead, he opened his arms and grabbed hold of the 10 feet wide purple lightning. No matter how much the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's body didn't move. Large amounts of residual lightning surrounded Wang Lin and constantly popped. This didn't end here. The divine retribution seemed to become angry, and large amounts of purple lightning bolts bombarded Wang Lin. Soon, the lightning formed a ball almost 1,000 feet wide before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was being gradually pushed back by this lightning, but there was a hint of madness on his face. Wang Lin let out a roar. A bit more. The divine retribution lightning above the starfield let out a human-like roar, and at this moment, a bolt of 7-colored lightning descended. The moment the 7-colored lightning appeared, it split into 7 different bolts of lightning. They descended on Wang Lin while carrying unimaginable might. The rumbling echoed as Wang Lin continued to retreat. The ball of lightning before him had become over 1,000 feet wide, and the power inside it was unimaginable. Even though Wang Lin had command over all thunder and lightning, he was finding it difficult to bear. Seeing the endless divine retribution begin to churn once more and flashes of 7-colored light appear, Wang Lin moved. He mercilessly threw this ball of lightning down at the green light screen, and the people inside all cried in shock. This ball of lightning that contained immeasurable amounts of divine retribution lightning contained heaven-shattering power, and under Wang Lin's control, it smashed into the green light screen. The faces of the 2 elders in purple went completely pale and their pupils shrank. "Open the formation!" one of the elders immediately roared. He didn't care if the formation wasn't complete. However, no one objected. The nearly 100 cultivators all got into their own positions and formed their own seals. As for the 2 elders in purple, they looked at the descending ball of lightning and sat down. Their origin souls merged with the green light screen in an attempt to strengthen it. Almost at the moment their origin souls entered the green light screen, the ball of lightning smashed into the green light screen. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed and a shock wave was set off across the entire green light screen. Endless lightning vented on the green light screen and immediately caused the green light to dim. The 2 elders in purple immediately coughed out blood, and their eyes were filled with fear. One of the elders' bodies exploded. His origin soul charged out toward the formation that was activating while screaming. Countless lightning bolts penetrated the light screen and moved like dragons inside. More than a dozen of the cultivators sitting there were touched by those moving dragons. Their bodies were instantly charred, and not even their origin souls escaped instant death. Under the attack of the ball of lightning, the green light screen couldn't withstand it and shattered into countless fragments. An unimaginable impact caused a shockwave that spread out. The mosquito beast realized that something was wrong and quickly escaped. It was very fast, so there was no need to worry. However, all the rubble in the starfield turned to dust under this shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the rubble in the starfield disappeared without a trace. Aside from the central area, there wasn't a single piece of rubble remaining. Wang Lin charged out filled with powerful killing intent and anger from the mosquito beast being injured. At this moment, the divine retribution cloud also made its move. Hundreds of bolts of 7-colored lightning came out from the cloud and shot at Wang Lin. Following the 7-colored lightning, there was a sea of flames. This was the first time this flame-like divine retribution had descended to burn everything in its path. Just at this moment, the formation created by the rubble finally opened. It shined brightly like the stars and a powerful aura slowly spread out. The seriously injured elder in purple struggled to follow his companion's origin soul. As long as the 2 of them could enter the formation, they could live. As for Wang Lin, they already feared him from the depths of their hearts. Seeing that the formation had opened, some of the closer cultivators rushed in to be teleported away. But Wang Lin would never allow these people to escape. His eyes lit up and a monstrous wave was set off in space. A power that could collapse space itself appeared around Wang Lin. At this moment, countless illusions of volcanoes appeared out of thin air. A heat wave spread and the muffled roars of volcanoes could be heard. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he softly said, "Mountain crumbles! Celestial spell, mountain crumbles." The moment Wang Lin said those words, the countless illusory volcanoes that appeared around Wang Lin suddenly began to overlap. The countless illusory volcanoes overlapped and, in the blink of an eye, fused into one. A majestic mountain suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. This mountain was no different from a real one. This mountain was more than 10,000 feet tall. Although it wasn't large in space, it was a giant before everyone here. A powerful pressure diffused across the area. The moment the mountain appeared, violent ripples appeared in space. A lot of the rubble in the formation collapsed. The mountain began to shake. Then its top exploded and countless rocks scattered everywhere. At the same time, black smoke rushed out and filled the air. Dark red flames sprayed out from the peak. The temperature of the flames could erase all life. As they sprayed out, the flames turned into giant burning rocks and mercilessly smashed down. The cultivators from Cloud Sea screamed when the stones smashed into them. Their bodies were immediately crushed and the flames went inside their bodies, directly refining their origin souls. The black smoke from the volcano contained a large amount of fire poison, and it spread everywhere. It was like the apocalypse was happening in this starfield, and it was terrifyingly real. A cultivator who was already half a step inside the formation was about to leave turned around with a terrifying expression, and the black smoke immediately surrounded him. Before he could leave, he let out a mournful cry as his body turned into black gas and collapsed. Even his origin soul was burned to dust, and he disappeared in an instant. Even the seven-colored lightning exploded early due to the black smoke and flames. This caused a heaven-shaking thunderous rumble. Some of the weaker cultivators that escaped the flaming boulders and the fire poison had their origin souls shatter by this thunderous rumble. They coughed out blood and their eyes dimmed before they died. Miserable cries echoed across the starfield. However, this wasn't over yet. The mountain that sprayed out the black smoke and flames trembled once more. Waves of lava began to surge out to the top of the mountain and intense heat filled the area. Then an aura that could destroy everything in the world appeared. When the lava spread out, 7 cultivators were too close and were about to flee when 2 of them were surrounded by the black smoke. They died painful deaths. There was another person who was smashed by a flaming boulder the moment he flew up. His body was splattered into a pool of blood, but due to the intense heat, the blood quickly turned to mist and dissipated. They were the lucky ones. Although they didn't escape death, the pain they suffered couldn't be compared to what the 4 remaining ones experienced. These last 4 were a bit slow and didn't even have time to fly away before the lava smashed into them. The moment the lava got close, their bodies began to burn, leaving behind nothing but black skeletons that maintained the posture of what they were doing before death. The skeletons only lasted for half a breath of time before they collapsed into piles of ashes. As for their origin souls, they were burned into nothing by the lava. The most painful were those with higher cultivation levels. They didn't die in the first wave of lava but couldn't escape the lava. They could only struggle inside. Even though they used various spells and treasures, it was difficult to escape this calamity. The mosquito beast in the distance used its fast speed quickly returned. Its eyes were filled with coldness as it flew into the mountain crumbles, where its companions were. Wang Lin's mountain crumble had destroyed all sealing forces, and there were no flames around the mosquito beasts. Seeing the Mosquito King arriving, the mosquito beasts let out a cries and immediately followed after their king. This group of mosquito beasts charged left and right inside Wang Lin's mountain crumbles. They were very vengeful as they charged at a terrified cultivator in yellow. This person was one of the 3 people that had lured the mosquito beasts away. He was the one with the injured leg. He had just avoided a flaming boulder when he felt a gust of wind behind him. Seeing the mosquito beasts, his expression changed, but he was too late. The group of mosquito beasts surrounded him and tore his body apart. This group of mosquito beasts had tasted blood, which made them even more crazy. Under the leadership of their king, they searched for the other 2 for revenge. All of this happened in an instant. Under the power of mountain crumbles, There were no injuries, only death. The origin soul of the elder in purple that had lost his body was terrified. He dodged the burning boulders and black smoke as he clenched his teeth and charged at the formation. The other elder in purple was also pale as he dodged the black smoke and charged at the formation, completely disregarding the lives of the disciples. He was terrified, and his heart was filled with regret and hatred. He regretted his greed, and he hated the 3 disciples under him that brought the giant mosquito beasts that caused this calamity. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but he didn't show any mercy toward these people. They dared to think about stealing the mosquito beasts, so they deserved to pay the price. He opened his arms and shouted, "Mountain, first crumble!" After Wang Lin shouted, the mountain trembled once more and a large amount of rocks fell off into the lava. The surrounding lava suddenly soared into the air, and at the same time, it filled the starfield with an unimaginable force. Some of the remaining cultivators were touched by this lava and were turned into black ashes while screaming. The fastest elder in purple's origin soul got near the center of the formation. Thanks to the first crumble, countless cracks had appeared on the already broken formation, and it released a harsh glow. As the lava charged into the air, the formation couldn't withstand the destructive force, and the formation collapsed. The intense, flashing light suddenly penetrated anything nearby. The formation rumbled as it shattered inch by inch before it collapsed completely. No! The elder in purple's origin soul was filled with despair, and he couldn't help but tremble as he floated there. However, due to this pause, a burning boulder smashed into his origin soul from above. The elder coughed out a mouthful of essence origin energy as he retreated, and his origin soul began to burn. However, the crisis wasn't over yet. The poisonous black smoke formed a storm around him. As miserable screams echoed, the elder used some unknown method to charge out of his storm. He was covered in flames and his origin soul was bleak, as if it would dissipate at any time. His origin soul looked like the skin of a toad and was covered in pustules. These pustules were filled with fire poison. Even the inside of his origin soul had a fire burning. The elder roared in anguish as he retreated. He jerked his head up to look at Wang Lin, and there was madness in his eyes. "If I die, you will die with me." The old man let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. At this moment, he was prepared to self-destruct. Waves of origin energy came from the elder's origin soul, forming a violent force that charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and as the elder got close, Wang Lin pointed with his right hand. Celestial origin energy moved along his body and went into his right hand. "Stop!" Wang Lin's voice was cold, but the moment he spoke, the old man's origin soul paused for a moment. The old man's cultivation level was higher than Wang Lin's, so Wang Lin activated his fire origin energy to suppress the rebound from the stop spell. He waved his right hand, and with a thought, the karma whip appeared like a dragon and shot toward the elder. There was a snap, and the destructive aura coming from the elder's origin soul was shattered by the karma whip. As the snapping sound echoed, the elder's origin soul let out miserable screams. The madness in his eyes was gone and was replaced with fear. Just as he was about to retreat, the karma whip pulled him to Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed the origin soul and threw into the crack leading to Wang Lin's storage space. It looked as if the origin soul was devoured. All of this happened in an instant without a single pause. This caused the remaining elder to tremble, and he turned to escape. But how could Wang Lin let him escape? His right hand pointed at the sky and he shouted, "Second crumble." 1 mountain 2 crumbles was the limit of Wang Lin's current understanding of mountain crumbles. Compared to Qing Shui's 6 mountains and 12 crumbles, it was still very lacking. Qing Shui's mountain crumbles could destroy a realm, and although Wang Lin couldn't do the same, it was enough to destroy these cultivators. If there was no divine retribution, Wang Lin wouldn't have come on his own. But with divine retribution, forget the fact that these 2 elders were only at the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser. Wang Lin would dare to battle with Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. The entire space began to tremble under the second crumble, and the huge mountain trembled while rumbling loudly. The mountain finally collapsed. Not just the mountain but mountain soul formed by Wang Lin's will and celestial origin energy also collapsed. Countless burning rocks scattered and endless lava and poisonous black smoke sprayed out, covering the starfield. If this was it, it wouldn't be much, but under Wang Lin's control, all the shattered burning rocks, lava, and poisonous black smoke formed a flowing river around him. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a god as his white hair flowed and his cold gaze was filled with killing intent. All the Cloud Sea cultivators had been disintegrated. Only the last elder in purple who coughed out blood after the second crumble desperately tried to escape. He was scared, totally terrified. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand and the burning river shot toward the old man. Wang Lin stopped paying attention to the old man and looked up. The divine retribution flames had descended from the divine retribution clouds. Fire. Wang Lin's expression was calm and he revealed a smile. As the flames descended, Wang Lin pointed at them with his right hand. In an instant, a flame appeared in his left eye and a fiery red armor appeared around him. From a distance it looked like Wang Lin was wearing fire. The white cloak flowed behind him along with his white hair, and there was also the white vermilion bird on the armor. Wang Lin charged straight at the heavenly flames. He rushed into the heavenly flame instantly, and the flames that got near him were immediately absorbed by the armor. The vermilion bird came out from his armor and let out a cry. The vermilion bird seemed to be dancing within the heavenly flames. This heavenly flame divine retribution was something Wang Lin could withstand. He raised his head to look at the sky and revealed a challenging gaze. Wang Lin had experienced many divine retributions and had always ended up in an sorry state afterward. He was almost killed many times, but he had never yielded. Today, he controlled both fire and thunder, and the suppressed defying nature inside him erupted once more. This divine retribution was an expression of the heavenly Tao. If you wanted to defy the heavens, you first had to defy the heavens' divine retribution. Intense rumblings came from the divine retribution cloud, as Wang Lin stared at it with a challenging gaze. As if the might of the heavens had been insulted, the clouds churned violently and the heavens might descend from the clouds. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had experienced the heavens' might. He had encountered it twice before. Anyone that dared to rebel before the heavens' might would be destroyed. However, not only did Wang Lin not retreat, he began to laugh. Fire divine retribution, lightning divine retribution, illusion divine retribution, might divine retribution. Is there nothing other than these four? Wang Lin faced the sky and didn't move at all under the pressure from the heavens' might. After he spoke, the heavens responded, and the pressure increased over 100-fold. The space around Wang Lin began to distort as if there was an indescribable power tearing it. Wang Lin's body immediately descended a few dozen feet under this pressure. Crackling sounds came from his armor, but his head was held high. He waved his right hand. In the distance, the burning river wrapped around the old man's burning corpse and pulled it back along with the origin soul. The elder from the Cloud Sea had been gravely injured. The ball of divine retribution lightning was enough to cause his body to collapse, but he was able to suppress it. Then mountain crumbles injured him even more, causing his cultivation level to fall greatly. He now only had the power of an early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator. Due to being surrounded by the burning river, the elder's origin soul had weakened, but when the burning river returned to Wang Lin, his eyes suddenly jerked open. Then his origin soul expanded like crazy, allowing him to escape the river, and he charged at Wang Lin. "Die for me!" This was the old man's last roar in life. He closed in on Wang Lin filled with killing intent. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Then his right hand formed a palm and slapped down on the origin soul. The origin energy within the starfield gathered like crazy to form a giant handprint, and it smashed down on the old man's origin soul. The old man's expression changed greatly and he cried, "This is rank 9 soul sex war spirit print." Just as the old man said this, the print smashed into his origin soul and pushed him back into the burning river. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the old man's origin soul immediately collapsed. Without any time to ponder the old man's words, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the burning river. The burning river quickly rushed above Wang Lin and reformed into a mountain. However, this mountain was filled with cracks, and the red light coming from the cracks lit up the area. At this moment, the heaven's might became even stronger and pressed down. Wang Lin's face turned slightly red, but he laughed, pushed his hands up, and roared, "Mountain crumbles, destroy the heavens!" The large mountain above Wang Lin suddenly charged up, creating a sharp whistle. Wang Lin flew up and followed closely after the mountain. His hand was pushing against the bottom of the mountain, as if he was pushing it straight into the divine retribution cloud. As the whistling sounds echoed, the pressure from the heavens might became hundreds of times stronger. As Wang Lin pushed the mountain up, it began to collapse. The shattered pieces couldn't withstand the might of the heavens and were crushed to dust. However, Wang Lin didn't stop moving forward but moved even faster. He let out a roar as he pushed the mountain up and got closer to the divine retribution clouds. He got closer and closer. Wang Lin's hair moved and the armor on his body continued to crackle as if it couldn't bear it anymore. There were sounds of bones rubbing coming from inside Wang Lin's body, and the veins on his face were swelling. However, Wang Lin didn't care about any of this. What he wanted was a defying intent. He had confronted divine retribution many times, and he was in a passive position during every one of those times. This time Wang Lin wanted to fight back. As he got closer, a large portion of the mountain collapsed into dust. In the end, the entire mountain disintegrated into dust. Although the mountain had collapsed, the mountain's soul was still there. After all the rocks disintegrated, Wang Lin was holding a flaming mountain. Although rather than a mountain, it was more of a mountain-shaped flame. At this moment, Wang Lin was within 100,000 feet of the divine retribution cloud. The heavens might suddenly increased. Cracks appeared in the space below it, and endless chilly energy came out from the spatial cracks. Even the flame mountain Wang Lin was pushing became dim, as if it was going to extinguish under the heaven's might. Wang Lin let out a roar. Then he waved his right hand and the origin energy inside his body pushed the flame mountain toward the divine retribution cloud above. 100,000 feet, 90,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 50,000 feet. The moment the flame mountain came within 50,000 feet of the divine retribution clouds, a thunderous rumble came out from the clouds. In the end, the mountain wasn't able to make it into the divine retribution clouds and extinguished under the shock. Without the flame mountain, there was nothing between it and Wang Lin. Wang Lin was filled with unwillingness. Only 50,000 feet more. If he could get past these 50,000 feet, he could attack the divine retribution cloud. As the pressure descended, a raging flame appeared in his left eye and monstrous thunder appeared in his right. The thunder from his right hand moved along his right hand and formed a ball of lightning above his right palm. At the same time, the flame from his left eye went along his left arm and a white fireball appeared above his left hand. Thunder of the heavens. Listen to my command as an ancient thunder dragon and gather. Wang Lin floated in the air and roared. A giant ancient thunder dragon appeared behind Wang Lin. Its eyes were filled with heaven-defying intent and it let out a roar. All the thunder suddenly transformed and began to gather in his hand. The area within 10,000 feet of Wang Lin was covered in thunder, as if it was a thunder hell. Endless lightning moved around like snakes. What was even more alarming was that when Wang Lin used his right to command thunder, countless bolts of lightning unexpectedly came from the divine retribution clouds toward his right hand. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin was competing with the heavens for the control of thunder. He was fighting against the heavens for the right to control thunder. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, more lightning from the divine retribution cloud was pulled out. Another thunderous rumble came from the divine retribution cloud, and the descending lightning bolts paused. They seemed like they were going to return to the clouds. Heaven's Tao. Divine retribution. If there really is a heaven, and if heaven wants to destroy me, I'll destroy heaven. I, Wang Lin, don't believe in heaven's Tao or divine retribution. The so-called heaven's Tao is merely a self-appointed heaven's Tao, and the so-called divine retribution is merely a self-appointed divine retribution. Seeing the lightning returning to the divine retribution clouds, Wang Lin's grasped with his left hand. Fire of the heavens! Listen to the command of my vermilion bird. Gather! In that instant, a large amount of white flames appeared next to the ancient thunder dragon and turned into a giant vermilion bird. This vermilion bird opened its wings and let out a cry. A sea of flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere and gathered toward Wang Lin's left hand. At the same time, a large amount of flames came out from the divine retribution clouds and went toward the fireball in Wang Lin's left hand. Not only was he going to compete with the heavens for thunder, he was also going to compete with the heavens for fire. If any other cultivator saw this, they would be greatly shocked. Right now Wang Lin had a ball of thunder in his right hand and ball of fire in his left hand. Aside from absorbing origin energy, he was competing with the divine retribution clouds for power. The roar from the divine retribution clouds became even more clear. Then a blood mist came out from inside them. This was the fifth type of divine retribution. Blood divine retribution. The moment the blood mist appeared, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and shot out like an arrow. He charged at the divine retribution clouds with a ball of thunder 1,000 feet wide and a ball of fire of similar size. 50,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 10,000 feet. Wang Lin got closer and closer to the divine retribution cloud. The moment he was within 10,000 feet, the blood mist arrived. From a distance, it looked like Wang Lin was devoured by the blood mist, and everything calmed down. The mosquito flew around anxiously with its companions. It looked at the divine retribution clouds but didn't dare to get too close, as this divine retribution was not something it could withstand right now. Time slowly passed. Just as the mosquito was getting anxious enough to charge toward the divine retribution clouds, a thunderous roar came from inside the red mist. As the red mist rumbled, there were flashes of thunder, and a sea of flames raged. A crimson-red figure charged out from the blood mist. It was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale, but there was killing intent within his ferocious expression as charged out from the red mist and headed directly for the divine retribution clouds. He crossed that 10,000 feet gap in an instant and charged into the divine retribution cloud. The moment he entered the divine retribution cloud, he immediately felt the might of the heavens. He pushed both his hands forward, causing fire and thunder to cross, and created a heaven-shaking destructive aura. A thunderous rumble suddenly appeared, and as the fire and thunder collided, the boundless divine retribution clouds rapidly shrank. Thunder fire filled the entire divine retribution clouds. The powerful impact caused the divine retribution clouds to shrink like crazy, and the roar from within became even more heaven-shaking. In almost an instant, the divine retribution clouds began to collapse due to the intense rumbling. It was as if there was a pair of giant hands tearing the clouds up. Wang Lin clearly felt the tearing force that was attempting to tear his body into pieces. He was just about to get out when his pupils shrank. He was surrounded by clouds, but Wang Lin clearly saw a 100-foot spatial crack not far away from him. Dense fog came out from the crack, as if this crack was the source of the divine retribution. After hesitating for a bit, Wang Lin looked at the spatial crack and charged at it. After a few moments, he arrived next to it. What was strange was that he didn't feel the tearing force at all while near the crack, and this made Wang Lin even more cautious. Clenching his teeth, Wang Lin sent out a sliver of his divine sense into that crack. The moment his divine sense entered, his body trembled violently. As soon as his divine sense entered the crack, he saw a new world. This place had a blue sky and an ocean and was filled with celestial spiritual energy. The land was boundless with no end in sight, but Wang Lin immediately saw a giant statue on the ground. This giant stone statue was an ancient god. This ancient god had 8 stars, with 2 of them sealed, but he stood there motionless, as if he was dead. However, Wang Lin clearly felt the powerful vitality coming from that ancient god. If that was it, it wouldn't have been enough to shock Wang Lin. However, he didn't just see one ancient god. On the ground, There were no less than 10 ancient gods, and nearly 100 ancient demons and ancient devils as well. There was a young man sitting on top of one of the ancient demons. He had a mirror in his hand and frowned as he calculated. The divine retribution entrance Uncle Master Ma mentioned should be here. Just at this moment, the youth suddenly raised his head and looked up. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. He looked at the sky and had apparently found Wang Lin's divine sense. His eyes lit up and a ray of black light shot out into the sky. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all to cut off that sliver of divine sense. He immediately rushed out and charged through the fire and thunder within the divine retribution clouds. He shot out from the divine retribution clouds and headed for the mosquito beasts. Right when he stepped out from the divine retribution clouds, his expression changed and he felt his trace of divine sense destroyed. He didn't have time to think before he waved his hand and put all the mosquito beasts inside the storage space. He also took the yellow talisman off the mosquito beast's back. He did all of this without pause. Then he placed the yellow talisman on his body and moved. A whirlwind appeared around him and his speed increased drastically and he flew away. Shortly after, Wang Lin left the rumblings within the divine retribution clouds. The divine retribution clouds continued to shrink until they seemed like they had disappeared. However, if you looked closely, you would see that the divine retribution clouds hadn't dissipated. They had condensed into a ray of greenish-black light. The moment the greenish-black light appeared, an aura that didn't belong to this world appeared. The isolation created due to the divine retribution immediately dissipated. I accidentally helped dissipate the powerful four-form divine retribution. Forget it. I finally escaped from that damn place, so it was right to help him. Excited words came from the greenish-black light, then it disappeared without a trace. Just at this moment, in the far western region of the Alliance, there was an old man sitting on the prairie of a very common cultivation planet. He wore black and was very calm, as if nothing in the world could change that calmness. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize this old man as the person who stopped the battle between Qing Shui and the Yao family ancestor in all heaven. His eyes were calm as he looked at the green grass beside him. Under his gaze, the grass began to grow strangely. It turned from a bud into withered grass in the blink of an eye, but then it immediately turned back into a bud. This cycle continued endlessly. He raised his right hand and was about to pick the grass when his right hand suddenly trembled. His eyes filled with disbelief. If Master Flamespark saw the old man's expression, he would be greatly shocked. This person that he respected greatly had always been calm and never revealed this kind of expression. The old man waved his sleeves and his body turned transparent before disappearing. No one knew what his cultivation level was or what spell he used, but when he appeared, he was at the place where Wang Lin experienced the divine retribution. The distance he crossed was simply too large. Not even spatial bending could move this far in one go. However, all of this was extremely easy for the old man. He frowned as he looked around until his gaze locked on the void about 1,000 feet away. This was where that greenish-black light appeared. A sliver of ancient celestial realm aura. The old man pondered a bit before turning around and leaving. As for Wang Lin, he quickly returned back into the area controlled by the Four Divine Sect, and only then did he slow down. He kept replaying the scene he just saw, especially the young man who shocked him greatly. Who is he? Wang Lin's eyes revealed dread as he looked at the dark sky behind him. He lifted his feet and ripples appeared before he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. He didn't enter the burning starfield but chose an abandoned planet. Wang Lin picked a mountain on that planet and sat down. After sitting down, he let out a breath of relief, and the more he thought, he felt that lingering fear. After a long time, he suppressed his various moods and his right hand reached at the void. A crack immediately appeared and the origin soul of one of the elders in purple appeared within his hand. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out without hesitation and went toward the head of the unconscious origin soul. Soon, large amounts of memories were extracted by him. Wind, celestial realms, cloud, sea star system. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Cloud Sea Star System. After pondering a bit more, Wang Lin once more explored the memories of this origin soul to look for the passage to the Cloud Sea Star System. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and smiled. The structure of this Cloud Sea Star System is vastly different from the Alliance and All Heaven, and it is very suitable for me. Also, that wind celestial realm is actually filled with mosquito beasts. I didn't think that the barrier around the Cloud Sea was the weakest out of the 4-star systems. Only a special formation is needed to break through. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the origin soul in his hand and carefully put it back inside the storage space. I can use this origin soul as a guide by using senior brother Xianxia's spell. Now I'm only missing the formation. Fortunately, the materials necessary for this formation aren't too difficult to find. I just need to fully understand the formation to be able to form one. If everything I prepared for Tuasan isn't enough, then the Cloud Sea Star System will be my last choice. Wang Lin pondered a bit before standing up and taking a deep breath. He looked at the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect and muttered, "Alright, now I just need for the old Divine Emperor to return with the Rain Celestial Realm Crystal. All Heaven, the Corpse Sect, and the Alliance forces all guessed that I sent out the Jades so I can fish among the chaos. In truth, you all only guessed half of it. My other goal is to lead you all to the land of the ancient gods so none of you can mess up my 4 divine sects plan to save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor in the Rain Celestial Realm. I wonder how many of you have seen through my plan." Wang Lin was filled with pride as he moved toward the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. He was going to meet Wang Wei and Hu Wan, and also ancient devil Tajia, who was sealed by the Holy Treasure. At this moment, a heaven-shaking matter took place inside the Alliance headquarters at the central area of the Alliance. Even the formation outside shook violently, as if it was going to collapse. At the same time, deep within the burning starfield on the white stone the old Divine Emperor was sitting on, the old Divine Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. However, soon after, his eyes exploded into a pool of blood. "Wang Lin, come to see me immediately. Quickly." The moment the old Divine Emperor sent out the divine sense, Wang Lin, who was about to enter the burning starfield, trembled. He suddenly looked up and his expression changed. As the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor and also someone who had cultivated the same 9 mysterious transformations, he naturally had a special method to communicate with the old Divine Emperor. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the talisman that was still on him and charged into the burning starfield. He was too fast, and just as he entered the burning starfield, he took a step and disappeared using spatial bending. In an instant, ripples appeared 100 feet from the white stone the old Divine Emperor was on and Wang Lin stepped out. He immediately saw the old Divine Emperor's bloody eyes. Death aura was spreading out from the old Divine Emperor. Wang Lin didn't even need to use his divine sense to feel death fiercely trying to take the old Divine Emperor. "Senior." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow as he stepped onto the white stone and opened his mouth. He had many things to say, yet he wasn't able to utter a single word. The old Divine Emperor raised his head. There was a hint of light within his eyes that were bleeding black blood. "Your senior brother, Xianxia, is really inside the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. The activation of the formation outside the headquarters was directly related to him. He didn't die, but he went crazy. The Cultivation Alliance has been hiding a heaven-shaking secret for countless years. When Master Shenzhong and them went to the Rain Celestial Realm back then, not only did they obtain most of the inheritances, they also found some mysterious things. They have been studying them for these countless years. I fear not even the brilliant Void Realm knew of this matter. These mysterious things are too important. They could even affect the 4 celestial realms. Wang Lin, quickly go save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor and then immediately send this jade to the brilliant Void Realm. This matter is too terrifying. Your cultivation level isn't high enough, so don't get involved in this." The old Divine Emperor was already on his deathbed, and after saying so many things at once, he couldn't help but try to catch his breath. However, he still struggled to raise his right hand and point to between his eyebrows. His origin soul suddenly flew out from his body and looked at Wang Lin with a gentle gaze. Wang Lin, take care of yourself. I'm unable to help you anymore. After he spoke, his origin soul released a burst of soft light, but soon it turned into a bright light that spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the brightness of the light reached a peak, and Wang Lin's vision blurred. When he could see again, he saw the old divine emperor's origin soul gradually dissipate into specks of light. At that moment, he clearly saw a hint of melancholy and relief on the old divine emperor's face. Two things appeared where the old divine emperor dissipated. There was a red jade and a crystal the size of a baby's fist. Pure celestial spiritual energy came from the crystal and slowly spread out. Wang Lin silently pondered, and the sadness in his eyes became even stronger. He silently looked at where the old divine emperor's origin soul had dissipated, and after a long time, he let out a sigh before looking at the old divine emperor's body. After losing the origin soul, the body began to burn until it turned into a burning statue. It maintained the old divine emperor's previous appearance and position. His right hand was still pointing to between his eyebrows. Wang Lin took a few steps back, kneeled down on the stone, and kowtowed 3 times on the stone. He didn't worship or kneel for the heavens, but the old vermilion bird divine emperor received 3 kowtows from Wang Lin. The moment the old divine emperor died, all the elders in the vermilion bird divine sect felt sadness in their hearts. They all silently flew out from the planets they were on and knelt down toward the direction of the old divine emperor's body. Tears flowed out from their eyes. I respectfully send off the divine emperor. I hope you have a good trip. I pray the divine emperor's soul in heaven will protect my vermilion bird divine sect. Soon, not only them, but all the vermilion bird divine sect members felt the sadness that spread across the world. They all knew that the old divine emperor had left. The sect members knelt down one by one, and tears silently flowed out from their eyes, respectfully sending off the divine emperor. A sound that came out from the heart gradually came out of the cultivation planets and became louder and louder. Even the vermilion bird statues on the main planets let out cries of sadness. An illusory vermilion bird that was very old and tired flew out from the old divine emperor's body. It flew into the distance until it turned into nothing. The once powerful vermilion bird divine emperor that led the 4 divine sect through the crisis of the white tiger divine emperor's death, the black tortoise divine emperor's betrayal, and the azure dragon divine emperor's disappearance. After countless years, the old divine emperor had finally passed on. At this moment, the elders of the azure dragon divine sect, the white tiger divine sect, and the black tortoise divine sect all felt something. They silently looked at the direction of the vermilion bird divine sect and knelt down. The members of these 3 sects also knelt down. A sad aura shrouded the eastern region of the alliance. The former glory had gone with the wind. The pursuit without regret was merely for the past. The present was lost in the sadness of the past, but it will exist forever in the hearts of all 4 divine sect members. After the old vermilion bird divine emperor died, all heaven called back all their cultivators. Under the command of Master Flamespark, they headed toward planet Suzaku. Even the only family who had an inheritance from the ancient cultivation world came from all heaven to join them. The halls from the Thunder Celestial Temple moved among the cultivators and gave off bursts of pressure. Not only them, the Corp sect almost sent out their entire sect toward planet Suzaku. Long teams of disciples with coffins moved through the stars. It looked like a funeral procession. The actions of these 2 sides immediately caught the attention of the various alliance forces. After seeing the information on the Jades, the forces met in secret and all sent out their own forces. At this instant, a storm was set off inside the alliance. The dark aura before a violent storm gradually appeared. On the other side, in the eastern region of the 4 divine sect, a group of elders also led their sect members toward planet Suzaku. This was to cover up the 4 divine sects' real movement. Almost at the same moment all the various forces arrived at planet Suzaku. The remaining 35 Nirvana Shatterer elders gathered in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. They sat in a formation with serious expressions and expectation in their eyes. They formed a circle and everyone had a formation below them. Between the 35 people, there was a circular shape that was empty. However, there were 35 branches that connected this circle with the formations under the 35 elders. There was a large amount of 4 divine sect members around the 35 elders, no less than 10,000 people. They all sat down, and there was a formation below each of them that linked to the formations under the 35 elders. They were all waiting for the order. Once order was given, they would release all the origin energy inside their bodies without reservation to open the formation. At this moment, Wang Lin moved among the stars and slowly made his way forward. Soon, he arrived before a ring of fire that rotated like a storm. Su Ligua's roar could sometimes be heard from within. Wang Lin stopped outside the firestorm and shouted, "Su Ligua!" After he spoke, Su Ligua's voice inside the fire suddenly stopped. At the same time, a huge gap within the firestorm suddenly appeared. The gap was large enough that you could clearly see Su Ligua's sorry figure inside. After hearing Wang Lin's voice, Su Ligua subconsciously revealed a look of flattery, but he forcibly suppressed it. Instead, he revealed his suppressed anger. "You murderous fiend, you finally remembered your grandpa Su. Today I'm going to deal with you." Su Ligua had been forced into countless life and death situations that forced him to comprehend the ancient sword intent. His cultivation level had increased leaps and bounds, so much so that he would even dare to fight against ordinary Nirvana Scryer cultivators. At this moment, he charged out filled with anger and turned into a giant sword. He looked exactly like the celestial sword and contained a hint of the aura of wealth. As he charged out, the flames around him were pushed back. The large sword Su Ligua formed charged out and closed in on Wang Lin. Coldness flashed across Wang Lin's eyes, and he didn't even look at the giant sword. He waved his right hand and endless origin energy gathered before shooting at the giant sword coming at him. A rumbling sound echoed and the giant sword collapsed. Su Ligua retreated in terror, but he was unwilling to give up. He let out a roar and Tihen turned into 9 big swords that formed a sword formation. The sword formation gave off a monstrous sword intent and charged at Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin nodded slightly. The current Su Ligua barely met his requirements. He entered the sword formation and casually grabbed one of the swords. He mercilessly squeezed it, and popping sounds echoed and the remaining 8 swords all collapsed. However, the sword intent remained and turned into 8 giant skulls that charged at Wang Lin. Interesting. Thunder flashed in Wang Lin's right eye and endless thunder surrounded him. The thunder moved around like snakes and the 8 skulls let out a miserable screams and all exploded. Holding the large sword in his hand, Wang Lin used a bit more force and cracking sounds came from the sword along with Su Ligua's panicking voice. "Master! Master!" Little Su was wrong. It wasn't intentional. I just haven't met my tall, mighty, handsome, confident, smart, brave, extraordinary, unparalleled, unique, surpasses all those behind and after, wise, bold, accomplished, elegant, handsome like a jade tree, loved by all, talented, great scholar, heaven-shaking cultivation, and amiable master. This little one has missed you a lot. After all these years, Master finally remembered little Su. I thought that Master no longer wanted me. Master, please go easy, go easy. Su Ligua was timid by nature and was frightened out of his wits. He had said every single thing he could think of at once, and even Wang Lin was startled after hearing this. Su Ligua felt death closing in once more. Wang Lin's hand was like the scythe that could harvest his soul. Just a bit more force and it would crush his soul that was hidden inside the sword. Shut up! Wang Lin frowned. Su Ligua immediately stopped talking, but his sword body trembled as he thought, It's over. It's over. I must have been crazy to dare to attack this fiend. Su Ligua. Ah, Su Ligua. You're such a cunning devil. How could you be so impulsive? This refinement is over and I'll see your performance from now on. If you dare to rebel again, I'll erase you. Wang Lin's voice was cold, but it was like a spring breeze that eased Su Ligua's heart. He quickly said, Master really is Han. Without waiting for Su Ligua to finish, Wang Lin waved his right hand and sent the sword into the spatial crack. He didn't want to listen to Su Ligua's exaggerated flattery. After putting away Su Ligua, Wang Lin took a step to the side and disappeared. Ta Shan was still sitting on a cultivation planet somewhere within the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. There were several beast skins beside him, and he continued to infuse tattoo power onto them. As he was drawing, Ta Shan's right hand trembled and he raised his head. Wang Lin had unknowingly appeared and calmly looked at him. Ta Shan pondered a bit and bitterly said, "Master!" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. After a long time, he calmly said, "You have regained your consciousness, so you don't need to call me Master." Ta Shan's face became even more bitter, and then he softly said, "It was Master who allowed me to survive until now. Ta Shan will never forget this." Wang Lin let out a sigh as he looked at Ta Shan and asked, "When are you leaving?" Ta Shan's body trembled as he looked up Wang Lin. After pondering for a bit, he let out a wry smile and said, "How did Master see through me? You've been making talismans since you got here. If you didn't have a plan already, you wouldn't be doing this." This was the first time Wang Lin had met Ta Shan in a few years. Wang Lin also felt very complex about meeting his former celestial guard. Ta Shan nodded and whispered, "I want to see my clan members back in all heaven. Master, aside from the talismans I made for myself, I also made 3 for you. They are Speed, Collapse, and Seal." As he spoke, he took out 3 beast skins and respectfully handed them to Wang Lin. These 3 talismans were made with very rare hides. The amount of effort that went into making them was several times higher than normal. Wang Lin looked at Ta Shan as he took the 3 talismans and said, "The Alliance star system is very chaotic right now. Be careful on your trip." Ta Shan looked at Wang Lin and nodded. "If you see the disciple I took on planet Qinling, then please help me take care of him." Wang Lin took another look at Ta Shan before leaving. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that Ta Shan silently knelt down and kowtowed once toward Wang Lin. Then he put away all the beast skins, took a deep breath, and flew into the sky. Situ naturally had to go on this trip to the Rain Celestial Realm to save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. The poison in his body hadn't been completely forced out, and if there was no antidote, it would cause trouble later on. Situ Nan had already arrived next to where the 35 elders were and was standing next to one of them. This was the elder that was helping Situ Nan expel the poison. Situ Nan sat there with a serious expression, but he had already made up his mind. If he gets the poison removed, he is going to drag Wang Lin to planet Fengluan to get revenge. He was going to return all the suffering he had to endure from the female cultivators on planet Fengluan. There were some abandoned planets in the Vermilion Bird Divine sect that weren't suited for people to live on. They were filled with poisonous gas, and the flames made the poison even more intense. At this moment, Wang Lin appeared next to one of these abandoned planets. There were no plants and almost all life had extinguished. There was only a black desert that gave off intense heat. When you stood on this black desert, you could feel the traces of poison mixed in with the heat. The black desert wasn't flat. It had ups and downs, and even mountains. There was a mountain before Wang Lin. It was completely black, and the heat waves caused Wang Lin's white hair to flow in the wind. Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, "Wang Lin greets Senior's celestial cloud couple." The moment his voice came out, a ray of sword energy came out from the mountain and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't retreat but smiled as he looked at the sword energy. The sword energy closed in and turned into a person. This person looked middle-aged and was very handsome but a bit pale. When he looked at Wang Lin, he also had a smile on his face. "Wang Lin, the 2 seniors already knew you'd come, so come down with me." This man was Zhou. There was no need to talk about their relationship. With a smile, the 2 of them stepped into the mountain and went down. This mountain was extremely deep, and intense heat waves came from within. Wang Lin naturally didn't care, and he looked at Zhou. Zhou looked normal and whispered, "When I first came here, I really wasn't used to it, but now it's no problem." Zhou hesitated a bit, but still asked, "Wang Lin, I heard you came this time because you plan to save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor." Wang Lin shook his head as he looked at Zhou with a look of respect and said, "In addition to saving the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, There is also the matter with Celestial Emperor Qinglin. Only by awakening Qinglin can Celestial Lord Qingxuang revive. After Zhou heard this, excitement filled his face. He looked at Wang Lin and gratefully said, "Thank you." Wang Lin's expression became complicated and he shook his head. Zhou was startled and immediately thought of something. His expression became bleak, and as he descended with Wang Lin, he said, "You and I are very alike. But I have you to help me. While you have no one to help you, Big Brother Zhou is powerless to help you." Wang Lin silently pondered and didn't say more. Not long after, the two arrived at the bottom. The bottom had been changed completely by someone with a powerful spell. This was like a different world separated from the poison. It was like the Garden of Eden. A small river flowed to an unknown location with several wooden huts near it. There were even fields of green with a few blooming flowers. Wang Wei was sitting on the side of the river, smiling at his lover, Hu Wan, on the other side. Hu Wan was like a child with her feet in the river, occasionally kicking up a wave. After Wang Lin and Zhou entered the barrier, Wang Lin clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Junior Wang Lin greets two seniors." Wang Wei looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Tell me the reason you asked me to sneak attack Li Yunzi. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily." Hu Wan on the other side of the river smiled as she moved her hair and said, "Wang Lin, he cares about this a lot. He feels it's embarrassing to sneak attack a junior with his status as a senior." Wang Lin smiled. Wang Wei and Hu Wan had become very close to him after what happened at the Demon Spirit Land. They no longer regarded him as an outsider. Wang Wei probably didn't care that much about sneak attacking Li Yunzi. Since he was asked, Wang Lin explained a bit, and Wang Wei no longer cared about it after listening to the reason. Back in the Demon Spirit Land, Junior heard Celestial Emperor Qinglin's last words. Rain Celestial Realm Temple, Origin Soul Crystal, and Qing Shuang's body. Junior has two of them, but the Rain Celestial Realm Temple. Wang Lin paused here and looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei's expression became serious and he nodded. "During these years I have thought about it, and there was indeed a temple. It was where Master became the Celestial Emperor. I also told you about this matter before, so you coming here now means—" Wang Wei looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered before telling them about how the old Divine Emperor had taken the Rain Celestial Realm Crystal. Wang Wei became serious after hearing this, and even Hu Wan stopped playing in the river. She put on her shoes and came next to Wang Wei. The two of them looked at each other, and Wang Wei said, "The two of us will remember the old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor's kindness. If the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor is really trapped in the Rain Celestial Realm, the two of us will help rescue him to repay the old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor's favor of getting the Rain Celestial Realm Crystal." Wang Lin nodded. Wang Wei and Hu Wan tidied up a bit and, along with Zhou, left with Wang Lin. As for Qinglin's body, Wang Wei was holding it. On the formation on the main Vermilion Bird planet, everyone was silently waiting. At this moment, four rays of light closed in and arrived at the formation, revealing Wang Lin, Wang Wei, and company. Wang Lin stepped into the center of the formation and sat down without wasting time. His eyes shined and he shouted, "Open the formation!" With that, his right hand reached at the void and a crack appeared. A crystal filled with celestial spiritual energy flew out. At the same time, the 10,000 sect members opened their eyes, and their origin energy went into the formation. The formation below them immediately began to flash. The moment the light reached a certain degree of brightness, it began to gather under the 35 elders. All the elders formed a seal and activated their energy like crazy. All the origin energy from the disciples were split into 35 portions and moved straight toward the crystal before Wang Lin at the center of the formation. In an instant, the crystal shined brightly, and an unimaginable quantity of celestial spiritual energy filled the area. A pillar of celestial spiritual energy shot into the sky, and ripples spread out in all directions. A thunderous rumble echoed as the door to the Rain Celestial Realm slowly appeared above the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect planet. At this moment, all the cultivators who had reached a certain cultivation felt this fluctuation. Those who are familiar could tell that the Rain Celestial Realm had opened. At the same time, The rain furnaces appeared across the Alliance star system. However, All Heaven, the Corpse sect, and the various Alliance forces had already gathered around planet Suzaku. Although they were shocked, they didn't have time to worry about this. People with our cultivation level will make the rain celestial realm unstable and collapse on a large scale. We must quickly rescue the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. After Wang Lin spoke, he charged toward the rain celestial realm gate. Behind him, the 35 elders, Situ Nan, Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and others all followed. Another person who Wang Lin was too busy to pay attention to also charged toward the rain celestial realm. That person was the silver female corpse. At the same time, on a remote, abandoned planet in the northern region of the Alliance, the planet shook violently and split open in a cross. An old man with white hair floated out with his hair covering his face. There was a crystal light flashing before him. It was a rain furnace. Wang Lin, you can't escape my calculations. At this moment, a gust of wind blew away the messy hair on the old man's face, revealing him to be All-Seer. The sun rose early in the morning and the sunlight dispersed the darkness. The people that woke up early caused the city of Flowing Cloud to become lively. Shops opened one by one, and the food street on the west side was especially filled with people shouting. The fried dough coming out of the boiling oil, the white buns revealed in the steam baskets, and tofu with other snacks made the street very lively. Tsang Shueishan's stall was selling wine. Even though it was morning, their Tsang family's wine was light and refreshing. Drinking it in the morning wouldn't make you drunk. Instead, it made people feel refreshed, so it was quite popular. Tsang Shueishan, who was about 50 years old, stood on the side with a pipe while looking at the server that was busy working. A smile appeared on his face filled with wrinkles. A middle-aged man who had just bought a jug of wine shook it before taking a big gulp. He smiled at old man Tsang and said, "Uncle Tsang, your wine isn't as tasty as before. Are you missing ingredients?" Old man Tsang's eyes widened as he smoked the pipe and snorted. "Nonsense, my Tsang family's wine." Before old man Tsang finished speaking, the middle-aged man laughed. "Your Tsang family's wine has been passed down for thousands of years. It was said that it even caught the fancy of an immortal. Uncle Tsang, you say those words almost every day. I still have to go to work, so I don't have time to listen to your long-winded speech." The middle-aged man took the wine with a smile and left. Old man Tsang took a big drag of his pipe and muttered, "What does a little brat know? My Tsang family's wine was indeed drunk by a celestial for more than 60 years, 1,000 years ago." He still had a few wooden carvings that were more than 1,000 years old. These were carvings of the Tsang family's first-generation ancestor in Flowing Cloud City and a blurry-faced immortal. There was a legend that was passed down for generations within their Tsang family. The legend was that their Tsang family wasn't originally from Flowing Cloud City, but had moved here during a snowstorm disaster. The rumor had it that their ancestor lived with that immortal for more than 60 years, and that the immortal was the benefactor who helped them move here. Ancestor Tsang Dainyu lived to the age of 137. Even before death, he still remembered that immortal. This story has been passed down for generations, so how can it be fake? Old man Tsang narrowed his eyes and tapped his pipe on the ground. He looked extremely proud. However, he quickly rubbed his eyes and carefully looked at the sky, and his mouth widened. The sky was originally clear and the sun shined brightly. However, large ripples appeared in the sky and swept across the entire sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed, causing the lively street to immediately quiet down. Everyone looked up at the sky, and panic appeared in their eyes. Shortly after, as the ripples passed, rays of light appeared in the sky and descended like meteors. These rays of light easily broke through the atmosphere and turned into cultivators. "I am immortals!" The mortals on the ground all exclaimed and began to tremble. Some immediately hid inside their houses and didn't dare to come out. "Don't disturb these mortals. Quickly gather in the sea of devils." A commanding voice echoed like thunder. At the same time, the cultivators that descended didn't stop and quickly flew off into the distance. At the same time, this same scene appeared all over planet Suzaku. This shocking change caused the mortal empires to panic. The mortals all trembled and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, those immortals didn't harm any of the mortals. The moment they appeared, they flew away. The native cultivators on planet Suzaku naturally saw this, but none of them dared to fly up and ask. Not even those at the soul formation or soul transformation stages dared. Any of the foreign cultivators flying across the sky was strong enough to make you tremble. There were some that could make you almost collapse with one gaze. Even the few ascendant cultivators on planet Suzaku looked at the sky with shock. Zhou Wutai's expression was gloomy. Very few cultivators flying across the sky were ones he could deal with. As for the rest, just their auras were enough to make him gasp. Fortunately, even though there were many different forces among these cultivators, none of them bothered the native cultivators. They all charged toward the Sea of Devils. The entire sky was covered by rays of light, and a moment later, a giant shadow appeared in the sky. The sun in the sky was covered by a large shadow. At this moment, the entire planet was covered by a shadow. These shadows were the palaces from the Thunder Celestial Temple. They didn't descend on to planet Suzaku, they just orbited it. After all, planet Suzaku was half-wasted, so it couldn't withstand the powerful fluctuations from the palaces. Shortly after the shadows appeared, coffins began to descend. There were coffins of various sizes, and they were surrounded by many cultivators. As people flew toward the Sea of Devils, they naturally saw the huge statue on the ground. This was the statue in the Cloud Sky sect. An arrogant cultivator from all heaven saw that a tiny cultivation planet like this had dared to build such a statue. He felt like this statue looked familiar, but he didn't think too much about it. He let out a cold snort and was about to destroy it as he passed by. However, just as his right hand was about to descend, a feminine voice came from behind him. "Stop!" The cultivator was startled as he looked back and said, "Shi Zifeng, what is the meaning of this?" The woman who spoke was Shi Zifeng. She coldly looked at the arrogant cultivator and calmly said, "Take a closer look at who this statue is a carving of." With that, she disregarded the cultivator. Then she looked at the statue with a complex gaze and let out a sigh before flying away. The arrogant cultivator frowned and carefully looked at the statue. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. Then his eyes opened wide and he gasped. This is Thunder Celestial Su Mu. Although all heaven had already removed Wang Lin's right as Thunder Celestial, Wang Lin's battle for the title was famous. It was not something that would be forgotten in short few hundred years of time. This arrogant cultivator's scalp went numb. He knew that Su Mu's Taoist name was Master Devil, and it was not something he could forget. He also felt that destroying someone's statue was a bit pointless, so he turned and quickly left. Master Flamespark and company, along with people of the Corpse sect, also noticed this. After orders were sent out, no one else dared to think about destroying the statue. The Corpse sect, all heaven, and the various powers of the Alliance all gathered on planet Suzaku. They all quickly gathered at the Sea of Devils based on the information they were given. Planet Suzaku wasn't very big, so they quickly rushed toward the Sea of Devils. In truth, no side had sent many cultivators to planet Suzaku. In total, there were about 7,000 cultivators. They were the first wave to check the area. After all, although the credibility of Wang Lin's information was high, they still had to verify it. Even more cultivators were floating outside planet Suzaku. They were all in their own groups, waiting for the news from the first wave. All the restrictions blocking the path to the land of the ancient god were nothing in these cultivators' eyes. They all charged through and arrived past the chaotic broken stars at the entrance to the land of the ancient god. Ferocious roars came out from the oval-shaped entrance to the land of the ancient god. The first trial to enter the land of the ancient god was the dark abyss filled with floating boulders. However, at this moment, all the boulders collapsed and pairs of ferocious eyes lit up. This place was where Wang Lin almost died and where the Thunder Toad appeared, and it was now filled with countless ferocious beasts. They were silently waiting. Roars came out from the oval in the Sea of Devils that led to the land of the ancient god. The surrounding cultivators paused for a moment, but they didn't stop. They all stepped into the oval. When the first cultivators appeared, A ray of red light charged out from the bottom of the endless abyss. Just as a cultivator was about to move, a flash of red lightning came out from below and landed on them. This person's body trembled and he was numb for a moment. Just at this moment, a red light closed in. It was a red python almost 10,000 feet long, and it immediately devoured the cultivator. This action was a signal to start the slaughter. Many ferocious beasts charged out and began a life and death battle with the cultivators that entered. At this moment, blood fell like rain in this abyss and aroused the ferocious nature of the beasts. As the fighting continued, the fluctuations of origin energy gradually spread to the depths of the abyss that not even Wang Lin had explored. Two blood-red eyes looked up at the cultivators above. At the same time, within the sea of blood deep within the land of the ancient god, the red-haired Tuosan was sitting on top of a pillar. His finger was sliding on the ground, making a harsh sound. He slowly raised his head, revealed a smile. Then he raised his right hand and mercilessly grasped. With this grasp, waves were set off in the sea of blood. The raging sea of blood released a heaven-shaking roar. The blood-red sky beside Tuosan twisted as if a powerful force was going to break out. Then the space was torn open. This crack was more than 100,000 feet long, and a killing intent that seemed to have been suppressed for countless years was allowed to vent for the first time. The killing intent was enough to make the entire sea of blood tremble. A pressure came out of the crack, and the sea of blood no longer raged, as the pressure pushed it away. Bursts of lighting came out and lingered around the crack. Tuosan raised his head, revealing a cruel expression, and said, "Royal clan treasure god slaying spear, in the name of Tuosan, descend." After he spoke, roars came out from the crack, and as the lightning flashed, a ray of red light shot out toward Tuosan's right hand. Tuosan grabbed it. This red light struggled for a moment and then stopped struggling. It turned into a crimson-red spear that was 1,000 feet long. There were arcs of lightning around it, and it gave off an unimaginable aura. Holding the spear, Tuosan revealed a bloodthirsty smile and mercilessly threw it. There was a heaven-shaking explosion when the god-slaying spear pierced through the sky of this blood-red world. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. The moment the spear pierced through the blood-red world, it moved even faster and penetrated many of the locations in the land of the ancient god until it reached the abyss. It was too fast and contained an aura that would shock even Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. The spear appeared as a red flash and moved like a dragon toward the cultivators fighting against the fierce beasts. These cultivators all trembled the moment the god-slaying spear appeared. Miserable screams echoed before they had time to react. However, as the red light flashed, all the cultivators that got close collapsed into a rain of blood, but this blood didn't scatter. It was all absorbed by the red light. No cultivator could resist the god-slaying spear, and in a flash, more than half of the thousands of cultivators that had entered died. The remaining few were being attacked by the countless fierce beasts. Only a bit more than 1,000 cultivators rapidly spread out in a panic. The god-slaying spear surrounded by the red light didn't go after the cultivators that scattered. Instead, it charged toward the oval entrance and charged out. The moment it left the land of the ancient god and appeared in the Sea of Devils, the entire planet trembled. An indescribable aura suddenly appeared. All the origin energy before it was forced back as if wherever the god-slaying spear existed, origin energy wasn't allowed to exist. The red light shined brightly, and the god-slaying spear shot out from the Sea of Devils. The ray of red light shot into the sky and the atmosphere disintegrated before the spear, allowing it to enter space without any resistance. After tens of thousands of years, the weapon of the royal ancient god clan appeared once more. The forces outside planet Suzaku all felt this heaven-shaking aura. Just as they were about to act, the god-slaying spear closed in on one of all heaven's thunder celestial temple palaces. There was a flash of red light as the god-slaying spear pierced the palace. The palace trembled and shattered into countless pieces. The god-slaying spear didn't stop. It pierced through all the palaces from all heaven, causing them to collapse. Even the corpse sect suffered a huge blow. All the coffins collapsed one by one before the god-slaying spear. Even the corpse puppets inside turned to dust. The Alliance forces suffered greatly. The god-slaying spear went through the crowds and miserable screams echoed. Anyone who got close was immediately killed. Among them was a Nirvana-shatterer old woman from the Alliance side. This old woman thought she could stop this god-slaying spear for a moment with her early-stage Nirvana-shatterer cultivation and used a spell. However, the god-slaying spear ignored all spells and directly pierced through her chest. Her eyes were filled with disbelief when she looked down at the hole in her chest. A moment later, her body collapsed and even her origin soul dissipated. Master Flamespark's pupils shrank. Him and other elders flew out. The corpse sect also sent out cultivators to attack the god-slaying spear. Just as these cultivators were about to attack, the god-slaying spear turned around and returned to planet Suzaku. It returned to the Sea of Devils and disappeared back into the land of the ancient god. A hoarse voice echoed across the planet and into space when the god-slaying spear disappeared. "I'm waiting for all of you." It was completely silent as Master Flamespark and the elders revealed serious expressions. Some of the elders' faces became pale, and there was a hint of disbelief in them. What is this? What that Wang Lin said was true. Master Flamespark's eyes shined. He had come because it was an order from the person in all heaven he greatly respected. He had to come. After pondering for a bit, Master Flamespark shouted, "All cultivators, follow me to planet Suzaku." With that, he flew toward planet Suzaku. The elders and countless cultivators followed after him. The corpse sect pondered for a bit, and then a voice that sounded like stones rubbing echoed. "Corpse sect, head out." The entire corpse sect moved. The swarm of cultivators with coffins flew toward planet Suzaku. The 8 people in front were surrounded by black fog and gave off a powerful pressure. The Alliance forces pondered a bit and didn't send all their forces. Half the people remained and the rest followed their respective elders toward planet Suzaku. At the same time, the existence at the bottom of the abyss in the land of the ancient god that was awakened by the fluctuations of origin energy slowly rose up. Its blurred figure was gradually revealed. This figure wasn't very big, only 20 feet tall. It looked human-shaped, like a burly man. But what would make anyone gasp was this thing's neck. This neck had 18 branches that were as thick as pythons. It was as if it was made up of 18 pythons. There was a head on each branch. There were males and females, young and old. At a glance, this thing wasn't human, but a mysterious, ferocious beast. Legends about this beast existed, but they were not accurate, and this wasn't the only one of its kind. There was a spirit from ancient times called Ji, and it was shaped like a human. Instead of being born, it was created, and it became an adult after 3 days. It defied the heavens and died, and its head was cut off. A monster named Ji Qiong was born from its corpse. This beast was born with one head, and every time it devoured the world, it would gain another head and new spells. It dared to fight the world and could sleep for eternity. At this moment, inside the Rain Celestial Realm, compared to the land of the ancient god, everything here was peaceful aside from the cracks that appeared in the sky and the constant trembling from the earth. The cultivation levels of Wang Lin's group had completely surpassed what the Rain Celestial Realm could withstand. Just as they entered, one of the fragments collapsed, creating a huge suction that pulled the other fragments closer. Wang Lin stood at a high place and looked at the familiar Rain Celestial Realm fragments. His eyes shined as he recalled the past and gradually found the fragment where he once heard the call for help. There were dozens of people around him, and they all looked at Wang Lin. They all had to follow Wang Lin's lead on this mission to rescue the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. After all, he was the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, and most importantly, only Wang Lin knew where the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was trapped. Wang Lin's body moved. A thunderous rumble was created when he charged downward. No one hesitated to follow after Wang Lin. It was impossible to stay here for too long, or else it would cause the Rain Celestial Realm to collapse on a wide scale. By then, forget saving the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, it would be impossible to save Qinglin too. Therefore, they had to be fast. Everyone here knew this. Wang Lin moved quickly but didn't use his full speed. He flew in a very gentle manner in order to not trigger the collapse of the rain celestial realm. They didn't meet any cultivators along the way. Even if any cultivators had come via the rain furnaces, once they saw the situation here and realized how unstable it was, they would all choose to leave in terror. Not much time had passed when even more cracks appeared in the rain celestial realm. Rumbling sounds could be heard from afar and another fragment collapsed. Wang Lin arrived on the fragment where he once heard the cry for help. He clearly remembered that the call for help came from a mountain that looked like a lock. After landing on the fragment, his divine sense spread out and he immediately found that mountain about 5,000 kilometers away. Wang Lin quickly flew toward that direction. He got closer and closer. The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elders behind Wang Lin were filled with excitement. They had waited for this day for far too long. The higher their expectations, the more they were afraid of disappointment. At this moment, their hearts were filled with worry and even their Tao hearts had become unstable. A moment later, the lock-shaped mountain appeared in everyone's eyes. It was here that I heard the call for help. Wang Lin pointed forward. The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elders charged out toward the mountain. Save me! Save me! A very weak voice echoed as they got close to the mountain. Wang Lin immediately stopped, but everyone around him seemed to have not heard it at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "Do you guys hear a call for help?" The rain celestial realm was covered in mist, and dust covered the sky, making the whole place look fuzzy. Many spatial cracks appeared and sucked in some of that dust. There were muffled rumbles coming from the distance. The dust began to move as if wind was blowing it. Aside from these sounds, the entire rain celestial realm was silent. When Wang Lin's voice echoed, even the Azure Dragon Divine Sect elders paused. Everyone looked at Wang Lin. A white-haired elder from the Azure Dragon Divine Sect said, "Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, what did you hear?" Wang Lin frowned and began to listen carefully. The call for help was like a gentle breeze that blew by. It was obvious that no one other than him could hear this cry for help. Situ Nan understood Wang Lin the most. Seeing Wang Lin frown, he calmly said, "There was no sound. It might have been an illusion. No problem." Wang Lin shook his head and didn't mention it anymore. The elders from the Azure Dragon Divine Sect looked at each other but didn't speak. They jumped straight toward the mountain. Everyone else followed after them. Wang Lin kept frowning as he stared at the mountain that got closer and closer. If not for the information left on the shield, Wang Lin wouldn't have thought that the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was trapped here. However, as he got closer and closer, the unease in his heart increased for some unknown reason. Just at this moment, the excited voices of a trembling elder of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect echoed. "It's the Divine Emperor! Look at this handprint. It was created by the Azure Dragon Divine Sect spell. The Azure would print." The elder floated in the air and looked excitedly at the place covered in grass. After he spoke, the remaining elders of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect closed in and looked at the handprint that was deeply imprinted in the withered grass. "Open this mountain and save the Divine Emperor." The elders spread out, and the lead elder's hands formed a seal that caused the fragment to tremble. Large amounts of origin energy appeared when they revealed their Nirvana Shatterer cultivation. At the same time, the images of several Azure Dragons appeared and surrounded the mountain. It was as if they were going to pull this mountain up from the ground. "Rise!" The elder of the Azure Dragon Divine Sect shouted as the rumbling echoed. The mountain trembled and large amount of rocks fell off it. Waves of dust were kicked into the air as the roar of the Azure Dragons echoed. Those dragons that were wrapped around the mountain had actually lifted it up by several inches. The elders of the Black Tortoise Divine Sect and the White Tiger Divine Sect flew over. Their hands formed seals and an unimaginable amount of origin energy appeared. The shadows of black tortoises appeared behind these elders and went under the mountain to raise it higher. The elders from the White Tiger Divine Sect landed and used spells to raise the mountain. The mountain rose higher and higher, causing the earth to tremble even more violently. Muffled roars echoed across the sky. The elders of the Vermilion Bird sect were no exception. They flew over and were about to use spells to help raise the mountain completely. Just at this moment, a ray of golden light came from the mountain and directly pierced through it. Then another ray of golden light pierced out from the mountain and lit up the whole area. In the blink of an eye, countless rays of golden light shine out from the mountain and made the mountain look like a sun. A large, golden lock appeared around the mountain. It was a shocking sight. The lock was 100,000 feet long and was covered in complex runes that flashed repeatedly. A powerful pressure spread out from the lock, and the elders of the Four Divine Sect were immediately pushed back. At this moment, Wang Wei and Huan looked at the golden lock and were filled with shock. They looked at each other once again to determine they didn't see wrong. After hesitating for a bit, they didn't waste time and quickly retreated. Without the spells, the mountain slowly descended once more. Gather all the might of the Four Divine Sect. There is no need to destroy this mountain. Just raise it 70 feet. This lock was set by Celestial Emperor Qinglin not to seal me, but for something else. You must not allow the other thing to escape. At this moment, a weak but anxious cry came out from under the mountain. This time it wasn't only Wang Lin who heard it. Everyone heard this cry for help. The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elders trembled violently. One of the oldest elders shouted excitedly, "Divine Emperor! This is voice of the Divine Emperor." Wang Lin looked back at Wang Wei and Huan before clasping his hands. I asked the two seniors to help. The two pondered a bit before Wang Wei let out a sigh and slowly said, "This formation indeed has Master's aura. Forget it." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and clouds appeared under his feet and carried him toward the golden lock. Huan let out a sigh and followed after Wang Wei. The two of them closed in on the golden lock. "We can only open this lock for one breath of time, so you all must be quick." As they spoke, a large amount of restrictions appeared around Huan. Those restrictions gave off a ghostly light that immediately charged at the golden lock. Wang Wei waved his right hand and a mist appeared before him. The mist divided into countless parts and surrounded each of Huan's restrictions. At this moment, the surrounding elders of the Four Divine Sect didn't hesitate. The Azure Dragon Divine Sect elders quickly formed seals to use their spells. The elders of the remaining three sects all took out various treasures. This was the power of 35 Nirvana Shatterer elders. Not to mention this mountain, the entire unstable Rain Celestial Realm would collapse instantly before this power. Everything was prepared. They were just waiting for the moment the golden lock opened. The couple took deep breaths and sat down in the air. Both formed a seal and pointed at the golden lock. The restrictions surrounded by the water mist unexpectedly formed a giant key. The key charged at the golden lock. In the blink of an eye, the key broke through layers of golden light and went into the lock. The light from the golden lock suddenly disappeared. At this moment, not a trace of the golden light remained. Wang Wei suddenly shouted, "Quickly, rescue him." A breath of time was only a blink of an eye, but for Nirvana Shatterer old monsters, it was enough to use a spell. Rays of spells shot toward the mountain and, in an instant, started to raise the mountain. As the mountain rumbled, it was raised inch by inch. This mountain was refined by Celestial Emperor Qinglin, so it was not ordinary. Even without the golden lock, raising it was not simple. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. In the blink of an eye, the mountain was raised 50 feet. The more it was raised, the greater the pressure became. When it was raised to more than 60 feet but just short of 70 feet, a breath of time passed. The golden light appeared once and the giant lock appeared once more. The key collapsed and Wang Wei and Huan were forced back by the light. The golden lock appeared once more, and its pressure increased several-fold. The 35 Nirvana Shatterer old monsters struggled to hold against this pressure. At this moment, a shout came from the bottom of the mountain, and a ray of green light struggled to come out. There was an old man in an extremely sorry state with ripped clothes inside the green light. Although he was in a sorry state, his face was filled with excitement as he rushed out. At this moment, the wind surged in the sky above this fragment. The clouds split apart and a person appeared. This person wore white and looked a bit old. but his eyes felt like they contained the world. Just as he appeared, he caused the collapse of the Rain celestial realm to become even more intense. "Looks like I arrived at the right time." This old man was the All-Seer. The moment he appeared, he charged toward the mountain. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. He had a bad feeling this whole time, but he didn't know if it was coming from the mountain or from outside. This was why he didn't personally act. At the moment he saw the All-Seer, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Flames filled his left eye and thunder flashed through his right eye. A ball of fire and a ball of thunder appeared before him and immediately shot at the All-Seer. At the same time, Wang Wei and Hu Wan both used spells against the All-Seer. The All-Seer waved his sleeves, causing a surge of origin energy, and 3 avatars appeared. When Wang Wei and Hu Wan's spells got close, one of the avatars revealed a strange smile. This avatar formed a seal and a destructive aura appeared in his body. Then he unexpectedly chose to self-destruct. A thunderous rumble echoed and All-Seer's avatar's self-destruction immediately spread. If that was it, it wouldn't be an issue, but at this moment the other 2 avatars also revealed strange smiles and also self-destructed. The self-destruction of the 3 avatars caused an unimaginable impact. The earth trembled even more violently, and the fragment everyone was on began to collapse on a larger scale. The collapse of the fragment caused large amounts of cracks to appear on the ground. "Wang Lin, this old man will help you save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor." The All-Seer laughed as he used the self-destruction of his 3 avatars to push Wang Wei and Hu Wan back, making it so Wang Lin couldn't get close. He charged directly into the 35 Nirvana Shatterer Elders and, using the moment where they couldn't be distracted, unexpectedly charged into the mountain. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from the mountain. Even with the pressure of the golden lock, it didn't continue to sink, but was pushed up 30 feet more. As a result, this mountain had been raised more than 70 feet, reaching 100 feet. The old man that struggled out from the green light looked at the All-Seer with a strange light in his eyes, but he didn't speak. He immediately charged out from the bottom of the mountain. As soon as he came out, he shouted, "All members of the 4 divine sect, use all your spells to destroy this mountain." With that, he raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down. An azure dragon more than 100,000 feet large appeared and gave off an ancient aura. The dragon opened its mouth and spewed out green gas at the mountain. The surrounding 4 divine sect elders didn't hesitate to use their spells and bombard the mountain. At this moment, even more cracks appeared on the fragment and it began to collapse even more intensely. More spatial cracks appeared as if they were going to devour the world. The rumbling was heaven-shaking. Under the attack of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor and the Elders' bombardment, large amounts of rocks fell off. Even the golden lock became unstable. As this went on, the expression of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor became uglier. Just at this moment, a laugh came from the mountain and a crack appeared from its center. The All-Seer charged out from the mountain and revealed a rare look of excitement. He held a fist-sized blob of black blood as he charged into the sky laughing. The golden lock suddenly turned into a ray of light and followed the All-Seer. It landed on the black blood in his hand as if it was sealing it. However, the All-Seer didn't care about it at all. As he charged out, he mercilessly slammed down on the ground below him. The rumbling became even louder and the collapsing fragment collapsed even faster. A giant vortex appeared on the bottom and annihilated everything that was sucked in. Thanks to that slam, it wasn't just this fragment collapsing. The entire unstable Rain celestial realm began its final collapse. Muffled rumbles came from the heavens and earth. The Rain celestial realm was beginning to collapse just like the Thunder celestial realm. "Wang Lin, I have to thank you for everything you've done. Someday, if we are fated, we will meet again. At that time, this old man will have become the heavenly Tao." The All-Seer laughed like crazy and was about to escape when the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, who had just escaped, revealed a cold gaze. His right hand formed a seal and pointed up. The Azure Dragon behind him opened its mouth and let out a roar. Then the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor lowered his hand and the Azure Dragon charged out in an attempt to devour the All-Seer. The moment the Azure Dragon charged out, The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor hit his own chest with his right hand and coughed out blood. The blood turned into a sword that entered the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was immediately covered in a bloodlight. It caught up to the All-Seer in an instant and devoured him. A thunderous rumble echoed across the heavens and earth. The dragon dissipated, and the All-Seer's body was thrown out and 2 of his seals had been opened. Blood was coming from the corner of his mouth as he stared at the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor with smiled and said in a hoarse voice, "You are worthy of being the 4 divine sects' strongest divine emperor. I'm happy to experience it." Then the All-Seer's body flickered and he quickly fled. The surrounding Nirvana Shatterer elders were about to pursue when the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor shook his head and shouted, "Let him go. That person's cultivation level is hidden too well. If we force him into a corner, the death count will be too high. It's not worth it. Besides, I have been trapped for too long and I'm all spent." After he spoke, all the elders of 4 divine sect nodded in agreement. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he slowly asked, "You're the new Vermilion Bird?" Wang Lin nodded and clasped his hands. "Greetings, Azure Dragon Divine Emperor." The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor carefully looked at Wang Lin and nodded after a long time. "The 4 divine sect is connected by blood, so I won't be saying my thanks." Wang Lin frowned and calmly said, "What was that thing the All-Seer took from under the mountain?" The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's gaze fell on Wang Wei and Hu Wan. His pupils shrank and he slowly said, "Heavenly Dao blood! Heavenly Dao blood!" Wang Lin gasped. "I came with Master Shenzhong and them as the first waveright when the Rain Celestial Realm collapsed. I originally came for the inheritances of treasure and spells, but I found a lot of strange things. The Celestial Realm was destroyed due to these mysterious things." As the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor spoke, the area began to collapse even more intensely. Everyone quickly flew upward. This lock mountain was placed here by Celestial Emperor Qinglin, and a crack appeared on it when the Rain Celestial Realm collapsed. I was brought here by Master Xianxia to enter together. An accident happened and I was trapped inside, unable to escape. Due to the existence of this seal, only a special kind of person could hear my cry for help. When the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor said this, he looked at Wang Lin. "Although I was trapped, I found that blob of blood at the bottom of the mountain. It was what Qinglin had sealed. After studying for a long time, I still don't know its origin. However, my 4th heaven's blight descended. In that moment of crisis, I devoured the blood." There was a trace of fear in the Azure Divine Emperor's eyes. "Just one mouthful made me unconscious, and when I awakened, the 4th heaven's blight had passed. However, there was no origin energy under that seal, so my 4th heaven's blight cultivation was empty, and I still wasn't able to escape. I could only slowly waste away under the seal." As Wang Lin flew, he asked, "What is Heavenly Dao blood?" He felt that its aura was somewhat familiar. It vaguely felt like the blood rust on the iron sword. It also contained an aura similar to the crystals he found in the skull of that 8-star ancient god. "You have to ask people of the Celestial Emperor about this." The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's gaze fell on Wang Wei and Hu Wan. "So it was like this?" Wang Wei muttered, and he revealed a bitter expression. He had always guessed the reason why the Celestial Realm had collapsed. Now that he had heard the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's words, he was a bit more certain about his speculation. On the side, Hu Wan softly said, "About 100 years before the calamity, a blood-like red rain that contained a strange force fell from the sky in the Rain Celestial Realm. Master called it Heavenly Dao blood." Wang Wei said, "No one knew what Heavenly Dao was, but Master guessed that the Heavenly Dao was a living creature. Since the time of the ancient Celestial Realm, rumor has it that the Heavenly Dao was already dead. If it wasn't dead, it was seriously injured. What fell into the Rain Celestial Realm was Heavenly Dao blood. Master collected all the blood and refined it until it was only the size of a fist. During that period of time, Master found people who devoured it, but all those who devoured it immediately turned into a pool of blood and died. Afterward, no one else dared to devour it. After that, Wang Wei looked at the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor with a strange gaze. Wang Lin's heart was shocked as he listened to these things he had never heard of before and gasped. Master believed that if the heavenly Tao blood fell into my Rain celestial realm, then what fell in the other celestial realms were the other parts of the heavenly Tao. Wang Wei looked at Wang Lin and explained, "It is indeed too shocking, but if you think of the heavenly Tao as a person who was seriously injured and had his body torn apart to the point that even his origin soul was shattered into countless pieces and it all fell, then you understand. Although I don't agree with this point of view, it was mere a guess from Master after studying the blood." While talking, everyone continued to fly into the air until they arrived at the platform where the gate of the Rain celestial realm was. After they landed, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor said, "That cultivator that stole the heavenly Tao blood seemed to understand it very well. However, he doesn't know that I have already devoured half of it. The reason it is still the same size is because half of it is my own blood. I want to see how he will cultivate with it." The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor revealed a dark expression and a strange smile. When everyone saw this smile, their hearts turned cold. "New Vermilion Bird, follow me back to the Four Divine Sect and tell me what happened to the Four Divine Sect. Since only you came today, that means the rest of the Four Divine Emperors have already died." The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's voice was calm, and there was no fluctuation in his mood. Wang Lin calmly took a step back as he got closer to Wang Wei and Hu Wan. He respectfully said, "Senior Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, Junior still has an important matter to deal with and can't return to the Four Divine Sect anytime soon." "Oh!" The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor looked at Wang Lin, and Wang Lin calmly looked back. After a moment, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor nodded and said, "That's fine." With that, he turned around and directly headed toward the giant Rain celestial realm gate. The elders of the Four Divine Sect all followed. Only a few individuals looked back, but they all left without any hesitation. Even the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect elders were the same. "New Vermilion Bird, remember to return the holy treasure when you come back." From far away came the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's voice that contained no emotion. Even when all the people of the Four Divine Sect had left, Wang Lin still silently stood on the platform. The collapse of the Rain celestial realm echoed in his ears, but compared to the complex feelings in his heart, the sound was very light. Saving the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was a way for him to repay the debt he owed the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. It allowed the Four Divine Sect to have a powerful cultivator to exist through the chaotic times to come. Aside from a few select elders, no one in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect really regarded him as the Divine Emperor. They only saw him as a junior. Maybe the hearts of the juniors of the sect were more sincere. If Wang Lin had enough time, he would be able to slowly change this phenomenon. But due to the uneasiness Wang Lin felt from Tuosan, he didn't have the time. If he delayed it too much, it would only hurt the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, and he would fail the old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. With the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's release, before the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor even tried to kill the All-Seer, Wang Lin already knew that the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was very cunning. He was not something Wang Lin could try to figure out. After hearing the matter about the Heavenly Tao, Wang Lin was extremely shocked. However, none of this could compare to the last words left by the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. What he said meant he had already seen through Wang Lin's thoughts. He didn't care about Wang Lin's identity as the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor at all. If he cared about anything, it was the holy treasure. This holy treasure can be temporarily left in your hands. But once you leave the Rain celestial realm, you must return it to the Four Divine Sect. I fear if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many elders and that he had just escaped, he wouldn't have waited for me to return it. He could have taken it right here. Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression. In truth, there was no need to talk about it, as this was how it should be. Since Wang Lin wasn't planning to become the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, there was no need to keep the holy treasure. In truth, Wang Lin didn't really care about this, but from beginning to end, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor unexpectedly didn't ask about the other three Divine Emperors. Not only that, he spoke about the deaths of the three Divine Emperors as if it was an ordinary matter. Wang Lin felt extremely complex about this. Forget the fact that the vermilion bird divine emperor had suffered countless years of pain to keep the four divine sect alive. The white tiger divine emperor had died fighting the enemy, and to his day, the whereabouts of his body were unknown. To the azure dragon divine emperor, these all seemed to be ordinary matters. There was no need to know about them. Situ Nen let out a sigh as he walked up and patted Wang Lin's shoulder and said, "What damn four divine sect? Once Qing Lin awakens, the four of us will rule the stars and enjoy ourselves." Wang Lin bitterly smiled and nodded. Wang Wei let out a sigh and slowly said, "Master once said that the heavenly Tao blood was an ominous thing. If the person who swallowed it didn't die, their personality would definitely change greatly. I had met the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor once before, and he was a straightforward man. Looking at him today, I presume devouring that blood has made his temperament gloomy. Although he was anxious and worried due to the collapse of the Rain Celestial Realm and that they couldn't find the temple, he didn't rush Wang Lin." Wang Lin let out a long sigh. He knew that with the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's words, Wang Lin had no more connections with the four divine sect. If there were any, it would be his gratitude toward the old vermilion bird divine emperor. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the distance. He knelt down on the ground and kowtowed 3 times toward the Rain Celestial Realm gate. "Old divine emperor, Junior will remember your kindness and won't dare to forget it. If the vermilion bird divine sect face difficulties in the future, even if I die, I'll lend a hand." Wang Lin raised his head, and the image of the old divine emperor appeared. His kind and exhausted expression was engraved in Wang Lin's heart. If the pressure is too large, if the four divine sect has no hope of returning to its former glory, if the heavens really want to destroy my four divine sect, well, then there is no need to force yourself. The old divine emperor's last words echoed in Wang Lin's ears. He silently stood up and took a deep breath. He then looked at Wang Wei and Hu Wan and calmly said, "Seniors, let us look for the temple." Aside from Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and Situ Nan, there was also the silver female corpse. She stood beside Wang Lin and silently followed. Wang Lin knew Hu Wan was, after all, a woman, and she had taken what just happened to heart. She knew Wang Lin must have been feeling very complicated right now. "No problem." Wang Lin smiled to hide the melancholy in his heart. Wang Wei nodded and flew off the platform. Hu Wan looked at Wang Lin before following Wang Wei. Situ Nen walked near Wang Lin and patted his shoulder. The two of them flew off together. As for the silver female corpse, she continued to follow Wang Lin. The collapse of the Rain Celestial Realm continued, and along the way they could see fragments collapsing. Some of the fragments had already completely collapsed and formed vortexes that pulled in the debris. Thunderous rumbles echoed, but it didn't affect their speed. Since the Rain Celestial Realm was already collapsing, there was no need to hold back. They moved at full speed and were like bolts of lightning moving across the sky. While Wang Wei flew, his eyes lit up and he looked for the place in his memories as he flew between the collapsing fragments. After 15 minutes, his eyes narrowed. "This should be the place." Wang Wei pointed down. Wang Lin looked down, but he was surprised. Although this place was collapsing, he could still vaguely see a landmass down there. If that was it, it wouldn't surprise Wang Lin. But this was where Zhou Yi had burned his soul to battle Sun Tai. The Rain Celestial Realm collapsed into countless fragments, and some of them overlapped. The temple should be in this overlapping fragment. Wang Wei explained as his right hand pressed down. A green mist suddenly appeared and charged down. It immediately swept away the debris below, creating a slight rumble. The overlapping fragments below were revealed. The group didn't pause and landed on the fragment. This fragment was also collapsing and they could feel it trembling. If they spread out their divine senses, they could see the edges of the fragment falling apart. The amount of cracks on the ground increased and deepened as the trembling continued. There isn't much time. If the entire Rain Celestial Realm collapses, a huge vortex will form and suck everything in. Wang Wei stomped with his right foot and all the earth around him shattered. Large amounts of rocks scattered in all directions. Everyone began to descend through the shattered fragment, and what appeared before them was another fragment that was overlapping with the previous one. This place wasn't big and the collapse hadn't affected this place yet, so the trembling lessened. However, after scanning this place with his divine sense, Wang Wei didn't find the temple. There are obviously more fragments below. He stomped his right foot once more and fragment rumbled and began to collapse like the previous one. However, just at this moment, Wang Wei's expression changed greatly, and he waved his sleeves to take everyone and retreat. The moment they retreated, the ground where Wang Wei had stomped cracked but didn't shatter. Soon, the crack caved in and a huge vortex appeared below. The vortex was completely black, but everyone could see through the vortex and see that the fragment below had completely shattered. However, there was a completely green temple that wasn't damaged at all and was floating in the void. This green temple was very eye-catching in the void. The Rain Celestial Realm Temple. Wang Wei's eyes narrowed and he immediately flew out toward the vortex. Everyone else followed. Wang Lin stared intently at the green temple inside the vortex. In almost an instant, they charged into the vortex. Wang Lin immediately felt a powerful suction coming from it. If it was before, he would have been in a bad state and would need Wang Wei's help. However, a flame appeared in his left eye and fire surrounded his body, allowing him to break free from the vortex, and he flew toward the green temple. The remaining people all got out of the vortex and headed for the green temple. There was excitement in Wang Wei's eyes. He had waited far too long for this day. The floating speed of the green temple naturally couldn't compare to their flying speed, so everyone soon caught up. As Wang Lin floated beside the green temple, his mind couldn't help but tremble. Although this temple wasn't very big, the green light gave off a powerful pressure. The fancy Qing above the door gave off an oppressive feeling. Wang Wei took a step and arrived before the temple. He pushed with his right hand and the door slowly opened. A green light came out from the door and lit up the void. The entire void was dyed green by this light. When the door of the temple opened, Wang Lin immediately walked in. The entire temple was empty aside from a formation on the ground that was flashing green. Wang Wei's expression became very excited as he looked around before looking at the formation on the ground. The moment Huan came in, she stood next to the formation and began studying it. After looking at it for a while, her expression changed. I have never seen this kind of formation. This formation has the effect to reverse the soul and allow your soul to leave your body. Wang Lin also looked at the formation and slowly said, "Take out Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's body." Wang Wei's right hand reached out at the void and a crack appeared before him. Qing Lin's body slowly flew out. He was still covered in that black armor, but there was a blood-red dot between his eyebrows. Qing Lin's eyes were closed and he didn't make a sound. Wang Wei carefully placed Qing Lin's body in the center of the formation, as per Huan's instruction before looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't waste time. He opened his storage space. Qing Shuang's body flew out, followed shortly by a yellow crystal. Huan quickly said, "Place Qing Shuang's body so their heads touch." The moment she spoke, Wang Lin placed Qing Shuang's body across from Qing Lin. The father and daughter were placed in a line with their heads toward each other. Just at this moment, the crystal that flew out with Qing Shuang's body seemed to move by itself and landed between their heads. It released a burst of green light and fused with the green light coming from the formation on the ground. The green light lit up the whole area. Wang Wei and Huan looked at each other and sat down next to Qing Lin's body. Wang Lin didn't need to wait for them to tell him what to do. With his understanding of restrictions, he was also able to see some clues. We're still missing one person. Let Joey be the one since he is related to Qing Shui. Wang Wei suppressed the excitement in his heart as he raised his hand and grasped at the air. A crack opened to his storage space and a ray of sword energy flew out and became Joey. After Joey appeared, he looked at Qing Shuang with a gentle gaze. He sat down next to Qing Shuang after listening to Wang Wei's order, but his gaze never left Qing Shuang. Huan bit her lower lip and softly said, "Let's start." She was very nervous as they didn't have time to study this formation. She wasn't sure if they could succeed. Wang Lin nodded and then turned toward Situ Nan and the silver female corpse and said, "Situ, protect us." Situ Nan's expression also became serious and he nodded. Rest assured. The silver female corpse didn't require Wang Lin's order. He only needed a thought and she would know his command. Hu Wan formed a seal and pointed at the formation. A ray of light landed on the crystal at the center and then the green light shrouded everyone inside the formation. Wang Lin had taken out the crystal for Wang Wei and Hu Wan to inspect back in the Vermilion Bird Divine sect, so they were naturally familiar with it. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at Qing Shuang's arm. A wound appeared on her arm and, under the pressure of origin energy, a squirt of blood shot out onto the crystal. When Zhou saw this, he was unable to bear it. He looked at Wang Lin but didn't say anything. At this moment, Rain Celestial Realm Temple, the Origin Soul Crystal, and Qing Shuang's blood were all here. When the crystal absorbed Qing Shuang's blood, a red light appeared within the green light. A rumbling sound echoed, and the formation showed signs of activating. At this instant, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his right hand formed a seal and a flame appeared in his left eye. He pointed at Qing Lin and shouted, "Holy treasure blood! Withdraw!" Qing Lin's body trembled as the blood between its eyebrows began to move and immediately flew out toward Wang Lin. Without the blood seal there, black gas surrounded Qing Lin's face and devilish energy began to appear like crazy. However, the formation only rumbled but showed no signs of awakening Qing Lin. As the devilish energy increased, it seemed ancient devil Ta Jia was going to reappear. This scene caused Wang Wei and Hu Wan's expressions to change greatly, and Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. As for Zhou, he completely ignored all of this and just silently looked at Qing Shuang. Hu Wan quickly said, "Something is wrong. We must be missing something. What are we missing?" The veins on Wang Wei's face bulged, and the anxiety in his heart couldn't be described by words. He had all these expectations, but it was all about to fail. Hu Wan's face was pale as she looked the increasing devilish energy around Qing Lin's face and revealed a bitter smile. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. What needed to be done had been done and all three things were here. However, at this moment, Qing Lin simply wouldn't awaken. It would be ancient devil Ta Jia who awakened. Staring at the crystal, ideas quickly flew through Wang Lin's head. However, in the end, he still couldn't think of what they were missing. "Qing Lin, you made us come here to save you. Now that we have everything, why is it still like this?" Wang Lin was almost gnashing his teeth. He didn't care about Qing Lin's identity at all. If the ancient devil awakened, they would all die here. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the holy treasure. He was going to attempt to seal the ancient devil once more. However, he didn't have the old divine emperor's cultivation level, so he wasn't confident he could seal the ancient devil. "Master, what are we missing?" Wang Wei stood up. He looked miserable and was about to go crazy. Lacking, could it be, the blood of someone named Wang? At this moment, a faint voice came from behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly turned around. The silver female corpse had unexpectedly spoken for the first time. When she saw Wang Lin look over, she immediately lowered her head. After she spoke, not only did Wang Lin look over, even Wang Wei and Hu Wan looked over. Wang Lin said, "Continue speaking. Earlier, Flower Imperial Concubine said Master could enter the cave because your surname is Wang." The woman in silver's speech was rough, as if she had just learned to speak. As if lightning had struck him, Wang Lin turned around and bit his tongue to spray blood on the crystal. At the same time, the devilish energy around Qing Lin's face reached a peak. The devilish energy began forming a shadow, and ancient devil Ta Jia was about to awaken. However, as soon as Wang Lin's blood landed on the crystal, the red and green light shined brightly, and the crystal began to rotate. Then a powerful suction force suddenly appeared. Wang Wei and Hu Wan felt their celestial origin energy being drained. In just a few moments they became extreme pale and weak. Wang Lin didn't have much celestial origin energy left, and it was all sucked away. The crystal shined even more brightly and directly destroyed the devilish shadow that was forming. As the celestial origin energy entered the crystal, the suction force suddenly increased. Wang Lin only felt his vision blur and immediately lost consciousness. Not only him but Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and Zhou Yi were all the same. When Wang Lin regained his senses, everything before him caused his pupils to shrink. He was in a black sea with surging waves. There was even an ocean breeze. "You've awakened." A cold voice came from behind Wang Lin. "You!" Wang Lin suddenly looked around, and what he saw made him gasp. Behind him floated a woman in clothes as white as snow. She was beautiful enough to shake one's soul and gave off a cold aura. Just standing beside her would make you feel chills. If that was it, it wouldn't have shocked Wang Lin this much, but he was far too familiar with this woman. She was Qing Lin's daughter, the Rain Celestial Realm's Celestial Lord Qing Shuang. Wang Lin subconsciously asked, "You have revived?" The woman in white coldly said, "Temporarily." Wang Lin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked around and said, "This place is." The woman in white was calm as she looked down at the black sea below and calmly said, "My father's sea of consciousness." Just at this moment, two rays of green light appeared not far away from them. Wang Wei and Hu Wan appeared from those two rays of green light. When Hu Wan saw Qing Shuang, there was a hint of excitement in her face. "Little sister Qing Shuang." Afterward, Wang Wei looked at Qing Shuang and was also startled. There was a hint of relief in his eyes and he said, "So your soul didn't dissipate. Then, with Master's spell, you should be able to awaken once more." Qing Shuang didn't even look at Wang Wei, but she looked at Hu Wan and a smile appeared on her cold face. She softly said, "We haven't met in many years. I'm happy that Big Sister was able to survive the collapse of the celestial realm." As she spoke, even more green light came from the distance, and soon Zhou Yi appeared. When he appeared, his body trembled as he looked at Qing Shuang. His gaze was filled with excitement and he muttered, "Ting air, Ting air." Qing Shuang frowned toward Zhou Yi's gaze. Her face became cold and she coldly said, "Who are you calling Ting air?" Zhou Yi was startled and his expression dimmed. He then bitterly shook his head. "Ting air is already gone." Qing Shuang frowned and calmly said, "I don't know how you became the new Rain Celestial Realm Sword Spirit, but since you are the Sword Spirit, I won't erase you. However, if you continue to speak nonsense, I won't let you continue to be the Sword Spirit." Zhou Yi's body trembled as if a heavy blow had landed on his chest. His face became pale and the bitterness on his face became even stronger. However, he only softly said, "Yes." He knew that his Ting heir had already forgotten everything. Back then, it was merely a trace of soul formed from his obsession, and it had already dissipated. Right now, the person before him was Qing Shuang, not his Ting heir. However, looking at the face he accompanied for 1,000 years, he felt an unimaginable pain appeared, as if his heart was being torn apart. His body trembled uncontrollably. This kind of pain took root inside his body and sapped away all his strength. This gradually weakened him and gradually made him unable to bear the pain. 1,000 years together and then 1,000 years of waiting for the day she would awaken. He was less than 30 feet from Qing Shuang, but he felt as if he was very far away, even farther than the distance between life and death. There was a type of distance that wasn't life and death, and it was to be forgotten. Wang Lin frowned and was about to speak, but Zhou Yi looked at Wang Lin and shook his head. He wouldn't blame Ting heir, as he had done everything willingly. 2,000 years ago, he abandoned his sect for a corpse, which caused his teacher to become ill from anger. 1,000 years ago he was the same and he burned his own soul. He'd rather die than let someone else steal his Ting heir. At this moment he was still the same. Although the Ting heir behind him was unfamiliar, although there was no chance of them being together, although there was a huge gap in their status, he was still the same Zhou Yi as 1,000 years and 2,000 years ago. Zhou Yi's bitterness landed in Qing Shuang's eyes, and for some reason, she felt pain in her heart. However, she quickly suppressed the inexplicable pain and no longer looked at Zhou Yi. Wang Wei let out a sigh upon witnessing all of this. He already knew it would be like this, but he didn't have the heart to tell Zhou Yi. After knowing Zhou Yi for all these years, he had already believed everything Zhou Yi said. Hu Wan's heart was soft and she was about to speak. However, just at this moment, the black ocean below began to stir and waves ranged. A monstrous devilish energy filled the world. In an instant, an endless amount of devilish energy gathered before them and formed a giant ancient devil. This ancient devil was so big, it looked like it could support the world. Endless devilish energy surrounded its body and raged like roaring angry dragons. This ancient devil was Tajia. His eyes were scarlet red and there was a scar between his eyebrows. When devilish energy entered that scar, there was a sizzling sound. Even inside Qing Lin's sea of consciousness, "You'll still all die." As Tajia roared in anger, his large hand immediately reached toward everyone. The whistling sound was heaven-shaking and endless devilish energy filled the area. From afar, it looked like a black cloud was descending to devour everyone. Just at this moment, the sea surged once more and another person flew out. This person was a middle-aged man, and he was quite handsome. He had the air of a celestial and gave off pressure without even being angry. "Master!" The moment this person broke through the waves, Wang Wei and Hu Wan immediately became excited. Qing Shuang's expression softened and she respectfully said, "Father." This person was Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. He had a serious expression as he nodded at everyone and then waved his hand. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, and it turned into a storm that collided with the ancient devil's right hand. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed and the ancient devil's right hand immediately collapsed and was pushed back. However, the storm formed by Qing Lin's spell immediately disintegrated. "Qing Lin, you have already weakened to such a state. Why do you still not yield to this devil? This devil will take your body and surpass your former prestige. What's not good about us fusing?" The ancient devil roared, and his right hand returned to normal. Qing Lin didn't even look at the ancient devil and instead looked at Wang Lin. His gaze seemed to contain some kind of law that allowed him to see through all of Wang Lin's secrets. Under this gaze, Wang Lin felt naked and couldn't even think. Just at this moment, a familiar aura appeared from between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and that feeling of being seen through disappeared. Wang Lin calmly looked at Qing Lin. "You are qualified to obtain my inheritance and become my last disciple." Qing Lin's eyes lit up and he turned into a ray of green light. Before Wang Lin could even react, he had charged into Wang Lin's body. In an instant, popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. Then his arms stretched open and he floated into the air. The pain from his body made Wang Lin roar. "Your soul isn't weak." Qing Lin's voice came from Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin could clearly feel that his body was not being controlled by him. He had only experienced this once in his life. It was when the scattered devil had used his body to battle. However, this feeling was several times more intense than before. It couldn't even compare. The tearing feeling coming from inside his body made Wang Lin feel as if he was being constantly stretched. "Just your cultivation is lacking." Qing Lin's voice echoed once more. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at Wang Wei. "Wang Wei, teacher needs your cultivation." Wang Wei nodded. He didn't hesitate to turn into a ray of light and charge into Wang Lin's body. The pain increased and Wang Lin couldn't help but roar once more. "Hu Wan, Qing Shuang and you." Wang Lin's body trembled, but his right hand was very steady as he pointed at Zhou last. "All of you, fuse in." As Qing Lin's voice echoed, "Hu Wan, Qing Shuang," and Zhou didn't hesitate to turn into rays of light and charge into Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the intense pain was enough to almost make Wang Lin go crazy. His roar was earth-shattering. "I won't take over your body. I'll give you strength, give you my understanding of law, and give you all my celestial spells to let you experience for yourself a battle at the Nirvana Void level. This is the fortune I'm giving you for coming here to save this old man." Qing Lin's body gradually dissipated, and the moment it completely dissipated, an unimaginable power erupted from Wang Lin's body. This power was strong enough to make the heavens and earth tremble. It was strong to collapse the universe. What do Nirvana Shatterer cultivators even count as? It felt as if just one thought was enough to erase them and one word AWS enough to make them yield at your feet. A feeling that he could control the world, and even the world must yield under his feet, rapidly grew in Wang Lin's heart. The intense pain continued to come from his body, but Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to it all. He clearly felt a power that he couldn't even imagine belonging to him. "Go battle!" An ancient voice seemed to echo in his mind. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and stared at the ancient devil in the distance. Ancient devil Ta Jia stared dumbfoundedly at all of this, and fear filled his eyes. He had finally seen Qing Lin's ace, and it was unexpectedly to pass down his Tao. The heavens have a Tao, and everyone cultivates their own Tao. One can teach one's own Tao to many as if they were teaching the heavens' Tao. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pointed at the sky and slowly said, "The earth!" After he spoke, the sea of consciousness surged and the power of law tore through everything, including the ocean. In the blink of an eye, this place became a yellow desert. Ancient devil Ta Jia's expression changed once more. He suppressed the fear in his eyes and let out a roar as he clawed at Wang Lin with both his hands. A black wind immediately appeared and formed whirlwinds on all sides that condensed toward Wang Lin. At the same time, ancient devil Ta Jia began chanting in the language of the ancient order. Then his right hand reached at the void and a 1,000 feet black blade appeared. He immediately threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still calm as he pointed forward. The black whirlwinds coming at him all stopped. Even the devilish blade also floated motionlessly in the air. "Call the wind!" Wang Lin calmly spoke and the world trembled. The black fog disappeared and was replaced by black wind. There were shadows of dragons within the black wind, and there weren't 9, but 13. 13 black dragons rushed out and charged at ancient devil Ta Jia. The momentum caused Ta Jia to retreat. The 8 stars in his eye rotated and he began chanting in the language of the ancient order. Ancient devil Ta Jia's expression was very serious as he roared, "Ancient devil spell, boundary." His right hand formed a seal and waved, causing black lines to appear before him. At this moment, the black lines became a boundary, and the area inside and outside were like 2 different realms. No spell from outside the realm could get past this boundary. Ancient devil spell, Heaven Devour. After using the boundary spell, ancient devil Ta Jia roared once more. The devilish energy formed a giant mouth behind Ta Jia, and it charged forward, devouring everything in its path. This mouth was as big as the world. It was as if it would devour the world in one bite. However, none of this caused Wang Lin's expression to change at all. The 13 black dragons flying at Ta Jia interlocked and unexpectedly turned into a black spear. This spear was completely black, and it gave off bursts of celestial spiritual energy and shot at Ta Jia. When Teacher by Fan's spell is cultivated to the limit, it can be turned into Teacher's treasure. After Teacher created each of his famous spells, he spent a great deal of effort to refine a treasure into the law of the world. From then on, any disciple who could cultivate the spell to its limit could summon the treasure to increase the power of their spell. Wang Lin had no memories of the words that appeared in his head, but this voice belonged to Qing Shui. Qing Shui had obviously intended for the seal to release once Wang Lin had cultivated a spell to its peak. The black spear immediately touched the mouth. Then a heaven-shaking rumble echoed. The heaven-devouring mouth was pierced through and collapsed into countless strands of devilish energy. It could devour the world, but it couldn't devour the spell Wang Lin had created with the temporary cultivation he possessed. Forget Ta Jia, even Bai Fan would have been shocked by the 13 dragons. After all, even Bai Fan could only summon 11. After breaking the heaven-devouring spell, the black spear collided with the boundary, causing the world to tremble. Crackling sounds came from the black line and then it collapsed. This spell could divide the area into 2 realms and stop all spells. But if one's cultivation level was high enough, there were no boundaries. The black spear went into Ta Jia's body but didn't pierce through. Instead, it exploded, creating an unimaginable impact that caused ancient devil Ta Jia's body to disintegrate. The endless devilish energy retreated and reformed Ta Jia's body. However, the fear in his eyes became even stronger. He turned around to flee. But how could Wang Lin let him escape? He calmly walked forward and slowly said, "You can't escape. Everything has just begun. Now let me experience some real third-step spells." As Ta Jia was escaping, he felt like he had run into a wall of steel. He could feel that the surrounding law had fused with the sea to form a perfect cage. He indeed couldn't escape. He suddenly turned around and madness filled his eyes. Out of the 8 ancient devil stars in his eyes, 3 of them immediately collapsed. Ancient devil shattered star. And powerful devilish energy surged out from Ta Jia's eyes when the stars shattered. In the blink of an eye, devilish energy filled Qing Lin's sea of consciousness. The devilish energy formed a vortex with Ta Jia at the center. The desert on the ground trembled and was moved by the suction force. Even Wang Lin's clothes were pulled by the suction and flapped in the wind. However, his white hair didn't move at all. His calm eyes coldly looked at ancient devil Ta Jia. Wang Lin didn't stop Ta Jia from shattering his stars. Kain Lin had gathered Wang Wei, Hu Wan, Qing Shua, and Zhou Yi's power, along with his own cultivation, to give Wang Lin this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Wang Lin had never thought about obtaining this fortune. He would forever cherish this, and he needed to fight to gain enlightenment. The more he became enlightened, the more benefits he would gain. This kind of opportunity could be hoped for but not asked for. It was very fleeting. What Wang Lin would gain depended on his understanding of Tao and luck. This was why he wouldn't allow this battle to end quickly. The stronger ancient devil Ta Jia was, and the more desperate he felt, the more Wang Lin would gain in the fight. At this moment, after shattering 3 stars and devilish energy filling Ta Jia's body, his body unexpectedly shrank. However, as his body shrank, it became more condensed and almost become corporeal. Ta Jia, had devoured ancient demon Bei Lu and also 3 ancient devils of the same clan. I'm using my devil shadow as a primer to refine my anger, sadness, envy, and greed into a powerful spell of my ancient devil clan. Ancient Ta Jia's body floated up and was surrounded by devilish energy. The devilish energy was like the howling wind that swept across the world. Ancient devil heavenly Tao. For desire finger. Ta Jia's eyes shined and contained a monstrous anger. This anger quickly turned into endless sadness, but it soon turned into mad envy. And then it turned into greed that could devour the world. These 4 emotions rapidly flashed through ancient devil Ta Jia's eyes and caused his right hand to rise. As his right hand rose, 4 strands of devilish energy came out of his eyes and entered his hand. He then mercilessly pointed at Wang Lin. The 4 strands of devilish energy fused into his finger and formed a shocking black light. It didn't shoot at Wang Lin but gathered at Ta Jia's fingertip. The moment the black light appeared, it was as if it was going to tear the world apart. The earth rumbled and the desert Wang Lin had summoned became twisted, as if it was going to collapse. Ta Jia's eyes were completely red as he stepped forward and his left hand pointed at the sky. He shouted, "The heavens' wrath. Anyone who dares to rebel against the heavens will suffer the heavens' wrath. My ancient devil clan's 9 desire finger absorbs this wrath and uses it to resist the heavens' Tao." After he spoke, a thunderous rumble appeared and red gas appeared in the sky and started gathering toward the black light. In the blink of an eye, the red gas fused with the black light and caused it to intensify. In an instant, this black light covered a small portion of the world. The heavens have sadness, and this sadness is desire. Absorb this sadness to complete my ancient devil spell. As this roar echoed, endless blue gas appeared and quickly condensed into the black light. The heavens envy the elite. Anyone who can reach the heavens will be envied by heaven. The heavens is greedy for all the changes in the world. It's greedy for everything in the world to be its own. I, ancient devil Ta Jia, command the heavens' anger, sadness, envy, and greed to fuse for my clan's 4 desire finger. As Ta Jia roared, he took a step forward. The black light at this fingertip covered the world, and he pointed at Wang Lin. In an instant, the power of the heavens appeared above Wang Lin and formed 4 storms that descended from the sky. They instantly grew as tall as the heavens and came from Wang Lin from 4 different directions. This spell is indeed not ordinary. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand and rain suddenly appeared around him. This rain almost formed a flowing river. They didn't look large, but every drop of rain was like its own world. Every realm was a world where rain fell like a waterfall. These raindrops circled Wang Lin and continued to condense while the four storms closed in. The number of raindrops decreased until all of them fused into one drop of rain. This was a crystal-like raindrop. It was crystal clear and shined brightly. This drop of rain was the limit of Summon the Rain, but not Wang Lin's limit. Just like how Call the Wind had exceeded by Fan's ability and summoned 13 black dragons. This drop of rain compressed once more. Popping sounds as loud as thunderous roars echoed and the raindrop condensed once more. With a bang, it unexpectedly turned into invisible water vapor. Although this water vapor was invisible, one could clearly feel its existence. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the water vapor spread out with Wang Lin as the center. It seemed to form four identical, sharp swords that charged at the storms. In the blink of an eye, the swords collided with the four storms. Then a thunderous rumble echoed and the four storms shattered. At this moment, the world trembled and the desert became twisted until it collapsed. The Black Sea returned once more. As Wang Lin floated above the sea, his right hand formed a seal and drew an arc. The remaining water vapor gathered and formed for blue, sharp swords. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as his right hand grasped, causing a rumble, and the four swords collapsed and turned into 8. Then they collapsed once more, and this continued until there were 128 swords. With a wave of his hand, the swords flew at ancient devil Ta Jia. All of this happened very smoothly, and Wang Lin looked very casual while doing it. But all of this caused ancient devil Ta Jia's fear to reach its limit. He didn't think his 4-desire finger could be broken just like this. Seeing the 128 blue swords charging at him, Ta Jia quickly retreated, borrowing the remaining devilish energy from his 3 shattered stars. He let out a roar and his hands quickly formed seals. There was hint of madness in his eyes. I use my ancient devil soul to call the ancient devil Dao pattern. Ta Jia's hand moved in a trembling fashion. Every time he trembled, a black ripple would appear around him. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of black ripples appeared before him and charged at the 128 blue swords. Popping sounds echoed, and when the endless ripples spread out, the blue swords began to tremble. In the end, when the ripples penetrated the swords, they turned around and shot toward Wang Lin. Ta Jia continued to retreat, and his hands trembled even more violently. The madness in his eyes became even more intense. This ancient devil Dao pattern consumed his ancient devil soul. He wouldn't use it unless it was his last resort. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he moved forward and stepped into the ripples. If one looked from above, they would see the black ripples spread above the entire ocean. It was a shocking scene. Inside the ripples, Wang Lin clearly felt that the ripples specialized in attacking the origin soul. They could cause a great deal of damage to the origin soul, and if you were a bit weak, your origin soul would just collapse. If you had reached 9 stars, this ripple might have had an effect on me, but right now... Wang Lin shook his head and stepped forward, landing on where 2 ripples overlapped. Just like this, he walked through without encountering any ripples. It was as if his body was transparent, and even if a ripple got close, it would just go through him. Body of law. Qing Lin passed down the body of law inheritance for you to comprehend. Ta Jia quickly retreated, but before he got far, Wang Lin took a step and casually pointed with his right hand. Stop! With this point of his finger, the law of the heavens descended. Hitch's law was invisible, but it caused Ta Jia's body to pause as if he was imprisoned mid-air. Wang Lin approached and his right hand gently hit Ta Jia's forehead. There was a loud bang and a large amount of devilish energy was pushed out from Ta Jia's back. This monstrous black gas was constantly being forced back. A miserable scream echoed and Ta Jia's body was pushed back. However, the law around him had dissipated, so he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even use any of his devilish energy. Shattered star. Wang Lin followed closely after the ancient devil, and his right hand continued to point to all over the ancient devil's body. Endless amounts of devilish energy was pushed out from the ancient devil's body. Still not shattering your star? In the blink of an eye, he pointed at Ta Jia 7 times. Each time, Ta Jia was thrown far away, but Wang Lin would immediately follow with another finger. After doing this 7 times, a majority of Ta Jia's devilish energy had dissipated and his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. At this moment, the last remaining 5 stars all collapsed. Wang Lin revealed a smile and then withdrew his right finger and floated back like a cloud. The reason he was so casual before was to force the ancient devil to shatter all his remaining stars. Only then could the ancient devil use its most powerful attack to help Wang Lin confirm his Tao. The stars in Ta Jia's eye all collapsed and an aura several times stronger than before erupted. He let out howl as his body moved and easily broke the stop spell. You forced me to do this. If this devil dies, you will die with me. 9-star ancient devil spell. Purple cloud devil calamity. When the 5 stars shattered, the devilish energy inside ancient devil Ta Jia exploded. Combined with the previous 3 stars, the amount of devilish energy Ta Jia had grew infinitely close to what a 9-star ancient devil would have. At this moment, Ta Jia had already lost to Qing Lin. He no longer had any power to obtain Qing Lin's body, and the only thing awaiting him was death. However, Ta Jia's unwillingness made it so that even if he died, he would take Wang Lin with him. Even if he died, he wouldn't tarnish the ancient devil clan and would use his strongest spell. At this moment, Wang Lin could disrupt Ta Jia and kill him, but he didn't do that. Whether it was for confirming his own Tao or to respect Ta Jia as a member of the ancient order, even he felt excited in anticipation for the spell. Ta Jia's angry roar echoed and his body condensed once more. In the blink of an eye, his body was the size of a normal person. However, the body that was now almost completely corporeal seemed to be filled with endless strength. His body was completely black with a horn and red eyes, allowing ancient devil Ta Jia to give off a heaven-shaking aura. Purple cloud. Ta Jia roared, and all the devilish energy behind him suddenly changed colors. In the blink of an eye, half of it turned purple and surrounded his body. Ta Jia raised his hands and his fingers connected to form a diamond. All the purple gas around his body charged into that diamond-shaped seal his hands formed. In the blink of an eye, a purple, diamond-shaped object appeared in his hands. Devil calamity, Ta Jia roared, and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. His devil soul flew out into the diamond-shaped object, causing it to shine even more brightly. Go to hell! Ta Jia charged out and pressed his hands at Wang Lin. The purple, diamond-shaped object flew out toward Wang Lin. At the start, the diamond-shaped object was only the size of a palm, but as it flew, it grew larger and larger. In the end, it covered the entire sky and descended on Wang Lin. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes and felt the power inside the diamond-shaped object. He clearly felt this diamond-shaped object envelope him and completely separate him from his surroundings. At the same time, the diamond-shaped object rapidly shrank and all the space in its path collapsed. It came closer and closer toward Wang Lin. Unfortunately, the purple cloud isn't strong. Wang Lin shook his head, and when he opened his eyes, the diamond-shaped object was no less than 3 inches from him. From a distance, it was impossible to see Wang Lin. Only the giant, purple, diamond-shaped object was visible. It was as if it only needed an instant for Wang Lin to collapse like everything else. Mountain crumbles, Wang Lin softly said, and a mountain immediately appeared. There was a loud rumble and this mountain immediately charged into the sky. It wasn't just one. A second and third mountain appeared. In an instant, 9 towering mountains appeared around Wang Lin, and the purple, diamond-shaped object immediately stopped shrinking. Under the might of the mountains, it seemed to be forced back. However, Purple Cloud Calamity was far more powerful than any of Ta Jia's previous spells. When it collided with the 9 mountains, the mountains began to crack. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he softly said, "Crumble!" In an instant, the 9 mountains began to crumble and erupted like volcanoes. The eruption collided with the purple, diamond-shaped object, causing a heaven-shaking impact in the air. While the mountain crumbled, Wang Lin slowly walked out. He stared at the ancient devil, who was filled with despair and unwillingness. None of this is your own strength. It is just Qing Lin's mind cooperating with you, and him giving you an inheritance that allows you to have this temporary cultivation level. If we were outside and not in the sea of consciousness, this devil could kill you as easily as crushing an ant. I refuse to yield. I'm unwilling to give up. Ah! Ta Jia let out a roar, and he felt a chill in his heart. He never would have thought that Qing Lin's plan wasn't to find a powerful person to save him, but to absorb the rescuer into his sea of consciousness. Although most of Qing Lin's sea of consciousness had been occupied by the ancient devil, it still belonged to Qing Lin. He could cause any change he wished, but due to the ancient devil's invasion, none of those changes could attack the ancient devil. However, he had used someone else's soul and didn't hesitate to pass down his Tao. He had given control of the sea of consciousness to Wang Lin, which was equal to handing over his life and death to someone else. As a result, Qing Lin's sea of consciousness could transform as Wang Lin willed and simulate all laws of the world. These circumstances allowed Wang Lin to have the power of the third step. Although ancient devil Ta Jia knew that this was all temporary. After all, souls were different, and one couldn't forcibly control another's sea of consciousness for long. It wouldn't take long for Wang Lin to weaken. Once they leave Qing Lin's sea of consciousness, Wang Lin would be forced back to his original cultivation level. However, what was the point of knowing all of this? Ancient devil Ta Jia wouldn't be able to last much longer. Qing Lin, you win. Ta Jia revealed a bitter smile, but it was soon replaced by a ferocious expression. However, this devil has one last spell. I'll use the last moment of my life as an ancient devil to display the most powerful ancient devil spell. Even though I'll die, I will have no regrets. As ancient devil Ta Jia laughed, he flew into the air. He opened his arms and devilish energy surrounded his body. Then his body exploded before Wang Lin's eyes. The beginning, origin devil Tao. Ta Jia's voice descended from the sky and then his body collapsed. Dense devilish energy covered the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the world was dark. A pair of grim eyes appeared in the dark sky. In the blink of an eye, the darkness churned and countless pairs of grim eyes appeared. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Lin. This scene was very strange, and it was impossible to describe. Wang Lin's expression changed for the first time when he met the gaze of those eyes. Your name is Wang Lin. An ancient voice echoed across the world. The moment the voice spoke, the pairs of eyes became filled with confusion. Wang Lin's eyes were crystal clear. You began cultivating at the age of 15, and have now cultivated for over 1,000 years. However, you were an evil spirit, and stepping on the path of Tao meant destroying your relatives. Your father and mother died and your family almost was annihilated. Although a few survived, they are under constant calamity. As the sound echoed across the sky, the eyes were no longer filled with confusion but heart-wrenching pain. Wang Lin's body trembled lightly, but his eyes were still crystal clear. Your parents died because of you. Your family died because of you. As the voice echoed, all the eyes turned blood red as if they were dripping blood. Some of the eyes exploded and blood fell. Wang Lin's eyes also became red and his body trembled. Your wife returned to heaven because of you and your son became a soul fragment because of you. None of your close relatives remained. As the sound rumbled, the pairs of eyes in the sky collapsed into blood. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and his face was extremely pale. His body trembled as he retreated a few steps and his right hand touched his chest. Although this was only his soul, he could clearly feel the pain in his heart. This pain was like a poison that invaded his mind and destroyed everything. Dun Tian helped you, but he died. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor also helped you, but he also died. Even Zhou Yi stopped protecting the corpse he loved after meeting you. Even the Celestial Cloud couple was finally able to save Qing Lin after meeting you. The ancient void slowly arrived, and every word contained the power of law. As the words landed in Wang Lin's ears, it made his face even more pale. Have you said enough? Wang Lin muttered as he retreated. At normal times, if someone had said this, it wouldn't affect him. But at this moment, for some unknown reason, Wang Lin felt like every word intensified his pain, and it felt like his heart was being torn apart. You? Just as the voice appeared, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. His expression was calm and revealed a terrifying coldness. I asked if you have said enough. The calm words contained no emotion. Wang Lin rushed out and his right hand clawed at the sky. The countless eyes immediately collapsed and large amounts of blood fell on Wang Lin's body. I, Wang Lin, have lived as an indomitable spirit. Although I've made mistakes, as long as I follow my Tao heart, it is enough. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky while his voice echoed. Celestial spell, falling star. As he spoke, a ray of starlight fell from the sky, penetrating the black fog, and landed in the Black Sea. Then rays of starlight appeared from an unknown origin and pierced through the black fog. Starlight even shot out from the Black Sea and straight up into the black fog. In the blink of an eye, starlight filled the world. As Wang Lin's arms moved, the starlight moved toward the black fog in the sky and a thunderous rumble echoed. The starlight gathered to form an indescribable impact that quickly spread across the world. At this moment, Wang Lin's body collapsed. Wang Wei, Hu Wan, Zhou Yi, and Qing Shuang all appeared one by one. Finally, a melancholy Qing Lin in green appeared. As the sea of consciousness collapsed, they all fell into the collapsing void and disappeared. In the green temple floating in the void in the rain celestial realm, Situ Nen cautiously guarded the door. He occasionally looked at everyone inside the formation, and anxiety filled his heart. The silver female corpse was the same, but her gaze was locked on to Wang Lin. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's body trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. He silently stood up, walked next to the door, and silently looked out at the void. The void outside the temple was completely dark and muffled rumbles could be heard. If you looked closer, you would see debris flying through the void as if they had lost their home. In truth, they indeed no longer had a home and could only float forever in the void. Inside the formation, Qing Lin opened his eyes that revealed the passage of time. This former celestial emperor looked like an old man despite the fact that he had the appearance of a middle-aged man. However, there was a powerful scent of decay when he awakened. Qing Shuang also awakened. She looked at the wound on her right arm and wrinkled her brow. She then moved her body a bit. It was as if she had been asleep for too long and hadn't adapted to her body yet. Wang Wei and Hu Wan were pale, but they also opened their eyes. Wang Wei's eyes were filled with excitement and he immediately knelt on the ground. He respectfully looked at Qing Lin while trembling. Teacher, you. Hu Wan, who got up and bit her lower lip, also nervously looked at Qing Lin. Qing Lin faintly smiled as he carefully looked this couple that were both his disciples and softly said, You guys have worked hard for all these years. Teacher. Wang Wei's body trembled violently and 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. He had waited countless years for Qing Lin to awaken. In order to make this happen, he had lived in the demon spirit land for countless years. All of it was to repay Qing Lin for accepting him as a disciple. Wang Wei could never forget that he was a little chi refiner who was a bit famous. It was his teacher who had given him a new life, a chance to reach the peak of cultivation, and also a lifetime of happiness. At this moment, Zhou Yi opened his eyes and looked at Qing Shuang. There was bitterness and sadness in his eyes, but above all there was calmness. Senior Qing Lin, Junior has a favor to ask. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Qing Lin. Are you asking as a junior or as my disciple? Qing Lin's calm gaze fell on Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before pointing at Situ and respectfully saying, Teacher, this person is a friend of disciple, and he is affected by a celestial poison. Qing Lin's expression was calm as he looked at Situ Nan. He slowly said, What amazing talent! Are you willing to take me as your teacher? Although Situ Nan was arrogant, he wasn't as calm as Wang Lin when facing Qing Lin. After all, he hadn't participated in saving Qing Lin, so he was still in awe at Qing Lin. He hesitated a bit before respectfully saying, "This disciple greets teacher." Just as he spoke, Situ Nen looked up said, "But teacher, this old disciple likes freedom, so you can't restrict me." This sentence made Qing Lin laugh. "After your poison is removed, you can do as you wish. Why would I restrict your freedom?" With that, Qing Lin shook his head with a kind gaze. He stood up and placed his hand on his daughter, Qing Shuang's shoulder. He softly said, "Qing Shuang, I'm going to borrow the celestial origin energy in your body." With that, a powerful suction force came from Qing Lin's right hand and a sliver of Qing Shuang's celestial origin energy split off into Qing Lin's right hand. It wasn't much celestial origin energy, just 1 silver. It was so little that even the little celestial origin energy Wang Lin had before was several times more than this. However, this sliver of celestial origin energy shined brightly in Qing Lin's hand. Although this light wasn't too bright, it lit up the entire temple. This green temple was no longer green and was like a sun. Qing Lin's expression was calm as he slowly walked forward and walked out from the temple. He floated in the void and looked at the drifting fragments in the distance. He looked at what used to be his home and revealed a bitter expression. At this moment, most of the celestial realm had collapsed. Even those fragments that hadn't completely collapsed were cracked and were in the process of collapsing. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the Rain celestial realm would disappear and become nothing but a memory for cultivators. After tens of thousands of years passed, then even those memories would fade and become completely forgotten. With a sigh, Qing Lin waved the golden light in his right hand and the golden light flew out. The golden light was like a sun, and it lit up the entire void. Strands of golden lines appeared from this golden light and crossed to form a net that quickly spread out. These lines were the laws of the world, and the golden light contained vitality that could nourish life. As the golden light and golden lines spread, the entire Rain celestial realm was enveloped in them. The collapsing fragments stopped collapsing and the floating pieces of rock stopped moving. Those vortexes that had formed due to the collapse seemed to stop their eternal rotations and became motionless. "Reform, celestial realm." Qing Lin's voice was very calm, but it clearly entered the ears of the people that had followed him out of the temple. Wang Wei and Huan trembled and looked at Qing Lin with reverence in their eyes. Qing Shuang looked at her father's back without any expression. From the beginning of her memories, this father of hers had been the backbone of the Rain celestial realm. He had never had time to play with her, as he was always busy with matters pertaining to the celestial realm or cultivating. Qing Shuang still clearly remembered the collapse of the Rain celestial realm. The Rain celestial realm was built by her father's blood and sweat. But when she watched the Rain celestial realm collapse, not only was Qing Shuang not sad, she felt a hint of relief. This was a very complex feeling, and even she couldn't tell what it was. However, seeing her father reform the Rain celestial realm, Qing Shuang felt a stab of pain. Zhou silently looked at Qing Shuang. When he saw the pain on Qing Shuang's face, his heart also trembled. When Qing Lin spoke, the golden net that spread across the Rain celestial realm began to shrink. The golden light now covered the whole realm, and those vortexes all silently disappeared. The shattered stones began to gather as if there was a force in the world pulling them together. The debris gathered in the void and soon formed a new land mass. The entire Rain celestial realm was a void except for this fragment that gave off dense celestial spiritual energy. As the golden net was put down over the earth, grass began to grow and water appeared out of nowhere. The fragment rumbled and mountains and majestic palaces appeared. The temple behind Wang Lin flew into the air and drifted to the center of the fragment before landing. From now on, this place is the new Rain celestial realm. Qing Lin's voice was calm as it echoed across the world. Wang Lin was sitting on the mountain in the new Rain celestial realm and felt the celestial spiritual energy that surrounded him. The scene of Qing Lin creating that golden line replayed in his head. He clearly felt the change in laws and the power of source origin energy. It had been 3 days since the new Rain celestial realm was formed. Situ Nan was brought into the temple by Qing Lin. Wang Wei and Huan had picked a palace to settle down. It was obvious Wang Wei was very happy. Him being happy meant Hu Wan was happy. Wang Lin envied the happiness of this couple. Thinking about happiness, Wang Lin looked into the distance. In the distance, there was an iceberg surrounded by celestial clouds. Qing Shuang was on top of that iceberg. Qing Shuang's personality was extremely cold, even toward her father, and she didn't speak much. She only spoke a bit more when talking with Hu Wan. After the new rain celestial realm formed, Qing Shuang used her power to form an iceberg and silently lived up there. She didn't allow anyone to come up. However, Wang Lin clearly saw Zhou Yi sitting at the bottom of the iceberg, looking up at the blurred figure at the top. It was as if he was guarding her, just like how he had guarded the corpse for 2,000 years. Qing Shuang's awakening might not mean happiness for Big Brother Zhou. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the blue sky. The new rain celestial realm didn't have any spatial cracks and was very stable. The silver female corpse sat silently behind him. Her gaze would occasionally land on Wang Lin but would quickly shift away. Wang Lin had been sitting here for 3 days. Aside from recalling the golden light Qing Lin had used, he spent time engraving the comprehension he had experienced while inside Qing Lin's sea of consciousness. His cultivation level didn't raise at all after he left Qing Lin's sea of consciousness. He was still at the early stage of nirvana cleanser. However, a seed was formed in his body. This was a seed for the third step for law and the pursuit of Tao. This was the gift Qing Lin had given him. Back then, when the heaven-defying bead activated, Wang Lin saw the third step behind the door, but that was merely seeing it. Qing Lin had allowed him to feel the spells of a third step cultivator, which was extremely precious to Wang Lin. This made his path even more clear. As he continued to comprehend, an extremely tired voice echoed in his mind. Wang Lin, come see me. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the temple and got up. He calmly walked toward the temple, and it didn't take him long for him to step inside. Just as he entered his temple, Wang Lin couldn't help but stop. Before him sat an old man who looked somewhat similar to Qing Lin. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. However, for some unknown reason, he looked a lot older. Qing Lin slowly said, "Sit." Wang Lin sat opposite of Qing Lin. His expression was calm.